Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Marvel. Friendship System. Deadpool is my best friend. Chapter 21. The old man was very angry, but he was very angry. Faced with Chen Yi's crazy reform, they were unwilling to give up their interests. Chen Yi was a beast that could never be fed. Since Chen Yi came back to Hell's Kitchen, the eastern area of Hell's Kitchen, which was Chen Yi's territory, was occupied by Chen Yi, and the major gangs suffered heavy losses. This time they began to reach out to them again, snatching people from them in the name of school enrollment. If this matter is really agreed, the gangs will slowly have no fresh blood. After a long time, do gang fights need us, the uncles in our 50s and 60s? This is a slow death for them. So this must be prevented from happening. Although Gust's method sounds a little unreliable and too idealistic, it is indeed a good way. If Chen Yi insisted on opening a school despite the advice of the gang leader, they would have no choice but to resist. At that time, let the government take action first. If the law enforcement department succeeds, everyone will be happy. If the government does not take action, there will be no evidence to find the gang leaders. In this way, whether Chen Yi and the government have a conflict or not, it will not happen to them. In just a few seconds, everyone sorted out the interests of this matter, and then changed their past sarcasm and began to flatter Gust. I didn't expect that this Mexican leader would use his brain. Gust laughed when he saw that everyone had changed their appearance. Gust actually had another reason that he didn't say here. After all, the people here are not good men and women, and they always need to hide a trump card. As the big drug lords in Mexico, they have the habit of bribing government officials and police since childhood, letting these government people cover for themselves, otherwise Gust would have been arrested and shot by the official people. After coming to America, Gust has been carrying forward their fine traditions. He has bribed countless officials, the biggest of whom is the mayor of the Big Apple. According to the intelligence of the Gust family, the mayor is extravagant, has abnormal dealings with many entrepreneurs in New York City, and has even accepted bribes from Jin Bing. If it were someone else, he might give up this line, but Gust is not an ordinary person. He said that as long as the money is enough, Jin Bing's people can also become his people. Then, he immediately sent someone to contact the mayor and spent a lot of savings to buy luxury cars and various mansions for the mayor. After spending $300 million, Gust successfully won Jin Bing's corner, captured the mayor, and became the family's backer in New York. Gust himself knew very well that ordinary people did not pose any threat to Chen Yi and Jin, and were not vulnerable at all. So Gust planned to call the mayor after the video ended and asked him to arrange for the army and special forces to provide support. After all, you take money from others and help them get rid of disasters. Tom, a member of the Irish gang, also said while the iron was hot, we don't need to be afraid of Chen Yi and Jin Bing. Even if the government doesn't take action, others will. So I think we still have to attend this meeting. Everyone stopped complimenting Tom after hearing what he said. Gustav looked at Tom on the video unhappily. It was this person who interrupted his limelight, but he also asked curiously, I wonder which force also wants to take action against Chen Yi and his gang. At this time, Tom kept it a secret. I wonder if everyone has heard of how Jin Bing made his fortune. Everyone shook their heads. Although they all knew that Jin Bing had a force behind him, otherwise it would be impossible for Jin Bing to become the overlord of Hell's Kitchen so quickly, but they didn't know which force it was. They all looked at Tom, the leader of the Irish gang, curiously. Seeing that everyone shook their heads, I wonder if everyone has heard of the Hand Association. Everyone suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Jin Bing rose to power so quickly because he had the support of the Hand Association. The Hand is an organization composed of ninjas, thieves, and assassins. It has a history of hundreds of years. Guster immediately understood what Tom meant. So you mean, the Hand is about to take action against Chen Yi and his group? The leader of the Irish gang, Tom, nodded. Mrs. Gao, one of the members of the Hand, is mainly responsible for illegally researching drugs and medicines in the United States. She is very dissatisfied with Chen Yi's ban on drug trafficking in Hell's Kitchen. She will send this guest to assassinate Chen Yi and his group soon. Tom did not make his words too clear. She said that Mrs. Gao wanted to deal with Chen Yi instead of Jin Bing, and promised him to be the overlord of Hell's Kitchen. After hearing this, the gang leaders became very excited and asked Tom if he knew Mrs. Gao. They all wanted to get in touch with Mrs. Gao's drugs to see if they could get a share of the profits. Gust, the leader of the Mexican gang who also started out as a drug dealer, looked unhappy when he saw the performance of these leaders. He didn't expect that the people who had just flattered him would ignore him when they heard about Mrs. Gao. Gust, who couldn't stand this anger, turned off the video directly, hugged a girl next to him, held her head and began to relieve his anger. Tom, the leader of the Irish gang, smiled slightly when he saw Gust offline. He was still too young. Tom only used a little trick to focus the attention of these leaders on him. Tom then said, "Don't worry, as long as everyone works together, Chen-Yi and Jinbing are not a threat at all. So we don't need to be afraid of Jinbing and the others, just go to the meeting and watch their performance. If we don't go, people outside will know, which will further prove that our Hell's Kitchen gangsters are afraid of Chen-Yi and Jinbing and dare not show up. When the people of the Hand Association kill Chen-Yi and the others, I will share my channels with everyone. Of course, the highest bidder wins." Tom knew that you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. Compared with becoming the overlord of Hell's Kitchen, these benefits are not a big deal. Besides, when the time comes, they will be eliminated, and the money they earn will not be Tom's own. The atmosphere of the meeting suddenly became lively. "Don't worry, we will definitely do our part to kill Chen-Yi. There is no opponent ahead of us. Go, you must attend this meeting, let Chen-Yi see how powerful our Hell's Kitchen gangsters are." The gang leaders immediately spoke out in the meeting. Seeing this, Tom, the leader of the Irish gang, went offline alone, ignoring the group's silly revelry on the video conference. Humph, I wonder how many unlucky people will die in this incident. Tom felt that he didn't want to see this group of idiots. They were so easy to fool. They really thought that it was so easy to solve Chen-Yi and his gang. However, for Tom, the goal had been achieved. He had provoked hatred between the gang leaders and Chen-Yi, and given them certain benefits and confidence so that they had the courage to fight against Chen-Yi and his gang. This time, the goal was achieved. The secret meeting in Hell's Kitchen. This is one of the bases of the Hand in the Big Apple. The Hand originated in the feudal era of Japan several centuries ago. Some oppressed people fled to Iga and Koga, where they practiced skills. Later, they may have been influenced by the Chinese Sun Tzu's art of war and finally formed ninjutsu. In the next 100 years, they continued to learn and train. Most of the members are proficient in hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship, disguise, hiding, escape and other skills, and also have willpower, endurance and combat effectiveness beyond ordinary people. They are also spies and assassination experts, usually providing professional services to the richer warlords. The Hand also has powerful magic secrets that can resurrect the dead. Then it slowly developed into a notorious international organization. There are 5 fingers on a human hand, and the Hand also has 5 leaders, 1 for each finger. They are Alexandra, Mrs. Gao, Bo-Tu, Sawanda and Murakami, all elders from Kunlun, who were expelled for trying to use dragon bone fossils to extend their lifespan. Mrs. Gao was leisurely drinking tea on the rooftop of the building. Mrs. Gao is an old lady over 50 years old. If Mrs. Gao walked alone on the street, no one would have thought that such a kind and amiable old lady would be the leader of a world-famous killer organization. Ding-ling-the-ling. Mrs. Gao's phone rang, and the person who came was Tom, the leader of the Irish gang. Tom on the phone described the content of the conference call to Mrs. Gao, and said that many gangs are now dissatisfied with Chen-Yi and Jinbing, and proposed that they need the help of the Hand. Mrs. Gao put down her teacup and answered the phone. "Okay, I see. Chen-Yi is indeed a trouble. I lost a lot of clients because of him. I will call someone over, don't worry. Go to the meeting first and see what Chen-Yi and the others want to do." Then Mrs. Gao hung up the phone, and a hint of coldness appeared on her face. If Mrs. Gao was a kind and gentle old lady next door just now, then Mrs. Gao now is like a cold and venomous snake. Sitting opposite Mrs. Gao, Murakami looked at Mrs. Gao's expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Your face changed after making a phone call. Don't kill those dogs that can't be tamed. Jinbing is the same, and the leader of this Irish gang is the same. He is negotiating with me before Jinbing is dealt with. Don't look at what kind of stuff you are," Mrs. Gao said angrily. "You have lived for so many years, can't you see through people's hearts? People's desires are endless, no one will be satisfied, and everyone wants to get more. Don't we all want to live forever? Murakami sighed while looking at the sky. Mrs. Gao realized that she had lost her composure after hearing this, and instantly returned to the appearance of a kind old lady. Mrs. Gao actually doesn't care who is the owner of Hell's Kitchen. After all, people like her who have lived for a long time don't care much about money and power. Now the only thing she cares about may be finding the legendary dragon bones and getting eternal life. However, at this stage, Jin Bing and Chen Yi must be dealt with. Since Chen Yi returned to Hell's Kitchen, Jin Bing's desire to retire has become stronger and stronger, resulting in his weaker control over Hell's Kitchen. This has made it increasingly difficult for Mrs. Gao and her friends to sell their goods, which is not what Mrs. Gao wants to see. Why don't I take action this time? I am still very curious about Chen Yi's superpowers. Murakami couldn't help but volunteer. It's rare that Murakami has this kind of character, so I won't refuse. I will send someone to deal with Kingpin. I remember that he seems to care about his wife very much. Then send someone to capture his wife and children. When Mrs. Gao heard Murakami volunteered, her eyes suddenly lit up and she quickly agreed. When the time comes, I will personally take action with my apprentice Shin. Murakami added. Mrs. Gao's mood instantly improved, as if Kingpin and Chen Yi were fish on the chopping board. After all, they have two fingers of the hand-in-hand society to personally go out, and Murakami's apprentice Shin is also there, plus hundreds of ninjas stationed in the Big Apple City. With such a luxurious lineup, it is difficult to lose. On the other side, Gust, who was playing with fire, also called the mayor online and asked him to send out the ace troops to provide support. Although the mayor is corrupt, he still has professional ethics. He immediately agreed to Gust's request and arranged special personnel to provide door-to-door service. He leaned back in the soft sofa, lit a cigar, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled, accompanied by listening to the beautiful music. He began to imagine the beautiful future of his family. At this time, the mayor over there also made a call. Long live Hydra. It turned out that the mayor was a member of Hydra. Long live Hydra. Director Pierce on the other end of the phone first looked around vigilantly, and then responded after making sure that no one was around. Director Pierce is the top leader of Hydra hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D, and his status in S.H.I.E.L.D is equivalent to that black boiled egg. You usually don't call me unless it's urgent. Go ahead. Director Pierce spoke first. The mutant in Hell's Kitchen has been very noisy recently. I received news that there may be a gang war in a few days. I need your support. Of course, the mayor would not accept Gust's bribe and need help, but said it was for the safety of the Big Apple. How could Pierce, who was on the other end of the phone, not know what his colleague was thinking after hearing this? He refused, saying, "You can go to the police if you have any questions. We are not responsible for such small-scale fights." The mayor understood that the bald Pierce was rejecting him in a tactful way, but after all, he had received so much money, and if he didn't do something, he was afraid that no one would honor him in the future. So he quickly said, "I am also thinking about the organization. If we can solve Kingpin and the mutant this time, my people can take control of Hell's Kitchen. At that time, we will have another base in Hell's Kitchen for Hydra. No one cares how people die there." Pierce was a little moved when he heard this, but he still said, "We have bases all over the world. One more Hell's Kitchen is not a big deal. There is no need to care about the life and death of a group of gangsters. Unless." The mayor didn't understand what this meant, and he made up his mind. 50 million, transfer it to your personal account, and the Hell's Kitchen will belong to you. Okay, I will send Brock Rumlow to lead the team. Everything is for Hydra. Director Pierce immediately agreed seriously. Everything is for Hydra. The mayor quickly hung up the phone. This time I lost a lot. And for Hydra, bah. The mayor cursed. In fact, the people in Hydra have little loyalty to the organization. They all joined Hydra for their own interests. Gust was anxiously waiting for the mayor's call. On the phone, the mayor first said that Gust needed to pay him an additional 100 million yuan as a fee, and then said that the matter had been taken over by the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is a very mysterious department. With them, Gust can rest assured. Hearing such a reply, Gust was naturally excited. Although the 100 million US dollar fee made Gust a little painful, as long as he could kill Chen Yi and Kingpin, everything was worth it. The meeting was held one day later. Hell's Kitchen, opposite Good Luck Restaurant. Natasha and Hawkeye were under the order of Black Sauce Egg to monitor Chen Yi's every move. The chain reaction caused by this recent meeting was so great that Chen Yi himself did not expect it. I heard that Hell's Kitchen is very lively recently, and many people have come. Natasha said with emotion. Isn't it? The Hand, RSTRIKE. Team Crossbones, even the Brotherhood of Mutants have come to Hell's Kitchen. Hawkeye echoed. Isn't it true? A lot of people marked as uncontrollable by S.H.I.E.L.D have come to Hell's Kitchen. This Chen Yi is really powerful. He can stir up so many forces with just one meeting. Thanks to him, we haven't even slept these days. We have been working 24 hours a day for several days. Our skin has become worse. Natasha looked at the direction of the Good Luck restaurant opposite with resentment. Natasha hasn't had a good rest for a few days because of Chen Yi's noise, but Chen Yi opposite has slept soundly these days. She feels very unbalanced. It feels like Chen Yi is in danger this time. Even if he is a mutant, he is no match for a well-known person like Magneto. Magneto is an existence that can destroy a country. I don't know who can invite someone like Magneto, but if Chen Yi and Kingpin die, Hell's Kitchen will be in chaos again. Hawkeye said worriedly. Yes, the federal government has never managed this place. If it weren't for Kingpin, it would be much more chaotic than it is now. Since Chen Yi came back, the residents of Hell's Kitchen have finally had a better life. Natasha looked at the residents around her with happy smiles on their faces. Chen Yi can be regarded as the savior of Hell's Kitchen. I hope he can survive this struggle. Natasha looked at the opposite side with a complicated expression. Maybe she also had a childhood like Hell's Kitchen, and she also wanted someone to save herself. Unfortunately, she didn't wait. Now this place finally has a savior, but it is targeted by many people. Knowing that this matter will put himself in danger, he still did it without hesitation. What kind of person are you, Chen Yi? On the other side, Chen Yi didn't know that Natasha's psychological activities were so wonderful. At this time, he was cooking in the kitchen to entertain his good friend Vongola. You are handsome, young man, second only to me. Deadpool looked at Vongola, took out a mirror to look at his face, and said narcissistically. Even Vongola, who has experienced many ups and downs, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw such a narcissistic Deadpool. Ah, thank you for the compliment. I didn't expect that the leader of the Vongola family is actually Chen Yi's good friend. Did you meet in the orphanage? Deadpool asked curiously, because in his impression, he had never seen Vongola, and only heard that he was one of the gangsters in Midtown. Ha ha ha, yes, we were good friends in the orphanage period, and we kept in touch by phone, and he would occasionally come to see me. It's just that our gang was busy expanding this year, so we haven't met. Tomorrow is a meeting, come and have a meal, and live here by the way. Vongola explained. Just when Vongola was about to be unable to withstand Deadpool's questioning offensive, Chen Yi came out with a plate of braised pork. Vongola's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had seen the savior, and hurried over and said, "The dishes are ready, right? I'll go get the rice." "Hey, it's okay. You just sit and chat, I'll go get it." Chen Yi refused. "No, I'll do it." Vongola ran to the kitchen before he finished speaking. A few minutes later, everyone sat down quickly and started eating. "Why are you free to come here today? You're not worried about me, are you?" Chen Yi joked. After all, Chen Yi and Vongola haven't seen each other for a year. Today, he came to see him for the first time. "Isn't it okay for me to come here for a meal? The family has just stabilized, so I came to see my best friend." Vongola said after picking up a piece of chicken wing. "Okay, don't I know your personality? You don't think those gangs can really do anything to me, do you?" Chen Yi said as he filled a bowl of soup with a nonchalant look on his face. Seeing Chen Yi's nonchalant attitude, Vongola knew that Chen Yi didn't know about the internal meeting of the gangs, so he, putting down the bowl and chopsticks, he said with a serious face, "You may not know that a few days ago, the gang held a meeting to discuss your opening of a school and how to deal with you. I know, this is normal. If they compromise so easily, they are not a gang. But a group of ants are still ants when they gather together. Their essence will not change. It is easier to solve when they gather together." Chen Yi was not surprised after hearing this. This was all expected. They also found the hand and the federal government. Vongola, I added. At this time, Chen took it a little seriously, the hand. The federal government is okay. After listening, Chen started to eat while thinking about countermeasures. Vongola, I saw that Chen was concerned, so he stopped talking and worked hard. Don't say, Chen food is really delicious. Next time, I will bring Ji and the others to come and eat together. What we usually eat is garbage. Chen was not surprised to hear the name of the hand. After all, the hand is basically one of the new bosses of every Marvel. They are just a few people driven out by Kunlun. After all, Chen messed up their drug business, so it is understandable that they want to kill him. However, I have to remind Jinbing that there seems to be a version in which Jinbing's wife Vanessa was poisoned by Madame Gao. If Madame Gao really succeeds, Chen estimates that Jinbing will go crazy, and Chen himself will not forgive himself. After all, it was because of me that Jinbing got into unnecessary trouble. Chen didn't know that even without me, Madame Gao had long been dissatisfied with Jinbing and wanted to get rid of him. Then Chen took out his phone and called Jinbing, telling him that Hell's Kitchen was not peaceful recently, and asked Jinbing to protect his wife and children. And stated that if it really didn't work, bring them to the apartment, and someone would protect her. After Chen reminded Jinbing, he immediately made a second call. The next second, a voice came from the phone. This is the High Table Information Center. Chen slowly said, I will issue a combined bounty notice across the United States. Yes, this is the first time Chen has used the power of the High Table after becoming an elder of the High Table. The other end of the phone said calmly, please report your ID number. Elder of the High Table, 9527. After Chen said his ID number, he continued to give instructions. I want a list of all the members of the Hand in the Big Apple, and offer a reward. 50,000 United States dollars for ordinary members, 100,000 United States dollars for senior members, 500,000 United States dollars for ninjas of the Hand, 1 million United States dollars for important backbones of the Hand, and 10 million United States dollars for each of the 5 fingers. A total of 100 million United States dollars. Chen never thought that the 5 fingers of the Hand would be killed, but just wanted to give it a try. Those who are really capable of killing them don't care about the 10 million US dollars, and those who care about the 10 million US dollars don't have the ability to kill Madame Gao and her group. As for the bounty, Chen naturally doesn't have to pay it himself. The High Table Society gives a bounty to each elder every year, so Chen doesn't feel bad about spending it. As for why he didn't offer a bounty for other gangs, Chen said there was no need. After all, these people are in Hell's Kitchen, and he can handle it if he works hard. We have received your request, please wait. On the other end of the phone, the High Table Society Information Center, the administrator paused the phone at this time, and then said, all the files of the members of the Hand in the Big Apple. After a while, a High Table Society staff member in a secretary's uniform took out a copy of the latest files of the members of the Hand from the archives and handed it to the administrator. The administrator took the file and opened the first few pages to see the photos of Murakami and Madame Gao's 5 fingers. Then the administrator confirmed that it was correct and stamped the red seal of the High Table Society's bounty. Then he picked up the phone and replied to Chen the information has been recorded and will be broadcast globally later. This reward can be seen in continental hotels around the world. Soon, the people on the reward were announced to various continental hotels, and every registered killer or force received a text message. At this time, the killer who was drinking in the Continental Hotel heard the text message alert. Then he took out his mobile phone, and after reading the text message, he suddenly showed joy on his face, then put down the beer in his hand and hurried out of the Continental Hotel. The content of the text message was exactly: reward target, any member of the Big Apple City Hand. Total amount, 100 million US dollars. Bounty requirements, 50,000 US dollars for ordinary members, 100,000 US dollars for senior members, and 500,000 US dollars for ninjas of the Hand. Status, effective immediately. Possible location of the target, Hell's Kitchen. At this moment, the mobile phone rings in the Continental Hotel or one after another, and every killer who sees the message is extremely excited, as if the US dollars are waving at them. $100 million and a large number of targets to hunt instantly exploded in the assassin world like a big mushroom. Instantly, a large number of assassins began to rush to Hell's Kitchen, fearing that they would miss the feast if they were late. At this time, flights from all over the world to the Big Apple were instantly sold out. And the local assassins in the Big Apple were already packing their equipment and setting off. At this time, Winston, who was supervising the Hell's Kitchen Continental Hotel, naturally saw the text message and sighed, "Is our boss finally going to show his fangs?" Winston always thought that Chen-Yi had forgotten his identity as an elder of the High Table. After all, since Chen-Yi became an elder of the High Table, he has never used or managed any of the High Table's matters and benefits. Unexpectedly, this first use was on such a large scale. Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. also received the news immediately. Don't underestimate the intelligence of the Federation. Is Chen-Yi sick? Will he die if he doesn't do anything for a day? Send out our agents immediately to keep an eye on the people in Hell's Kitchen. Coulson said, "We have already sent out agents." Then send me 2 more teams. I want to know clearly the actions of everyone in Hell's Kitchen. Black Egg roared. Seeing Director Fury's anger, Coulson could only accept the order. He muttered in a low voice, "Send a few more teams. We have sent out all the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't know whether this is the headquarters or Hell's Kitchen. You are crazy. $100 million. Chen-Yi, please withdraw this bounty and give me the $100 million. Don't talk about the bullshit hand. I can also help you get it back from the American leader. That's $100 million, you prodigal son, my money, Deadpool." After hearing Chen-Yi's bounty, he cried loudly, although there was no terror in his eyes. Vongola I beside him also nodded involuntarily. Vongola I's character did not allow him to be as pitiful as Deadpool. But he agreed with Deadpool's words very much. If he was given $100 million, he could help Chen-Yi deal with the hand. After all, there were still a group of people waiting to be fed behind Vongola I. Although their families seemed to have some power, everyone had to eat, drink, defecate and urinate, and all this money was paid by the Vongola family, so in fact the Vongola family was very poor. Okay, this money is not paid by me. Don't forget that I am the elder of the High Table, and there is a certain amount of bounty every year. Don't you put all the money on this election. You can go too. Anyone can make this money. Chen-Yi looked at their appearance and said with a smile. After hearing what Chen-Yi said, Deadpool immediately put down his bowl and went upstairs to change into his red tights. Seeing that Deadpool was about to go out, Vongola I also put down his reserve, put down his bowl and chopsticks and prepared to resign with Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi saw that Vongola was about to leave, and immediately stepped forward to grab him. Don't think about running away. It's been a long time since we last met. Stay with me tonight. Let's have a good chat. Seeing this, Vongola I couldn't leave, so he could only tell Chen-Yi that he was going to make a phone call. Chen-Yi looked at Vongola I, who was very excited on the phone, and felt a little amused. He didn't expect that a family leader would worry about this little money. Seeing that Vongola I had finished the call, Chen-Yi also asked curiously, "A gang leader cares so much about this little money?" Hearing Chen-Yi's words, Vongola I was angry and said with a little resentment, "You make it sound so easy. We set up this self-defense force in the orphanage, and then they just walked away, leaving a mess for me to deal with." Hearing Vongola I's complaint, Chen-Yi looked embarrassed. Then he quickly changed the subject. "Didn't I just give you money? It's all gone so quickly. Expanding the territory doesn't cost money, training them doesn't cost money, and their food, drink, and defecation don't cost money. We don't sell drugs, and we don't do anything illegal. How do you want us to make money?" Vongola I asked back. Chen-Yi knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to say anything. He could only quietly clean up the table. After complaining a little, Vongola I knew that Chen-Yi was not to blame, and then changed the subject and asked, "Is it worth doing this? Is it worth it for this school?" Chen-Yi paused. "You and I are both experienced people. Do you think there will be a way out if Hell's Kitchen does not change? Is it going to be like this forever? Someone has to do it, so why can't it be me? Besides, I don't think I have done anything. Yes, it's just a school." Chen-Yi never thought that what he is doing now is so great. Building a school is a good thing for any place. But it is not a good thing only in Hell's Kitchen. It is conceivable how deep the disease of Hell's Kitchen is. Before returning to the world of the previous life, Chen-Yi always wanted to do something for his second hometown. The secret base of the hand. At this time, Mrs. Gao and Murakami were sitting on the sofa. And Murakami's apprentice stood aside. The faces of the three people all looked very angry. The atmosphere at the scene was very depressing. The three of them saw the bounty from the high table society, and they didn't expect that Chen-Yi, a mere man, would dare to launch a full-scale war against their hand. Now it's not just Mrs. Gao's business, it's the business of the entire hand. Call all the ninjas from other branches right now. I want to let Chen-Yi, this ignorant kid, know how powerful the hand is. Mrs. Gao angrily chopped her crutches and said with gritted teeth. The kitchen is full of people, and the kitchen is full of people. Hell's Kitchen. Today is the day when Chen-Yi convenes a meeting. At the gate of Fisk building, all kinds of luxury cars gather, including Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Maybach, all parked at the gate. Each gang leader is surrounded by a bunch of younger brothers, but Chen-Yi stipulates that each gang leader can only bring one person in. Otherwise, no matter how big the conference room is, it can't accommodate this group of people, and of course it is also to prevent a fight in the building. Everyone is afraid that something will happen to their boss, and a group of gangsters are waiting with guns across the street. What day is today? Why is it so lively? So many gang leaders have come to Fisk building. The black ant on the side saw a rather spectacular scene in front of her. After all, in places like this, only big shots can drive luxury cars. If an ordinary person drives a luxury car, the car will no longer belong to him the next day. That's right, I heard that all the gangs were called by Chen-Yi, the owner of the Good Luck restaurant, to hold a meeting today. It seems that they are discussing the establishment of the Hell's Kitchen Community School. Another well-informed Asian ant explained. That's a good thing. I seem to have seen Chen-Yi when I was very young. He was one of the few college students in our Hell's Kitchen. I didn't expect that he would still think about us Hell's Kitchen people after he became rich. I heard that the streets where the Good Luck restaurant is located are now managed very safely by Chen-Yi. If I had money, I really want to move there. The black ant praised Chen-Yi as soon as she heard him. Who would stay in Hell's Kitchen if they had money? They would definitely move out to live outside. What are you thinking about? But it is estimated that it will be difficult to accomplish. Look at the gang leaders outside who are all here to oppose Chen-Yi's work. It's a pity that we old men are useless, and it's useless to support Chen-Yi, the young man. The Asian ant said worriedly. After listening to the Asian ant's words, the black ant said indignantly. These gangsters should go to hell. My poor grandson lost his poor life in a gang fight when he was less than 15 years old. They should all be killed by a cannonball. When the Asian ant heard the black ant's dangerous speech, she quickly covered the ant's mouth, and then looked around, fearing that she would be silenced if heard by the gangsters, and quickly pulled the black ant away. Not only that, because of fear of hurting innocent people, even the two roads at the entrance of the building were directly blocked. Today, only the gangsters invited by Chen-Yi can enter with invitations in hand. And there are 5 security guards and security equipment at the entrance of the building to ensure that everyone who enters cannot hold weapons. What do you mean, you still don't want us to go in with guns? I am already giving face enough for me to come. How can a gangster boss not take a gun for self-defense? One of the gangster leaders who was doing security check scolded. That's right, what do you mean, if we are not allowed to carry guns, we will not go in. How can we protect our safety without guns? Many gangsters immediately echoed. They all asked to cancel the security check and let themselves bring weapons in. Everyone, we are also thinking about your safety. What if some people bring guns and some do not? This is very unfair. I swear here in the name of Boss Jin Bing that everyone here can walk out of this building safely today. The person in charge of security this time, Bullseye, comforted the gangster leaders. After hearing this, the gangster leaders obediently cooperated with the security check due to Jin Bing's deterrence. But there will always be young people who are not convinced. One of the gangster leaders directly ignored the security check personnel. I won't go through the check, what can you do to me? Quote. I saw Bullseye took out a pen from somewhere and threw it away. With a whoosh, the pen pierced the hand of the young gang leader as if it had eyes. Ah, Bullseye looked at the scene with satisfaction and said loudly. What our group hates most is fighting and killing. As long as everyone cooperates, I promise that nothing will happen. Everyone can leave the building safely after the meeting. Harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth. After hearing this, the expressions of the gangsters were different, some were sarcastic, some were fearful, and some were calm. But the same thing was that everyone cooperated and handed over their weapons. Bullseye has a natural throwing ability. He can throw any object in his hand to the target with incredible accuracy. Some of his achievements include using playing cards to tear a person's throat, spitting out teeth to penetrate the enemy's skull, throwing a paper airplane to a distant roof, and throwing a toothpick into a window 100 yards away and killing a person. Just as the inspection was in an orderly manner, 5 ragged homeless people suddenly stumbled towards the gate of the Fisk building. The security guards at the door immediately noticed the 5 homeless people with abnormal behavior and became alert. They all pulled out their guns and pointed them at the 5 homeless people. One of the security guards shouted, "Stop, this is not the place for you." The 5 homeless people continued to rush to the door of the building as if they didn't hear him. As the distance got closer, the building security guards clearly saw the 5 homeless people with fear and a bit of fearlessness, and then saw the exposed bomb fuse. "There is a bomb, be alert, protect the guests." Then they started to shoot at the legs of the 5 homeless people. The bullseye inside heard it and led the gang leader inside in an orderly manner. After the building security guards fired, the 5 homeless people obviously lost their ability to move, but the time bomb did not stop counting down. Then the building security guards quickly started to move sandbags and began to surround the homeless people, trying to reduce the impact of the explosion. However, because the 5 homeless people were too scattered and the number of sandbags needed was too large, the building security guards also began to evacuate. "This is your guarantee. Run. I knew that Chen-Yi and you had bad intentions and just wanted to wipe us out." The gang leader in the building immediately began to curse Chen-Yi and his gang. Boom. The time bomb exploded, but what the gang leader didn't expect was that the building was intact and they didn't hear any sound. If they hadn't heard the explosion, they would have suspected that the security guard was joking with them. The gang leaders looked around in confusion. "Everyone, please be patient. I, Chen-Yi, didn't entertain you well and frightened you. The bomb has been defused." Chen-Yi walked in slowly from the hall, along with Vongola and Master Yi. The gang leaders looked at each other in bewilderment, and they could see big question marks in each other's eyes. I don't know if the previous bomb was a joke by Chen-Yi or a real bomb. If it was a real bomb, why didn't it explode? Could it be that Chen-Yi used some superpowers? If so, ordinary weapons would be useless against Chen-Yi. Some gang leaders began to look at Chen-Yi with fear. "Everyone can move to the meeting room. The meeting will start soon." After Chen-Yi finished speaking, he walked towards the elevator. Only the gang leaders were left looking at Chen-Yi's back with fear or anger. The old man was sitting on the ground, and the old man was sitting on the ground. Inside the conference room of the Fisk building, the interior decoration is extremely luxurious, but it does not lose the cold atmosphere. A group of gangsters sat around the oval conference table. Their faces were different, some were gloomy, some were cunning, and some were cruel. Their eyes were like the north wind on a winter night, cold and biting. They wore a variety of suits, from smooth silk to stiff wool, which undoubtedly revealed their unique taste. However, even the most gorgeous clothes could not hide the fact that they were low-class people from Hell's Kitchen. When the door was pushed open and Chen-Yi walked into the conference room, the air seemed to solidify. He slowly walked to the other end of the table, sat in the main seat, and then quietly scanned the people in the venue. The eyes of the gang leaders stayed on his face for a moment, and then quickly moved away. Emotions surged in their hearts: awe, curiosity, disdain, and even a hint of surprise. At this time, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense, as if everyone was silently counting the time in their hearts, waiting for the drama to be staged. Jin Bing seemed to have no objection to Chen-Yi sitting in the main seat. Jin Bing sat to the lower right of Chen-Yi. Seeing that the time was almost up, Jin Bing immediately waved his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. Then he said, "Thank you all for giving me Jin Bing this face, so I won't steal the show. Today, we are gathered here. I believe everyone knows that it was my godson Chen-Yi who invited everyone. Let him speak below." Chen-Yi immediately said, Hello, all the garbage living in hell. His voice was low and magnetic, as if there was a kind of magic that no one present could ignore. As soon as this was said, the leaders were like a pot of boiling water, and they all started to curse. Chen-Yi, what do you mean? Is this meeting for you to insult us? Who are you to say that to us? Chen-Yi calmly glanced at the gang leaders present. The only ones who were relatively calm were the leaders of the Irish and British gangs. Isn't it? Look at the way each of you looks. Who would say that you are serious people? The leader of the Irish gang, Tom, couldn't help but say at this time. Let's get to the point quickly. We are not here for you to mock us. Seeing this, Chen-Yi also said straight to the point. As for me, I am going to open a community college here, and basically everything has been done. You also know that it takes a lot of money to open a school. This time, the main thing is to ask you to sponsor and solve the enrollment problem by the way. Chen-Yi paused, glanced around at everyone, and saw that they all had a feeling of wanting to say something but not being able to. The most important thing is that I hope all minors under the age of 18 in Hell's Kitchen go to community college, including your family members and your gang members. As soon as this was said, there was a burst of laughter in the conference room. Going to school, I am dying of laughter. You are asking gangsters to go to school, what's the difference between asking sows to climb trees? I have never been to school since I was born, but I am still messing around today. At this time, the gang leaders felt that Chen-Yi was a little whimsical, and everyone wanted to leave. Tommy Shelby on the side asked curiously, I can accept your conditions, but what do you have to pay? Everyone looked at Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi was not flustered. Before answering this question, I would like to ask everyone present, are you satisfied with your current life? I live on the edge of a knife every day, and I live in fear every day. I may drive a luxury car and live in a villa today. Tomorrow I will be killed by my enemies and my head and body will be separated. I believe that everyone present here must have more than dozens of lives to achieve today's achievements. Because we live in hell, this is a place where the weak are preyed on by the strong. If we want to survive, we must kill the other party, even if that person is your relative. As soon as Chen-Yi's words came out, everyone was thinking silently. Chen-Yi then pointed to a gang leader and asked, Joyce Bud, I remember that your father was also a gang leader before. Have you ever thought about what you would like to do if you were not a gangster? Joyce Bud thought for a while and then said, I have never thought about this question, because since I can remember, I just followed my dad to join the gang. I have never done anything else except the gang. Chen-Yi then said, see, you have no choice at all. Your parents have never taught you what is the right thing to do, nor have they told you that you can actually be an athlete or a teacher in addition to the gang. Some people's parents may even die in gang fights when they are just born. Here in Hell's Kitchen, we can only think about how to live every day, and live by any means. We have no choice, and we have no time to think, we can only try our best to live. If there is a choice, would you still want to live like this? Chen-Yi can clearly feel that some gang leaders have agreed with what he said. Everyone here, even if you are a gang leader now, we will still be despised when we walk out of Hell's Kitchen, because we are born with the label of Hell's Kitchen. In the eyes of outsiders, Hell's Kitchen is a group of unforgivable garbage, the dregs of society. Quote, people outside always look at us with tinted glasses. They don't know our pain because no one speaks for us. It's not our fault to be born in hell. But if we don't change, it's our fault. The reason why I set up a school is that the school can give children choices, and children can think about the life they want in school safely. Don't let the next generation follow our old path. It's enough for hell to have a group of scum like us. Chen-Yi said passionately. Jin Bing next to him looked at Chen-Yi in front of him with a very gratified look. If there were schools back then, perhaps there would not be today's underground emperor Jin Bing. Are you sympathizing with us now? A gang leader didn't buy it. Chen-Yi stared at the gang leader coldly. You don't deserve my sympathy, and you don't need my sympathy. Quote, this is your own choice. We are a bunch of fools born in hell. Will you stop selling drugs and pimping if you get some sympathy? Idiots have to eat too. I just want you to sympathize with minors. Give them a chance to go to heaven. As for whether they want to go to heaven or stay in hell in the future, that is their own choice. I am not a saint, and I don't want to be a saint. I am just like you, a fool living in hell. The only difference may be that I have a conscience than you fools. After Chen Yi finished speaking, he glanced at the expressions of the gang leaders present. Their faces were different. Some became ashamed, some were thoughtful, but most of them were indeed impatient. After all, those who can become gang leaders are all hard-hearted and ruthless. They will not be moved by Chen Yi's words. Everyone cares more about interests. The Mexican gang leader Gust had had enough of Chen Yi's nagging, and his originally rough face became a little distorted because of impatience. His eyes were like knives, staring at Chen Yi, and there was a dangerous light flashing in his deep black eyes. You are so annoying, he interrupted Chen Yi rudely. I don't care whether those kids go to school or not. They can make a lot of money by selling drugs with me. They don't even need to go to school. Anyway, I will touch anyone who touches my people. Gust's voice was full of threats, as if anyone who dared to touch his bottom line would be ruthlessly hit. Me too. Right, some gang leaders began to whisper, and they were obviously dissatisfied with Chen Yi's preaching. Seeing someone take the lead and confront Chen Yi, some gang leaders followed suit. However, in this group of opposition, Chen Yi did not show any panic or uneasiness. He looked at the gang leaders coldly, revealing an indescribable majesty in his eyes. Before Chen Yi could speak, Tom, the leader of the Irish gang, chuckled softly, and then said to Chen Yi, "Young man, you are still too young. You think you can take our interests from us without paying any price. For us, interests are more important than life. Here, the least valuable thing is human life. Where is this? This is Hell's Kitchen. Preaching and persuading us will not work for us. We can stand out in this hell because we are ruthless. We have long sold our souls to the devil. You are also from hell. Don't you know the rules of our hell?" Tom's voice was full of teasing and contempt. Chen Yi was silent for a moment, then calmly replied, "I don't want to be your enemy, I just hope you can understand that education is the real way to change their fate. The children are innocent. They have been hated by people outside with sins since they were born. They don't even know what crimes they have committed. What did they do wrong? Is it wrong for them to be born in this world? They can't even speak or walk yet, but they need to carry the label of Hell's Kitchen, so that others can look at them with strange eyes. This is unfair to them. I know the world is inherently unfair. So there is no naivety to change this world. I just want to give them a chance. Let them prove that it is not their fault to be born in hell. They don't have the power to choose whether to be born in heaven or hell, but we can give them the power to choose, whether to choose to stay in this cruel hell with us fools, or to climb out of this quagmire called Hell's Kitchen and never come back." His voice was firm and powerful, although he knew that in this violent and bloody Hell's Kitchen, such words might not be accepted. Chen Yi said what he should say, and Chen Yi didn't know how much the gang leaders present heard. Anyway, Chen Yi tried his best, and as for the rest, let's use strength to speak. Then Chen Yi stood up, glanced at the people present, and said domineeringly, "Also, I'm not discussing with you this time. I'm just informing you that if you don't accept it, then follow the rules of Hell's Kitchen and fight one-on-one." Chen Yi paused, pointed his finger at the leaders present. "I'll fight all of you alone. Whoever doesn't accept it, go back. The winner will be decided in Hell's Kitchen tonight. You should call people when you need to. I know that all the leaders present have their own backups. It's better to call them all today, otherwise I'm afraid you won't have the chance to use them again. Also, leaders who are willing to sponsor, we can stay and discuss the issue of school sponsorship fees." Chen Yi's words officially ignited the anger of the gang leaders. Gust pointed at Chen Yi and said, "Okay, you have guts. Wait for me tonight. I have been annoyed with you for a long time. Hell's Kitchen does not allow people who break the rules." Other gang leaders also stood up. They were angered by Chen Yi's provocation and expressed their willingness to fight Chen Yi to the end. They did not think that Chen Yi, a young boy, could fight against all of them. Face these angry. The gang leaders were fearless, and he knew that he had to speak with strength. Chen Yi will face the siege of many gang leaders. He must show amazing strength and wisdom to survive in such a battle. This battle is not only about his honor, but also about the future of the school and children behind him. Jin Bing, who was standing aside, knew that there would be a big drama in Hell's Kitchen today. He had witnessed the rise and fall of too many gangs, and he also knew that the gang leaders who opposed Chen-Yi at the meeting today would stand here in this capacity for the last time. With a trace of pity in his eyes, he looked around at these people who were about to embark on a road of no return. Jin Bing knew in his heart that the resistance of these gang leaders to Chen-Yi was tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. He shook his head helplessly, watching their backs leave angrily one by one. He knew that after they returned, they would definitely gather their men and prepare to fight Chen-Yi. And this battle, they had no chance of winning. In that case, then take care and I won't see you off. I'll be waiting for you in Hell's Kitchen today. In the meeting room, Chen-Yi's expression remained calm. He knew the intentions of these gang leaders, and also understood their anger and disdain for him. Chen-Yi also knew clearly that today there would definitely be more than just gang members, the forces behind them would also take action. The gang leaders who opposed Chen-Yi left the meeting room one after another, their faces were gloomy, and their eyes were full of determination. After they returned, they immediately began to gather their men to prepare for the coming storm. They vowed to make Chen-Yi pay the price and let the outsiders know that their gang still has the final say in Hell's Kitchen. After a while, only a few gang leaders were left sitting in the huge meeting room. What surprised Chen-Yi was that Tommy Shelby, the leader of the British gang, was still here. Tommy Shelby felt Chen-Yi's gaze and slowly said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm different from those barbarians who only use brute force. I agree with opening a school. I can help you deal with them, but you have to pay enough benefits." Then Shelby paused and looked at Kingpin and Vongola beside Chen-Yi. Vongola understood and patted Chen-Yi on the shoulder. "I'll go back and prepare first. I'll take care of the gangs in the central area." Then he turned and left. Chen-Yi waved his hand. "It's okay, we are all family, and Uncle Kingpin is the boss of Hell's Kitchen. Tell me what you want in detail." In the entire huge conference room, only Chen-Yi and the other two were left to discuss the distribution of benefits. "I want the territory of the Irish gang," Tommy Shelby said straight to the point. The news that Chen-Yi was going to fight the people in Hell's Kitchen spread like wildfire, and the whole Hell's Kitchen was boiling. There was a tense atmosphere in the air, as if an invisible storm was brewing. Those residents who were strolling around were stunned when they heard the news at first, and then they quickened their pace and hurried home. Their faces were full of worry and uneasiness, as if they had a premonition of something terrible about to happen. The small vendors in Hell's Kitchen also closed their business early, and even nailed wooden boards to their shops to prevent them from being affected by the war at night. They stood at the door, looking at the gradually dimming colors in the sky, and their hearts were full of helplessness and worry. Chen-Yi, however, walked towards the restaurant leisurely, as if nothing had happened to him. His eyes were firm, with a barely perceptible smile on his face. He knew that this battle was inevitable, but he was not afraid. Because he had confidence and believed that he could overcome everything. On the narrow streets, residents were busy on their way. However, when they saw Chen-Yi, they all stopped. Some made a cheering gesture to him, which was a silent encouragement and support. Their eyes were full of admiration, because they knew that Chen-Yi was fighting for the future of Hell's Kitchen. Others were worried about him. After all, this struggle was not easy. "Come on, young man. As soon as the school starts, I will send my children there as soon as possible." A middle-aged woman shouted to him. Her voice was full of trust and gratitude, because she knew that everything Chen-Yi did was for the future of the children. "Chen-Yi, thank you for everything you have done for Hell's Kitchen. I hope you can succeed." An old man patted his shoulder, his eyes full of expectations. Chen-Yi felt the expectations of the residents, which made him more determined. He knew that this struggle could only succeed, not fail. He could not let the residents down, and he could not let his efforts go to waste. Unconsciously, Chen-Yi returned to the restaurant. John Wick, Pietro, Deadpool, Dr. Ethan and others seemed to have made an appointment to wait for Chen-Yi's return downstairs. Even Deadpool, who went out to earn extra money last night, came back. They gathered together and looked at Chen-Yi with firm eyes. Chen-Yi was very satisfied when he saw the group of people in front of him. "I still have a group of friends. I will not lose. Why are you standing at the door? You are not worried about me, just stay inside," Chen-Yi said with a smile, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. However, his friends did not respond to his words, but just followed him silently. They knew that in the next period of time, they would fight side by side for the future of Hell's Kitchen. In a corner of the restaurant, the discussion was going on, and the atmosphere was tense and solemn. Chen Yi, a young man with a heavy responsibility, swept everyone present with a serious look. The light in the restaurant was dim, but his eyes were as sharp and firm as a sword. Our opponents are not simple. Chen Yi's deep voice echoed in the restaurant. The Irish gangs in the West District, the Mexican gangs in the South District, and the hand and society behind them, S.H.I.E.L.D, these are the forces we must be vigilant against. At this moment, Chen Yi did not know that the Brotherhood of Mutants had also come to Hell's Kitchen, and their target was him. We must go all out for tonight's operation, Chen Yi said firmly. I have already negotiated with the British gang in the North District about the Irish gang in the West District. They will provide us with the necessary support. Uncle Jin Bing will take care of this. The Vongola family in the Midtown District will also help us deal with those small gangs. As for the S.H.I.E.L.D. combat team behind the Mexican gang in the South District, Master Yi and Lao Ma, they will be handed over to you. Is there any problem? Chen Yi looked at Master Yi and Lao Ma and asked. After all, no matter how big the Mexican gang is, there are only ordinary people inside. Chen Yi believes that Lao Ma can solve it with a legendary killer, and S.H.I.E.L.D. will be handed over to Master Yi. These two people should be able to solve it. No problem, I will not show mercy to drug dealers, Master Yi said confidently. If I am not mistaken, you should have reinforcements, Chen Yi said deeply, his eyes revealing an indescribable wisdom. The gangs are actually nothing to be afraid of. The most important thing is the Hand and the Society. The Hand and the Society will be handed over to Deadpool, Pietro and John. Deadpool, you can continue to earn your pocket money. Remember to bring your dog Deadpool. You still understand me, my dear Chen Yi? Tell me, are you in love with me? Deadpool asked teasingly, with a cynical smile on his face. As for Dr. Ethan, do you want to take Xiaoyi to Tony's place? Of course, you can stay in the apartment. I promise that no one can hurt you. Ethan smiled. I am not a burden, don't worry. Give me a gun, I will stay in the restaurant and fight alongside you. I will protect Xiaoyi. Seeing this, Chen Yi did not say much. Chen Yi paused and continued. I will stay in the restaurant and take command. If there is any emergency, I will notify you in time. At the same time, I must also be alert to possible enemies. Time passed in a tense and orderly atmosphere. Everyone was busy preparing for the upcoming battle. Chen Yi sat quietly in the corner of the restaurant, his eyes deep and firm, as if thinking about something. In fact, Chen Yi was talking to the system in his mind to see if he could provide help for the upcoming battle. When Chen Yi opened the system, he was frightened by a large number of system prompts. Congratulations to the host, Hell's Kitchen Resident D successfully added the host as a friend. Congratulations to the host, Hell's Kitchen Resident E successfully added the host as a friend. Congratulations to the host, Hell's Kitchen Resident. Chen Yi looked at the time of the system prompt, and it turned out that it was a prompt when Chen Yi just walked from Fisk Daxia to the restaurant. System, how many friend points do I have now? Currently there are 603 friend points, which can be exchanged for 6 family points. Do you want to exchange? The system asked. Exchange. Give me a lottery. System, Chen Yi said in his mind. Congratulations to the host for winning, thank you for your patronage. Sure enough, this probability. Chen Yi cursed. Go on, system, draw all 5 for me, Chen Yi said with his eyes closed. Chen Yi closed his eyes and waited silently. Ding, the draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Lost Drive. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Eternal Memory. Chen Yi vaguely remembered Kamen Rider Eternal's catchphrase, come on, enjoy it in hell. Chen Yi looked at the 2 items and muttered to himself, Kamen Rider Eternal. Hell, it really suits me. System, is this really just a coincidence? The old man was in a hurry to get out of the door. Hell's Kitchen. At this time, the 3 Deadpools followed the dog Deadpool and came to the door of the secret base of the Hand. Looking at the building in front of him, the dog Deadpool sniffed his nose, then turned his head and said to John Wick and others, they should be in this building. John Wick, the legendary killer who has experienced many battles, was about to arrange tactics but was startled by Deadpool's actions. I saw Deadpool pull out 2 knives from his back, and the blades flashed coldly under the light. He shouted, "My money, your Deadpool grandfather is here." Then he rushed into the building without hesitation. Pietro on the side seemed to be accustomed to this. He put on goggles and followed closely. John Wick couldn't help but sigh. It was the first time he saw such a reckless way of fighting. He muttered to himself, "Are the boss's people so fierce? Shouldn't we sneak attack?" At this time, the 2 members of the hand at the gate of Daxia saw Deadpool rushing over, and one of them immediately took out a walkie-talkie. Enemy attack. Deadpool would not give them a chance to spread the news. He rushed forward like a flash of lightning, and the knife in his hand drew a beautiful arc, directly splitting the hand member in half. Before the other member could press the alarm, Pietro moved to his side in an instant and knocked him to the ground with a punch. Then Pietro turned to John Wick and said, "Don't dilly-dally, these rubbish, just rush over." Deadpool took out his mobile phone to take pictures of the corpse, and then shouted, "Hurry up, don't delay me making money." After that, the 2 walked towards Daxia, and the dog Deadpool jumped up and continued to lead the way for the 2. Seeing this, John Wick held his forehead with one hand and looked up at the sky. "It seems that I am not needed very much." Then he rushed into the building together. Inside the building, the security personnel had heard the sound of the intercom and found Pietro and others in the monitoring room. The alarm system of the building was immediately sounded. As the alarm sounded, the entire building of the hand seemed to be injected with vitality, and the originally quiet corridor instantly became lively. Countless hand killers came out in droves, their eyes flashed with coldness and determination, and they were obviously fully prepared. Deadpool and others who had just entered Daxia were intercepted by 6 killers wearing hand uniforms and holding pistols. These killers had no expression on their faces, as if they were just cold-blooded machines. These hand killers quickly shot at them. Facing the dense bullets fired at them, Deadpool seemed unusually relaxed. He held 2 knives in his hands and shouted, "Don't move, watch your grandpa Deadpool perform." Deadpool moved at a dazzling speed. He chopped off the flying bullets with one hand, his movements were smooth and natural, as if he was born with such ability. Then, he combined the 2 knives, and his wrists turned faster and faster, forming a dazzling knife flower. The dazzling light seemed to illuminate the entire corridor. The 6 gunmen saw that Deadpool's knife chopped the bullets, and they were not surprised, and they kept shooting at Deadpool until the pistols had used up all the bullets. The 6 gunmen saw that they had emptied the magazines, and they were very surprised to see that Deadpool on the opposite side was still like a normal person. Then they drew their knives and rushed towards Deadpool. Deadpool was still showing off and said to the stunned John Wick, "I am handsome, don't be fascinated by me." John Wick wanted to slap himself when he saw Deadpool's body full of bullet holes. Just now, he really believed that Deadpool could block all the bullets with a knife. "John, you don't really think he blocked the bullets with a knife, he just relied on his immortality to show off." Pietro couldn't stand Deadpool's show-off. He directly used his ability and rushed to the front of the 6 hand and society killers in an instant. His speed was so fast that no one could react in time. The next second, the 6 hand and society killers took off directly and hit the ceiling and walls violently. Bang, bang, bang. The collision sounded, and when the 6 killers landed, their life breath had disappeared. Pietro's eyes flashed with cold light, and he was obviously not surprised by such a result. At this time, Murakami was sitting on the sofa in the room on the top floor of the building, thinking about something. Suddenly, the alarm in the building sounded loudly. A shrill alarm echoed in the hall. His brows slightly frowned, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face. The next second, the door of the room was knocked, and a man dressed as a ninja with a short sword on his back walked in. This person was Murakami's apprentice Shin. Shin came to Murakami and bowed his head and said, "It was Chen Yi's people who broke into the building. The people on the first floor have been dealt with." Murakami didn't care when he heard that the people on the first floor had been dealt with. Then Murakami stood up and said, "After all, it's still a step too late. Since the guests are here, Shin, come with me to greet our guests." Shin immediately nodded respectfully when he heard this. "Yes, master." He followed closely and stood behind Murakami. The two walked out of the room and entered a long corridor. The corridor was dimly lit, with only a few faint lights in the distance. The two walked in the corridor, and only heard footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. At this time, Deadpool and his group had already reached the third floor via the stairs. Deadpool kept complaining, "Why don't you take the elevator? You have to take the stairs." Lord Deadpool hates taking the stairs the most. When John Wick heard Deadpool's complaints, the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Taking the elevator is too dangerous. If the enemy throws a bomb or something, there is nowhere to run. Not everyone has the ability to be immortal like Deadpool. So for his own safety, John Wick had to persuade Deadpool to agree to climb the stairs. As soon as they entered the third floor, several fully armed tactical teams with machine guns had been waiting for a long time, and they fired at the three people and the dog who entered the door. Da 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 da. The bullets attacked Deadpool and others as if they were free. Seeing the bullets about to hit the three people, the members of the tactical team showed a ferocious smile on their faces, as if they saw a scene of blood and flesh flying. Seeing the bullets coming, just as Deadpool was about to take action. "Leave it to me." Pietro took the lead, and the next second the bullets that were coming at them were turned around and shot at the tactical team members. The members of the tactical team never expected that the bullets they shot would actually attack them in return. The hideous smiles on their faces had not completely disappeared before they were killed by their own bullets. All this happened too suddenly, and they fell to the ground before they even made any sound. The old man was sitting on the ground, and the old man was lying on the ground. At this moment, Murakami and Nobuya came to the third floor and saw a mess. The originally magnificent hall has become dilapidated, with broken glass and furniture scattered on the ground. The Special Forces team has fallen in a pool of blood, and it is obvious that there is no breath of life. Murakami looked at everything in front of him, without showing too much expression on his face. He glanced at Nobuya, and Nobuya nodded silently, and the two exchanged glances tacitly. Slowly, Murakami and Nobuya heard the footsteps becoming clearer and clearer. Picoro and John Wick over there were still busy dealing with those miscellaneous soldiers. The weapons in their hands flashed with cold light, and every swing was accompanied by the screams of the enemy. "This one should be worth 500,000, and this one without the ninja costume is 50,000. It's unlucky. When can I see my 10 million? Deadpool did not make a move. He was taking pictures over there. He was a little tired of dealing with the soldiers and complained there. At this moment, the dog Deadpool suddenly barked loudly, "Woof, I smell two people in front. The breath of the two is heavier than the previous people." Its voice echoed in the empty corridor, which was creepy. Hearing the dog's words, John Wick and others stopped moving forward. They began to be alert, holding their weapons tightly, and preparing to deal with possible dangers. Only Deadpool showed an excited look on his face. He immediately put away his mobile phone, and his body turned into a flash of lightning, rushing forward quickly. Maybe because of the power of money, his speed was amazingly fast, as if a red lightning broke through the night sky. Deadpool soon saw two people at the end of the corridor, one old and one young, walking towards him. The old man was tall, with a dignified face and a black robe, giving people a sense of majesty without anger. The young man was thin, pale, and had a cold look in his eyes. The two were about to draw their swords to chop at Deadpool, but Deadpool suddenly took out his mobile phone and shouted, "Wait, wait. Let me see first." As he spoke, he looked down at the screen of his mobile phone. Murakami and his apprentice Chen were stunned, not understanding what Deadpool was doing. They looked at each other and saw that both of them had a puzzled expression. Deadpool was looking at his mobile phone, his fingers kept swiping the screen, and from time to time he looked up at Murakami and Shin, muttering, "Not this, not this." Then he raised his mobile phone and said loudly to Murakami, "Found it, you are my 10 million. On the mobile phone was a photo of Murakami. Murakami and Shin were confused by what Deadpool said, but they also saw that Deadpool was playing tricks on them. Shin clenched the knife in his hand, with a flame of anger burning in his eyes. He stared at Deadpool, then swung the knife fiercely. However, Deadpool easily dodged his attack at an incredible speed. "You are not my 10 million, my partners will be here soon, go find them." Deadpool quickly spit out a sentence with a playful smile on his face. Then Deadpool slashed at Murakami. Shin saw that he was ignored like this, and the guy in the red hood in front of him dared to be so rude to his master, and he became even more angry in an instant. Come and die. Shin roared and slashed at Deadpool's back again. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A bullet hit Shin, and Shin could only change the attack route and use his short knife to block the bullet. Then Shin looked in the direction of the bullet, and it turned out that John Wick and others had arrived. John Wick took the lead and said to Shin, "I will be your opponent." John Wick proposed a one-on-one duel. After all, he had been rowing all the way. Finally, he had an opponent, and John Wick wanted to help. Then he rushed towards Shin. The battle between the two was very fierce, and their movements were as fast as lightning, dazzling. John Wick relied on his excellent marksmanship to continuously attack Shin, while Shin relied on his many years of ninja experience to cleverly dodge Wick's bullets. John Wick constantly used the gun in his hand to close the distance, trying to fight with Shin. Just then, John Wick found Shin's flaw and shot down Shin's short knife with one shot, and then the two began to fight with bare hands. The fight between the two lasted for a long time, and the figures under the moonlight danced and danced, dazzling. The power of Shin and the speed is quite good, but John Wick's wisdom and experience are better. He kept changing his moves, sometimes attacking and sometimes defending, so that Shin couldn't figure out his movements. In the end, John Wick defeated Shin with his own ability. His movements were like a precision machine, every attack was accurate, and every defense was just right. Shin gradually became powerless in the repeated failures, and was finally defeated by John Wick. Then John Wick walked to Pietro, who was watching the show, panting, and joined the crowd watching the show. Here, Murakami easily avoided Deadpool's slash. At first, Murakami tried to suppress Deadpool with his superb swordsmanship, but Deadpool's knife skills were also not weak, and he resolved them one by one with his almost absurd fighting style. During the fight, Deadpool did not forget to tease Murakami. "You don't look very strong with 10 million. Are you too old? You are already old, why are you still fighting? I know, you are as short of money as I am. Money is a fool, it is always spent faster than earned." Even though Murakami is an old man who has seen the world, he has never seen such a mean person as Deadpool in his life. He couldn't help but get angry in his heart, and the strength of his attack gradually increased. Murakami suddenly launched a fierce counterattack. The knife in his hand turned into lightning, which caught Deadpool off guard. Deadpool was not panicked at all, and still teased, "Wow, this move is powerful, worthy of my 10 million. At this critical moment, Deadpool blocked Murakami's attack with his almost omnipotent blade. Then, he used the force to push Murakami away. Murakami rolled several times in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Deadpool took advantage of this opportunity to look behind him, and saw that Pietro and others had already dealt with the young man who was watching quietly on the side. Deadpool also decided to get serious. "Sorry, I'm still in a hurry to collect my bounty, so I won't play with you for now. 10 million US. Then the two sides quickly launched the second round of attack and defense. Deadpool resisted Murakami's attack with his unexpected knife skills. And Murakami used his strength and skills to break through Deadpool's defense again and again. The strength of the two was fully demonstrated on the field, and every confrontation made people hold their breath. Pietro and others on the side also watched very enjoyably. At the critical moment, Deadpool decided to take an unexpected approach. He suddenly slowed down the speed of his attack, as if deliberately giving Murakami a chance. Murakami did not expect Deadpool to do this. He began to get carried away, and his attacks became more and more wild. Just when he was about to hit Deadpool with his full force, Deadpool suddenly launched a fatal counterattack. His knife accurately pierced Murakami's heart, killing him with one blow. Murakami's shocked expression froze at that moment, he couldn't believe his failure. Deadpool also quickly took out his mobile phone. He made a, "yeah" gesture with his hand and took a selfie with Murakami's body. Murakami, one of the leaders of the Hand, died. At the same time, Master Yi and Lao Ma also came to the slums where the Mexican gangs were stationed. It was the first time for Lao Ma to come to the slums. He looked around and was shocked by the scene in front of him. Those dilapidated and dangerous buildings seemed to be in danger of collapse at any time. The piles of garbage gave off an unbearable stench. Lao Ma looked at all this in the slums and couldn't help but sigh. This is really a desperate place. I thought the environment in Hell's Kitchen was bad enough. I didn't expect it to be worse than Hell's Kitchen. Although Master Yi couldn't see, he could feel that there was a sense of despair and stench here through his observation hockey. He said in a deep voice, "Don't forget, man. This is also part of Hell's Kitchen. Aren't we here to get rid of the source of all this?" Old Ma instantly understood what Master Yi meant. Their target this time was the ruler of this place, Mexican leader Gust. This man not only controls the economic lifeline of the slums, but also uses drugs and violence to oppress and exploit the residents here. No time to sigh, it seems that the other party is ready. Master Yi seemed to be able to see through everything in the perception of the domineering sense of observation. He found that more and more people with weapons were approaching them. Their footsteps, panting, and even the sound of weapons colliding could not escape Master Yi's ears. There was also a person with a very strong breath standing in the center. It seemed that the person was Gust's foreign aide, the leader of the S.H.I.E.L.D. special team. Master Yi didn't think that a gang that started with drugs could have such a person. Then the snipers and gunmen who were ambushed around the dangerous building took the lead in attacking. The sound of bullets broke the silence of the night. Dense bullets attacked Master Yi and his team. Master Yi subconsciously raised his hand and wanted to use the power of the gravity fruit to get rid of these gunmen. But looking at those ragged, terrified and helpless homeless people hiding in the corner, Master Yi softened his heart. Master Yi couldn't bear to hurt innocent people, so he withdrew his hand, used his observation hockey to dodge the bullets and quickly rushed towards the gunmen. At the same time, Lao Ma also rushed to the bunker quickly. With his extraordinary shooting skills, he fired cold shots from time to time to create trouble for the enemy. Not long after, Master Yi and Lao Ma and others solved the first wave of enemies. But before they could catch their breath, a steady stream of gangsters rushed over like a tide. Gust, who was in the center, looked at this scene on the monitor and sneered. This Chen Yi is so ignorant of life and death, and he dares to be so arrogant to send only 2 people to break into my territory. I want them to go and never come back. Send everyone forward. I will give $5 million for each head. Gust ordered arrogantly. When the younger brothers heard about the huge bounty, they immediately rushed out like chicken blood. Crossbones, the captain of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Rapid Response Special Forces, also saw the scene on the monitor and said with disdain on his face, "Mr. Gust, there are only these 2 people. Do you need our team to protect you?" Gust, who was arrogant just now, suddenly became respectful. "Mr. Crossbones, I am just in case. As long as you ensure that I am safe tonight, I will immediately propose to the mayor to donate $10 million to you tomorrow. HMPH, then you should prepare your $10 million. Crossbones snorted coldly, and then stopped talking. Gust saw Crossbones' arrogant attitude, and his face was still flattering. But in fact, he had already cursed in his heart. If he hadn't been unable to beat the man in front of him, Gust would have thrown him to the dogs. At this moment, Lao Ma seemed a little overwhelmed by the enemies pouring in like a tide. But they still resisted tenaciously, relying on their superb body skills and tacit cooperation. They resisted the enemy's attacks again and again. Master Yi also understood that this couldn't go on, and then said to Lao Ma, "It won't work, you hold on first. Catch the thief first, I'll kill their leader. You are responsible for killing the group of people outside." Then, without waiting for Lao Ma to react, he saw Master Yi use his ability to rise from the ground, stepping on the ground and flying towards the center. "Shift, I'm just an ordinary person." Old Ma cursed at the gangsters rushing towards him. Soon, Master Yi was like a flash of lightning, quickly crossing the battlefield and coming to the open space in the center. Although he couldn't see with his eyes, it didn't affect his gaze at Gust. The Rapid Response Special Forces team on the ground also noticed the arrival of Master Yi, and they raised their weapons without hesitation. The members of the Rapid Response Special Forces are all elites who have undergone rigorous training. They are well aware of Master Yi's ability, and the weapons in their hands are special bullets carefully developed by the S.H.I.E.L.D. Research Institute, which can ignore gravity. Master Yi saw that his ability could not control the bullets, so he immediately put his hands down and began to control the stones on the ground. His ability was demonstrated again, and those huge stones seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, flying and rotating in the air, forming an indestructible barrier. Afterwards, Master Yi landed safely and slowly said to Gust, "Nice to meet you, I am Kane, Chen Yi's subordinate." "Nice to meet you, I'm asking you to die. Quote. Gust, who was standing by, pretended to be calm and shouted to Crossbones, kill him, you protect me. Then he quickly fled to the safe house behind. Master Yi saw that Gust wanted to run, and prepared to give Gust the final blow. However, Crossbones, who was standing by, obviously didn't want him to do so, and quickly shot him twice and punched Master Yi. Although Crossbones didn't have superpowers, as a disciple of the Master of Mimicry and having defeated Captain America several times, his fighting skills were also first class. On the other side, Old Ma was struggling to resist the remaining gangsters alone. Old Ma was in a very dangerous situation, the gangsters had strong firepower, and he was just an ordinary person. He kept shooting, changing magazines, and shooting again, but the enemies seemed to never end. Old Ma began to feel desperate, and he shouted loudly, is there anyone to help me? I heard that you need help, man. Quote. Leoma turned his head sharply, but saw only darkness. He thought he had heard wrongly, or maybe he was too nervous and had hallucinations. But the voice spoke again, I said, do you need help? Man. At this time, a man in a red tights slowly walked out of the shadows. Leoma widened his eyes and looked at the man carefully. Deadpool, did you change clothes? Lao Ma asked in surprise. The man in front of him was also wearing a red tights, but Lao Ma still found some differences. The most obvious thing was that he did not have Deadpool's iconic facial features. Daredevil heard it and pointed at his eyes in anger and said, I am Daredevil. I am blind, I am not wearing an eye patch. Leoma realized at this time that the man in front of him was not an illusion, but a real person, and a reinforcement. The battle was in full swing in the noisy Hell's Kitchen. The sound of gunfire and shouting was mixed together. Local residents were used to it, but today's movement was unprecedented. As a native of Hell's Kitchen, how could Matthew Michael Murdock not know the truth behind all this? Matthew Michael Murdock, a well-known identity of Daredevil. This name is feared among gangsters. And his true identity is a newcomer in the legal profession. During the day, he is gentle and rational, but at night, he will become a messenger of justice, using his fists and courage to fight against the evil forces that bring chaos to Hell's Kitchen. Although Matthew hates Kingpin, he has complicated feelings towards Chen Yi. He hated Chen Yi at first, thinking that Chen Yi would be as evil as his godfather, but later he admired Chen Yi because Chen Yi did many things that Matthew could not do. First, Matthew himself was not as rich as Chen Yi. As the only blind lawyer in Hell's Kitchen, even the rent was almost a problem, so he naturally had no money to help the residents of Hell's Kitchen. Second, Daredevil did not have Chen Yi's background. Although Matthew had tried to influence the community as Daredevil, the result was not satisfactory. His power was meager, and he could not change the community as profoundly as Chen Yi and protect the neighbors. When he heard that Chen Yi was targeted by the gang for building a school for Hell's Kitchen, Matthew himself wanted to contribute to Hell's Kitchen. So Matthew decided to pick a gang with the worst reputation, and the Mexican gang was the first target of Daredevil. Daredevil said to the exhausted Lao Ma, it looks like you are exhausted. You should take a rest first. I will take care of this. Lao Ma was unhappy after hearing what Daredevil said, and he immediately stopped. I can fight this level of battle all day long without rest. Lao Ma said firmly, and then fired at the gangsters again. Matthew saw Lao Ma's persistence and didn't say much. Then he rushed into the chaotic gang battlefield and started his battle journey. On the battlefield, Lao Ma said to himself while fighting against the gangsters, why is it another blind man? I was born to team up with blind people. Lao Ma's face was full of helplessness. With the addition of the mysterious reinforcement Daredevil, Lao Ma could clearly feel that the firepower of the opponent was gradually weakening. I believe it won't take long to get rid of everyone and end the battle. Looking at the fierce Daredevil on the battlefield, Lao Ma couldn't help but sigh, will becoming blind make him stronger? In the fierce battle, Daredevil showed extraordinary fighting skills and keen perception. He seemed to be able to predict the enemy's actions in advance and always make the most correct response at the critical moment. Every attack of his was full of power and precision, which was amazing. Lao Ma and Daredevil fought side by side and cooperated tacitly. They covered each other, worked together, and approached the gangsters, positioned step by step. On the other side of the battlefield, Master Yi and Crossbones were fighting fiercely. The rest of the S.H.I.E.L.D. combat team had already lost their combat effectiveness and lay aside. Crossbones faced an opponent like Master Yi, and his face showed excitement. He hadn't met an equal opponent for a long time. The last opponent who could tie with him was Captain Wuwukai during World War II. Your strength is indeed not to be underestimated. I haven't had such a good fight for a long time. Why didn't you use your superpower just now? Crossbones praised. Master Yi smiled and responded, thank you for the compliment. I originally wanted to have a fair duel with you, but now it seems that I may not be able to defeat you without superpowers. Next, I will use my power. Master Yi was telling the truth. The opponent in front of him was very experienced, and Master Yi did not intend to use his power at the beginning. Master Yi's ability can easily cause large-scale damage, and he will have to ask Chen Yi to pay for it later. After all, Master Yi already owed Chen Yi too many favors, and he didn't want to cause trouble for Chen Yi again. But Master Yi found that he really couldn't beat Crossbones without his power, and he was even slightly inferior, so Master Yi had no choice but to use his superpowers. Crossbones is a powerful opponent, and his attacks are swift and accurate. After catching Master Yi's distraction, at this moment, he suddenly launched a fierce attack. Although Master Yi reacted quickly, he was still hit hard by Crossbones. How dare you be distracted when fighting me? Crossbones sneered. Master Yi was not knocked down by this punch. He quickly stabilized his body. He began to adjust his state and refocus his mind. Crossbones did not give Master Yi too much time to think. He quickly launched a new round of attacks. Master Yi was agile and flexibly dodged Crossbones' attack, and at the same time used Gravity Chaos. Gravity Chaos can make the opponent feel the abnormal changes in gravity. Although Crossbones has special equipment, he still feels that his body is light and heavy, and he can't control his balance. Gravity Chaos makes Crossbones fall into extreme distress. Every attack and defense becomes extremely difficult, as if struggling in a chaotic gravity field. No matter how rich Crossbones' combat experience is, it becomes useless in such an environment. After a fierce battle, Crossbones finally couldn't adapt to this abnormal change in gravity. His movements became slower and slower, and his defense was flawed. Master Yi took the opportunity to launch a more violent attack, beating Crossbones back step by step. This battle seemed to have become a gorgeous dance. Master Yi was agile, like a bright star, shining in the dark. Although Crossbones was strong, he seemed powerless in such a battle. In the end, he was defeated by Master Yi, and the duel ended with Master Yi's victory. But Master Yi didn't kill Crossbones. After all, Crossbones was different from the gangsters in Hell's Kitchen. He was an official. If Crossbones was killed, it might cause more trouble. Besides, Master Yi's target tonight was the Mexican leader Gust from beginning to end. Then Master Yi slowly walked towards the safe house where Gust was. Gust, who was at the safe house, had arranged a helicopter to pick him up when Crossbones was at a disadvantage. When Master Yi arrived at the safe house, Gust had packed up some of his belongings and got on the helicopter. The helicopter's propellers were spinning, making a buzzing sound, and the entire plane had begun to take off slowly. Gust got on the helicopter and saw Master Yi coming, and hurriedly urged the pilot. Take off quickly, take off quickly. There was a hint of tension and fear of death in his voice. After confirming that the helicopter had taken off, Gust shouted to Master Yi below, I will be back. You wait for me. His voice was full of threats and provocations. Master Yi saw this and sighed slightly, your destination is only hell. Then he drew out his cane sword and shouted, Hell Brigade. Then he turned around and left without looking back. The next second, the helicopter suddenly lost gravity, fell to the ground in an instant, and exploded. The flames shot up to the sky, illuminating the dark sky. Gust was buried in the sea of fire, ending his sinful life. Oh no, do I have to pay for this? Master Yi scratched his head. The night fell, the moonlight filled the entire restaurant street, and the silver light illuminated every corner. However, on this quiet night, only Chen Yi stood alone in the middle of the street, and his figure looked particularly lonely under the moonlight. As if he was out of tune with this world. Everyone was proceeding according to the plan. Chen Yi looked up at the sky, and in the deep black curtain, the stars flickered faintly. His eyes also flickered with a firm light, as if announcing his determination to the endless night sky. He knew that as long as tonight passed, the fate of the entire Hell's Kitchen would change. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and faint footsteps came from a distance, breaking the tranquility. A group of black-clad figures approached slowly. Their steps were steady and powerful, as if every step was provoking Chen. They had ferocious expressions on their faces, and their eyes revealed a fierce light, as if they were evil spirits from hell. Those people held various weapons and approached Chen step by step, as if they wanted to put him to death. They were obviously elite killers sent by the gang coalition, and each of them had a murderous look in their eyes. However, facing this seemingly aggressive black-clad figure, Chen did not take it to heart. His eyes revealed a calmness and composure, as if all this was within his expectations. I can't let you disturb the rest of the residents of Hell's Kitchen. It's been noisy enough during this period, Chen said coldly, his voice echoing in the night sky with an irresistible force. He instantly activated his speed force, his body turned into a flash of lightning, and instantly passed through the encirclement of those killers. His figure danced in the air, and every move was with the force of thunder. Those assassins were knocked to the ground by him before they could react. Chen-Yi's block is at the easternmost part of Hell's Kitchen. It is far away from other war-torn places and is a relatively quiet Pure Land. He originally thought that he could temporarily stay away from the disputes in this corner, but some things just don't go as one wishes. Just as he was enjoying this rare tranquility, a heart-pounding machine roar came from the sky. Chen-Yi looked up and saw an armored figure cutting through the sky and slowly landing not far from him. It was a humanoid armor, emitting a cold metallic luster. "Why are you here, Tony?" Chen-Yi asked curiously. He recognized the armor. Obviously, it was Tony Stark's masterpiece. Tony Stark, who was in the armor, appeared with a hint of disappointment and alertness. He chose to remain silent about Chen-Yi's question. He originally thought that Chen-Yi would react with shock and admiration when he saw his armor. But Chen-Yi in front of him was just curious about his appearance. Chen-Yi's eyes, through the steel mask of the armor, seemed to see through his heart. He knew that Chen-Yi knew that the person hidden in the armor was Tony Stark himself. This feeling of being seen through made him a little uneasy. Whether it was saving him from danger before or revealing the real culprit behind the scenes now, Chen-Yi was too smart and too calm. This made Tony's heart ripple, and he began to have a new understanding of Chen-Yi's unfathomable. He felt that in front of Chen-Yi, he seemed to become transparent, and all his secrets were exposed. This cognition made Tony's attitude towards Chen-Yi become subtle. They are friends now, but Tony knows in his heart that if they become enemies in the future, Chen-Yi will undoubtedly be the most difficult existence. This Oriental man is like a double-edged sword, which can help Tony solve his difficulties, but may also give him a fatal blow at a critical moment. This complex emotion made Tony more vigilant when facing Chen-Yi. He began to wonder if he should learn more about Chen-Yi's past to better predict his future actions. Of course, now is not the time to think about this. "Dude, how did you know that?" Tony said as he unveiled his mechanical helmet. "Don't you think it's cool? This is my invention, my creation. Shouldn't you be shocked and admire my genius design?" Chen-Yi looked at Tony and couldn't help laughing. "Tony, your narcissism is unparalleled. However, your armor is really cool, I must admit that." Tony's face showed a smile when he heard this. A satisfied smile. "Of course, I'm Tony Stark. My inventions are all first-rate. It was Ethan who contacted me and said you were in trouble and needed my help. So I came here, but it seems like you have solved it." "You haven't told me yet. How do you know that the person in the mecha is me?" Tony asked curiously. Chen-Yi pointed to the glowing device on Tony's chest. "Whose chest glows? Who else has the ability to build this mecha, and it's a flashy red color?" Tony looked down at his chest, and then said narcissistically, "Come on, this color is so beautiful and cool." Tony never thought he would be wrong. Chen-Yi looked at Tony's smug look and couldn't help laughing. Yes, you and Deadpool have the same color. Do you want to form a group and debut? He's called Deadpool and you're called Iron Waiter." No, Iron Waiter doesn't sound cool at all. It doesn't match me at all." Tony shook his head with a look of disgust. "Iron Man, yes, just Iron Man. Please call me Iron Man from now on," Tony suddenly said proudly. Chen Yi looked at Tony's proud expression and couldn't help but think of the confident and humorous hero he saw in the movie. He suddenly realized that although the real Tony Stark and the Iron Man in the movie have many similarities, there are also many differences. They are both so confident and proud, but Tony's confidence and pride are more real and kind. Tony, do you think you are Iron Man? Chen Yi asked suddenly. Tony was stunned for a moment, then smiled. No, I'm not Iron Man. I am Tony Stark, and Iron Man is just one of my inventions. But I know that there is only one Iron Man in the world, and that's me. Just as Chen Yi and Tony were chatting, they were interrupted by a slowly approaching figure. An old man wearing an ancient helmet appeared. His steps were steady and calm, and he was followed by a man and a woman. This person is Magneto of the Brotherhood of Mutants, and the two behind him are Magneto's men, Pyro and Nightwalker. Pyro's ability is to control flames within a certain range, but he can only control flames, not create flames. So he wears a lighter all year round. Nightwalker is a mutant with the ability to move quickly over short distances and sense mutant genes. Magneto said to Chen Yi, "It seems that I have disturbed your party. I heard that you are also a mutant. Are you interested in joining our Brotherhood of Mutants?" His voice was full of charm and confidence. Chen Yi frowned when he saw the visitor, and asked uncertainly, "Are you Magneto?" Natasha and Hawkeye, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, have been closely monitoring Chen Yi's actions. At this moment, they also noticed the arrival of Magneto and his party. I didn't expect that Magneto would come to Chen Yi in person. If Chen Yi also joins the Brotherhood of Mutants, then the Brotherhood of Mutants will be greatly strengthened. I need to report this to Director Fury immediately. Hawkeye frowned and said, "I guess with Chen Yi's character, he shouldn't join Magneto's group. However, with the information we have now, Chen Yi may not be able to beat Magneto." Natasha analyzed calmly. "This is also good, maybe both sides can lose." Natasha's mouth curled up a sneer. "What a joke, it's not that I look down on Chen Yi, but I don't think Chen Yi has the strength to lose to Magneto." Because Hawkeye knew from the information in S.H.I.E.L.D. that Magneto is a powerful mutant with the ability to control magnetic fields. Almost no one can defeat him. Basically, those who go against Magneto will either become dead or his subordinates. The old man was very happy. This billionaire and genius inventor Tony Stark has always been the focus of everyone's attention. He is under the Flash, and his every move can cause a sensation in the business, technology and entertainment circles. However, in this place, he was ignored, which made him feel extremely unhappy. Of course, the smart Tony saw that Chen Yi on the side was very vigilant and not as indifferent as usual. It seems that the old man in front of him is not simple. It looks like an enemy, not a friend. Then Iron Man put on his helmet and asked Magneto and Jarvis, "Scan who this person is for me." There was a hint of seriousness and alertness in his voice. Chen Yi was also a little curious about why Magneto noticed him. He looked at Magneto and said lightly, "I'm sorry, I have no interest in your brotherhood." Magneto. Although his voice was calm, it was firm and unquestionable. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. The atmosphere between Chen Yi and Magneto became tense. Hearing Chen Yi's answer, Magneto's subordinate fireman took the lead before responding. "Our boss asked you to join, but you are so ungrateful." His flame rushed towards Chen Yi, and a hot breath came to his face. However, just as firemen launched the attack, Tony Stark, also known as Iron Man, reacted quickly. He flew into the air and cleverly avoided firemen's attack. At the same time, Tony's right-hand armor instantly transformed into a powerful weapon. A laser cannon shot out from his hand, pointing directly at firemen. The powerful energy beam instantly extinguished fireman's flame. Fireman was stunned by the power and stopped attacking. He didn't expect the mecha in front of him to have such strength. "It seems that we need to install the fire extinguishing function on the mecha when we go back. Jarvis, remember this," Iron Man said a little dissatisfied after landing. Nightwalker beside him also saw that Tony was not simple, so she joined the battlefield. She moved instantly and appeared in front of Tony like a ghost. Without any extra movements, she kicked Tony directly. Although Iron Man's armor was powerful, it was still caught off guard by this sudden attack and was kicked out. At this time, Chen Yi stood in place, watching Tony fight with the two mutants with interest. He did not make a move. On the one hand, he had to be wary of Magneto, and on the other hand, he didn't think Tony would lose. Fireman and Nightwalker cooperated seamlessly. One attacked from a distance and the other fought in close combat, which made Tony quite difficult to deal with. After all, it was the first time for Tony to fight in a mecha and he was beaten back step by step. Despite this, Tony did not show any panic. With his extraordinary wisdom and Jarvis analysis, he tried hard to find the opponent's weaknesses. Although the fire of the fireman is fierce, his attack mode is single and easy to predict, and although the Night Girl is flexible and changeable, she lacks strength. Tony analyzed every detail in the armor, and at the same time used his rich combat experience to try to find a breakthrough. In this fierce battle, Tony showed amazing strength and wisdom. Under Chen Yi's gaze, Tony gradually found a way to deal with it. He used the quick response ability of the mecha to successfully resist the fireman's flames, and at the same time used the power defect of the Night Girl to cleverly subdue her. As the battle progressed, the fireman and the Night Girl gradually fell into a disadvantage. At this time, Magneto finally reacted. He looked at the scene in front of him with a frown. He did not want to lose the two men, the fireman and the Night Girl. Magneto's face gradually became gloomy, and he felt a strong threat. His hand trembled slightly, and a strong magnetic force was released from his hand, attacking Tony like a violent torrent. Chen Yi, who had been paying attention to Magneto, also took action immediately at this time. Chen Yi threw a red light at Tony with his right hand, resisting Magneto's magnetic force. "Old man, sneak attack is not what you should do. Your opponent is me," Chen Yi said jokingly with a playful smile on his face. Tony on the other side also noticed something was wrong, and instantly stepped back to distance himself and returned to Chen Yi. "Let me deal with this old man, who dared to sneak attack me just now," Tony Stark said vigilantly. "Let me do it, you are not his opponent. With your mecha, aren't you going to give it to me?" Chen Yi looked at Tony's mecha speechlessly, and Magneto crushed it with one hand. Chen Yi walked forward on his own. Tony seemed to understand that he was impulsive. After all, he knew that the old man in front of him was the famous Magneto, who just happened to restrain him. "It seems that I have to study a set of anti-Magneto mecha when I go back," Tony muttered in a low voice with unwillingness on his face. Magneto still looked at Chen Yi with a calm expression, as if waiting for his next move. He didn't seem to worry about how much threat Chen Yi's superpowers could pose to him. "Your superpowers may not be useful to me, right?" Magneto said playfully. "Who said I want to use superpowers against you?" There was a hint of mystery in Chen Yi's tone. Chen Yi took out a belt with his left hand and put it on his waist. He took out something like a USB flash drive with a striking letter, E, engraved on it with his right hand. "Eternal." Chen Yi gently pressed the USB flash drive, and the USB flash drive made a sound. The USB flash drive was inserted into the slot of the belt, and Chen Yi's tone became firm. "Transform." Quote. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling light burst out from Chen Yi, and the light seemed to contain endless power. After the light gradually dissipated, a brand new image appeared in front of Tony and Magneto. Chen Yi has transformed into a knight wearing white and blue armor, wearing a white mask and a black cloak, exuding a powerful aura. His cloak fluttered in the wind, as if symbolizing endless glory and power. Tony and Magneto's men stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. They didn't expect Chen Yi to have the ability to transform. This mysterious knight left a deep impression on them. Tony looked at Chen Yi's outfit in front of him and muttered in a low voice, "It seems that I also need to add a cloak to my mecha. It looks pretty handsome. How come this equipment has its own sound effects?" Quote. Magneto himself was quite surprised and relieved to see this scene. The young man in front of him could really surprise him. After the transformation, Chen Yi straightened his chest and scanned the crowd with a majestic look. He waved his cloak with his hand, and then said the classic line of Kamen Rider Eternal to Magneto. "Come on, enjoy the fun of hell." At this moment in a certain world, a man with a magenta camera was drinking coffee elegantly. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something and smiled evilly. "Hey, it's really interesting. I seem to feel that a new world has given birth to Kamen Rider again." The old man was very angry. "I haven't fulfilled my wish yet, so I won't go to hell so early. It looks pretty good, but I don't know how strong it is." Don't you know that my ability can restrain these steel mechas inside? Magneto was curious, but he still chose to take the lead. He slowly stretched out his hand, and a strong magnetic force was released from his hand, trying to use magnetic force to control Chen-Yi. But no matter how he tried, Chen-Yi stood like a stone statue. Chen-Yi looked at Magneto with a surprised expression, and couldn't help laughing in his heart. Chen-Yi seemed to see Magneto's doubts. He knew that Magneto's magnetic force had a strong control over the steel mecha, but the problem was that the masked man used a leather suit to hit him. As we all know, the masked man used leather suits, which did not contain any steel. How could your magnetic force be useful? Magneto was not angry after hearing this. After all, he was a man who had seen the world. He still had his unique smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. He grabbed the void with both hands, and the cars on both sides of the street immediately hung in the air, as if being pulled by an invisible force. Then, he waved his hands, and those suspended cars rushed towards Chen-Yi like fired shells. Chen-Yi stood there, not panicking at all. He calmly observed the situation. Chen-Yi raised his leg slowly, aimed at one of the cars, and suddenly performed a roundhouse kick. The car was immediately kicked and rolled over, drawing a perfect arc in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Surprisingly, every roundhouse kick was accompanied by a blue flame, as if Chen-Yi had a mysterious power. Hey, old man, don't be like this is my territory. Chen-Yi was obviously distressed that these cars were destroyed, and he didn't want his territory to be messed up. He pressed the USB flash drive on his belt again. Eternal Requiem weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light burst out from the USB flash drive, and then condensed into a sharp little dagger in his hand. This dagger exuded a cold light, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Yi held the dagger tightly and rushed towards Magneto. His eyes were firm and sharp, like a tiger coming down the mountain, and no one could stop his edge. On the street, the two of them fought back and forth, and started a fierce battle. Magneto controlled heavy objects such as cars and rails with his powerful magnetic force and launched continuous attacks. While Chen-Yi fought back with his new power, Kamen Rider External. Because the two's attacks were too intense, their attacks were as fierce as a storm, and the energy waves were surging in the air, as if they were going to tear the sky apart. Tony and Magneto's two men had already retreated a lot, fearing that they would be hurt by the aftermath of their attacks. How can this Chen-Yi be so strong? I didn't expect him to fight with our boss for so long. And why does his cape seem to be welded and never fall off no matter what? The fireman next to him sighed as he looked at the scene. There was a gleam of admiration in his eyes, and it was obvious that Chen-Yi's strength convinced him. It would be great if Chen-Yi joined our brotherhood, so that I could spend every day with him. The Night Walker said infatuatedly, her eyes revealing her admiration for Chen-Yi. Humans always admire the strong, and Chen-Yi's powerful strength undoubtedly made her heart beat. What's more, the men in the Brotherhood are all weird. There are hedgehogs with thorns all over their bodies, and there are toads, but there are few normal people. If Chen-Yi knew the mind of the Night Walker, he might feel a little helpless. After all, he didn't have much interest in Nije. Tony Stark was watching the battle from the side, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes showed a thoughtful look. He was obviously shocked by Chen-Yi's performance, and began to seriously consider how to deal with this powerful opponent if he became an enemy with Chen-Yi. Jarvis, record the whole process. I want to know all the data of Chen-Yi's armor. Tony ordered, his tone full of determination. He not only wants to understand Chen-Yi's strength, but also get inspiration from it in order to upgrade his steel armor. I must upgrade my armor when I go back this time. And I have to go back to study the anti-Chen-Yi armor before I can do it. Tony Stark said unwillingly. This battle was an important revelation for Tony. He began to realize that he needed to keep improving in order to deal with stronger enemies. He was determined to upgrade his armor after returning, and even began to conceive a research and development plan for anti-Chen-Yi armor. This battle not only made him see the strength of Chen-Yi, but also inspired his determination to pursue higher technology. Kid, you have such strength, why are you willing to wander around in this small and chaotic Hell's Kitchen? Magneto temporarily blocked Chen-Yi's attack. He took a deep look at the young man and couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Chen-Yi smiled slightly, with a firm light flashing in his eyes, "This is my home. But Hell's Kitchen is not your endpoint. You have the ability to go to a better place." Magneto frowned. He didn't understand the stubbornness of this young man. How can anyone dislike their hometown? It is precisely because it is Hell's Kitchen that I should stay and change it. I am not the kind of person who chooses to escape when encountering difficulties. Chen Yi's tone was full of determination. Who would dislike their hometown? It is precisely because this is Hell's Kitchen that I should stay here to change it. I don't want to be a deserter. Sorry, I will live a quiet life. You should fulfill your dream yourself. Chen Yi said nothing more and he re-entered the battle. His attack was more fierce, and every attack was firm and courageous. Magneto began to feel pressure, and his physical strength was rapidly depleted. Time seemed to slow down, and every attack and every defense became extremely slow. Magneto felt that his physical strength was draining away bit by bit, while Chen Yi's attack became more and more fierce. Finally, in a rapid attack and defense transition, Magneto revealed a flaw. Chen Yi seized this opportunity and punched Magneto heavily in the chest. Magneto flew backwards and hit the wall. He struggled to stand up, looking at Chen Yi with surprise and admiration in his eyes. "Let me end this." Chen Yi pressed the USB flash drive on his belt again. External maximum drive. As the sound effect started, Chen Yi instantly jumped into the air, his right foot ignited with blue flame energy, like a burning meteor, falling rapidly, ready to give Magneto a fatal blow. Fireman and Nightwalker saw that Magneto was in danger and stepped forward to stop him. However, at this critical moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Stop." Chen Yi was stunned, and subconsciously retracted his right foot that was about to fall. I saw a beautiful woman blocking Magneto, her clear eyes full of determination. "Wanda, you are back?" Chen Yi asked in surprise. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Chen Yi stopped his attack, then lifted his transformation, and his body gradually returned to normal. Then he slowly walked to Wanda, and Chen Yi showed a look of surprise and pampering. "Finally, I'm willing to come back, Wanda," Chen Yi said softly. "Are you okay? Chen Yi, are you injured?" Wanda first stepped forward to check if Chen Yi was injured. It's okay. Look, I'm fine," Chen Yi answered Wanda happily. Wanda walked around Chen Yi and carefully observed every part of Chen Yi's body to make sure he was not injured. Wanda was relieved. Then Wanda looked at Magneto, who was lying on the ground, with a complicated expression. In fact, when Wanda saw Chen Yi preparing to deal with Magneto, she wanted Chen Yi to deal with Magneto, the unfaithful man, for a moment. After all, Wanda had not seen this so-called father for more than 20 years, so she had no good feelings for him. Finding the biological father is one thing, and recognizing him is another. But until the last moment, Wanda decided to save Magneto first. After all, her brother had not seen his biological father. Still have to give Pietro a chance to choose. After all, he also has the right to know who his biological father is. Magneto on the side felt his heart was about to break, because he was the one who was about to be killed. Fireman and Nightwalker hurried forward to support Magneto. Tony also came over and Chen Yi teased, "Oh, Chen Yi, this is your little lover, not bad." There was a hint of teasing and joking in his tone. Chen Yi did not answer Tony's words, and his eyes never left Wanda. Their eyes met in the air, as if there was a silent emotion being transmitted. Ahem, hey, pay attention. There are still people here. Tony on the side couldn't stand the couple anymore. Chen Yi turned his head awkwardly, his eyes wandering around, as if looking for something. He suggested, "Why don't we go into the restaurant and sit down?" Chen Yi knew that Wanda had gone to find her biological father during this period, and she also found Magneto. This can also explain why Magneto, who had no intersection with her, came to the door, and Chen Yi did not feel murderous during the battle with Magneto. Wanda on the side walked into the restaurant first after hearing this, and Magneto and her two men followed shamelessly behind her. Chen Yi looked at Tony, only to see Tony refuse. "Forget it, there are still a lot of things to deal with. Since it's safe here, I'll leave first." Then he put on the armored helmet and prepared to fly back. Chen Yi quickly said to Tony, "Wait." "Thank you." Tony glanced at Chen Yi, and then took off directly. But Chen Yi could see the system prompt. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Tony Stark's favorability has been raised to 3 stars. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained an item, a new element blueprint. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 points of friendship. Chen Yi was a little surprised when he saw the reward this time. This time it was not an attribute, but a blueprint. He threw the blueprint back to Tony and asked him to study it himself. Although Chen Yi felt that this reward was a bit of a loss, after all, Chen Yi knew that the latest element was in the video Tony's father gave him. The current matter is the most important. Chen Yi thought about it and went straight into the restaurant. In the midtown area of Hell's Kitchen, inside the headquarters of Vongola. Vongola I, this powerful leader, his opponents are all the hostile gangs in the midtown area. His goal was clear, that is, to completely clean up all the gang forces in the midtown area, so that they could no longer gain a foothold in the midtown area. So this time, the Vongola family can be said to have mobilized all its forces. Except for Vongola I, who was in charge of the base camp, the other 7 family guardians were assigned to various battlefields in the midtown area. They each led a team, ready to fight a life-and-death battle with the enemy gangs. Vongola I sat on the gorgeous sofa, his eyes were firm and sharp, as if he could see through all the fog and get to the essence of things. There was a calmness and confidence on his face, which was the unique temperament given to him by years and experience. His fingers tapped the armrest of the sofa lightly, as if silently telling his determination and perseverance. This time, I should be able to fulfill the promise with Chen Yi. Vongola I and Chen Yi had a naive promise when they were young, to clean up. Eliminate all the gang forces in Hell's Kitchen and return peace to this chaotic place. That promise, for Vongola I, is not only a promise, but also a belief and pursuit. Chen Yi, his close friend, used just 1 year to eliminate all the gang forces in the East District, bringing long-lost tranquility to Hell's Kitchen. However, Vongola I failed to achieve their goal as promised. With the power of his family, although he has made some progress in the midtown area, he has not yet been able to completely eliminate the gang forces. This became a heavy stone in his heart, pressing him to the point of being breathless. He knew that Chen Yi did not mean to blame him. But he felt that he had no face to see Chen Yi, so he knew that Chen Yi had returned to Hell's Kitchen but still did not dare to see him. If it were not for the gang gathering a few days ago, Vongola I would have been embarrassed to see Chen Yi. But after today, everything has gotten better. Vongola I took a deep breath and said firmly. His eyes flashed with determination and hope, as if he had seen the victory in the future. In every corner of the midtown area, the war was raging and the smoke was everywhere. The members of the Vongola family were brave and fearless, and the weapons in their hands flashed coldly in the firelight. The people of the enemy gang were like a mob. Although they were numerous, they lacked organization and cooperation, and were soon beaten to pieces by the warriors of the Vongola family. In another corner of the city, Arnold, the guardian of the cloud, stood alone on the roof of a high-rise building. He was a lonely and arrogant man. He did not bring anyone with him and completed the cleanup of the enemy gang alone. He said to the phone in a low voice, "Next time, if it is such a rubbish mission, don't call me back." His voice was full of impatience and dissatisfaction, as if this mission was too insignificant for him. On the other hand, on another battlefield, the members of the Vongola family defeated other gangs without relying on the power of the Guardians. As for their captain, the Thunder Guardian Lanbao, he was lying on the ground sleeping quietly, completely ignoring the battle around him. Finally, the Mist Guardian D. Speedo of the Vongola family and several other Guardians completed their mission and returned to the base camp. He sat casually aside and said to Ishii, "The central city is still far from enough, otherwise we will annex other areas together." There was a spark of ambition in his eyes, as if the whole world was under his control. So far, the Vongola family has become the largest underground force in the central city. Under the system prompt that Chen Yi had not had time to look at. Congratulations to the host, Vongola I's favorability has been raised to full stars. Congratulations to the host, Vongola I has become your family. Congratulations to the host, get a little family point. Congratulations to the host, currently have 6/10 family members. The old man was very happy, and the old man was very happy. Good luck to the restaurant. So you found your biological father during your time away, and that father is Magneto. Chen-Yi pretended to be unaware and looked at Wanda in surprise. In fact, Chen-Yi knew that Wanda's biological father was Magneto, and Aurora seemed to be Magneto's daughter. Magneto was really a scumbag. Wanda nodded. Chen-Yi said with some displeasure. So you know that Wanda is your daughter, then don't you know that I am Wanda's savior? Do you think I am easy to bully? Why don't you get out of here and follow me into my restaurant? I wondered if this Magneto was sick. Wanda and Pietro were saved by Chen-Yi, but they attacked him for no reason, which made Chen-Yi think that the gangsters are so powerful now that they can invite Magneto. Chen-Yi already asked himself that he was good-tempered. If it were someone else, he might have killed Magneto directly. Unexpectedly, Magneto followed him in shamelessly. Magneto's eyes were also full of dissatisfaction. Wanda is my daughter. She doesn't want to go back to the Brotherhood of Mutants with me. She said she just wants to go back to Hell's Kitchen. I followed you and I just came to see if you have the ability to protect Wanda. After all, Magneto finally knew that he had such a daughter and son, and they still had powerful superpowers. Naturally, he wanted them to join the Brotherhood and follow him to save mutants. Who knew that this daughter was unwilling to recognize him and was only willing to return to Hell's Kitchen to follow her savior Chen-Yi. Magneto naturally wanted to see what kind of magic this Chen-Yi had, so that Wanda could stay here. Chen-Yi also made a gesture to send him away. Now you have seen my strength, you can leave. Seeing Chen-Yi chasing people away, Magneto closed his eyes pretending not to see it. The night girl on the side saw Chen-Yi's impatience and hurriedly added, "Our leader wants to see Pietro." There was a bit of earnestness in her tone. Chen-Yi's sight turned to Wanda, and their eyes met in the air, as if they were communicating something silently. Wanda nodded helplessly, with a bit of apology in her eyes. Pietro has the right to know who his biological father is, so let them meet. If Magneto doesn't leave after watching, you don't have to do anything. I will also drive them away. Wanda assured Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi looked at Wanda's determined eyes, and his unhappiness was slightly relieved. He knew that Wanda made such a decision out of concern for Pietro. Although Chen-Yi was unhappy with Magneto, he could understand Wanda's approach. After all, it's impossible for Pietro to kill his biological father before he even saw him. So, he decided to give Pietro a chance and also give Magneto a chance. He believed that Pietro had regarded him as a family member and would not betray him easily. And Magneto, if he really had plans for Pietro, he had to get past him first. So, Chen-Yi got up and walked to the sofa in the deepest part of the restaurant and sat down. Although he agreed to let Magneto and others stay, he did not intend to take the initiative to deal with them. Wanda obviously didn't want to deal with Magneto and the others, and took the initiative to make tea for Chen-Yi. The atmosphere became extremely awkward for a while. After a while, Pietro and John Wick came back. Sitting on the sofa, Chen-Yi asked curiously, "Why didn't Deadpool come back with you?" John Wick said helplessly, "He took the dog Deadpool to find other members of the Hand, wanting to make more extra money. And told Master Yi that the matter had been resolved, but he and Lao Ma went upstairs first." Pietro, who was standing by, saw her sister coming back and ran to her happily. "Sister, you're back. Why did you go out for so long this time?" Then Wanda hugged Pietro, and then signaled with her eyes to look around. It was then that Pietro noticed Magneto and the other two next door. Pietro was a little confused and spread his hands. Then she asked Wanda, "Who are these three?" Nightwalker stood up and shook hands with Pietro. "Hello, Pietro. I'm from the Brotherhood of Mutants." Then she introduced him to Pietro. "This is Magneto, my boss, and your biological father." Hearing this news, Pietro's pupils dilated involuntarily. He looked at Magneto in front of him in disbelief, and then quickly turned his head to look at. Looking at Wanda behind him, his eyes were filled with questions and expectations. Wanda nodded. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. My parents have long been dead." Pietro's tone was full of determination and doubt. "Child, I am indeed your biological father. I am sorry that I found you so late. I have made you suffer." Magneto slowly spoke to Pietro at this time. Pietro was stunned. He looked at Magneto's eyes as if he was looking at a stranger. His heart was beating wildly and his thoughts were running wildly. All this was too sudden and caught him off guard. "Humph, in my heart my biological parents have long been dead. My family only has my sister Wanda and Chen. Pietro still refused to accept this fact. He didn't want to have anything to do with this so-called father. Child, if you want, you can leave here with me and return to our home, the Brotherhood of Mutants. There are many of your kind there, and I will try to make it up to you. Magneto still didn't give up. He tried to impress his son with family affection. I told you, I don't have a biological father. My home is in Hell's Kitchen. I'm not going anywhere. Then Pietro wanted to use fast movement to leave. However, Chen grabbed his arm tightly and stopped him from leaving. Chen's eyes were firm and powerful. He looked directly at Magneto with an unquestionable domineering tone. You have seen what you should see. Isn't it time to get out? Pietro has said that he doesn't want to accept you as his so-called biological father. They are my family and they are not going anywhere. Where were you when they needed someone to accompany them the most? Where were you when their adoptive parents were blown to death? Chen's words were full of questioning and anger. So now you don't have to pretend to show your fatherly love here. If you don't leave, then I can only leave your life. Just now I spared your life because you are Wanda's biological father. If you dare to say another word, don't blame me for not respecting the elderly and loving the young. You don't think that people who can stay in Hell's Kitchen are good people. Chen issued the final expulsion order. Wanda on the side also made a fighting posture, and her hands had already used chaos magic. It was obvious that she was on Chen side. Magneto looked at Chen, and he knew that this man was not joking. He felt Chen's determination and strength, and understood that he had no way out. At this time, Chen's mobile phone rang. Chen answered the phone. What? Vanessa and her children were attacked by Mrs. Gao, and they need support. After the call, the two sides were in chaos. Chen hung up the phone with an ugly face and glanced at Magneto. The call just now was from Bullseye, and there was a sense of panic in his voice, and he was obviously in a lot of trouble. Bullseye told Chen that he was carrying out the task assigned by Kingpin to clean up the Irish gang, and then he received the news that Kingpin's family was attacked and called Chen immediately. Chen held the phone tightly and frowned. He knew that Mrs. Gao's move must be because Kingpin had threatened her position. Moreover, the target this time was Kingpin's family, and it was obvious that he wanted to cut the grass and wipe it out. At this time, Chen no longer had extra patience and words, and he directly launched a chaos magic at Magneto. The power of this magic was so strong that even Magneto felt the pressure. He had to defend himself with all his strength and used magnetism to dissolve the attack. Knowing that Chen was indeed in urgent need, he got up and left. Before leaving, Magneto said to Chen with a complicated look in his eyes, "Thank you. Take good care of them for me." His voice was low and powerful, as if he was entrusting something very important. At the same time, a new prompt appeared on the system screen. Congratulations to the host. Max Eisenhardt successfully added the host as a friend. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the attribute and creating a magnetic field. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 points of friendship. Do you want to merge immediately? Yes. Chen did not hesitate. The next second, he felt a strong force surging into his body, which was Magneto's ability. He now has control over this power and can manipulate the magnetic field at will. Without stopping any longer, Chen immediately used the ability to move quickly, instantly disappeared in the restaurant, and rushed towards the location of Kingpin. On the other side, Jin Bing was no longer as domineering and calm as before. He was wearing a black suit, but it was obvious that there were scratches on it, as if it was proof of being attacked. His eyes were full of anxiety and worry, and he stared at his wife Vanessa and Richard, who were gradually surrounded by the killers of the hand. While Jin Bing was struggling to resist Mrs. Gao's attack, he tried his best to protect his wife and children. His hands were like lightning, quickly fending off Mrs. Gao's fierce attack, and at the same time, his eyes never left Vanessa and the children, always paying attention to their safety. However, despite Jin Bing's strong strength, his current situation seemed embarrassing. He had to fight against Mrs. Gao's attack, and always be vigilant against the sneak attacks of the killers of the hand, and he had to do his best to protect his family. This dilemma put him under great pressure, and his face was full of fatigue and anxiety. While doing his best to resist the attack, Jin Bing cursed, "Don't touch my wife." His voice was full of anger. At the same time, Jin Bing was also deeply remorseful and regretful. He blamed himself for not anticipating such a situation. He had clearly received Chen Yi's reminder, and had arranged many men to protect his family, and even he had always been by his wife and children's side. He thought that such an arrangement was foolproof, but he didn't expect that this time Mrs. Gao personally took action and brought almost half of the hand killers in New York to attack. He thought it was foolproof, but he didn't expect that this time Mrs. Gao personally took action and brought almost half of the hand killers in New York. Jin Bing's heart was full of pain and regret. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he lost Vanessa and the child. He gritted his teeth tightly, clenched his hands into fists, and tried his best to suppress the pain in his heart. His attacks became more crazy, and every attack was accompanied by endless anger and despair. While dealing with Jin Bing's attack, Madame Gao said in a cold voice, "You should have thought about this day since you entered the gang, Jin Bing." Her eyes revealed a kind of cruelty and indifference, as if she had completely lost human emotions. Madame Gao also intensified her attack, leaving Jin no time to take care of his wife and children. At this time, the killers of the hand were gradually approaching Vanessa and Richard. They brutally chopped down the bodyguards who protected them, preparing to kill Vanessa and Richard. Vanessa hugged the child tightly and closed her eyes. She already felt the threat of death. Jin Bing, who was standing aside, also saw this scene. His heart was broken. He wanted to resist Madame Gao's attack, tried his best to rush over to protect them, but was hit in the legs by Madame Gao and fell heavily to the ground. At this tense moment, a majestic figure suddenly broke into the chaotic scene. A powerful force burst out from the stranger, and he quickly moved to Vanessa's side, knocked down the killer who was about to kill her with one punch, and then quickly knocked down all the killers who besieged Vanessa. "No one is allowed to hurt my Vanessa," the stranger roared, his voice full of determination. He stood in front of Vanessa, like an unshakable mountain, blocking all dangers for her. Madame Gao and Jin Bing were surprised by the sudden appearance of the stranger. Madame Gao squinted her eyes, looked at the back carefully, and suddenly recognized who he was. "You," Madame Gao asked coldly, with a hint of doubt and threat in her tone, "do you know who you provoked?" Jin Bing breathed a sigh of relief and was glad that the stranger appeared. He said with a little doubt, "Thank you, friend, but how come it became your Vanessa?" Hearing Kingpin's words, the stranger turned around. Mrs. Gao looked around in surprise and shouted, "Kingpin!" This stranger looked very similar to Kingpin, almost exactly the same. But if you look closely, you can find that he is slightly older than Kingpin, his eyes are sharper, and his whole person exudes a more fierce temperament. Mrs. Gao's surprise is not unreasonable. How can there be two Kingpins in this world? And this Kingpin who suddenly appeared seems to be more dangerous than the one lying on the ground. Fisk, the Kingpin of the parallel universe, ignored Mrs. Gao, but looked down at the Kingpin who was lying on the ground and said, "With your strength, how can you protect Vanessa?" "Let me protect it." There was a trace of contempt on the corner of his mouth. At this time, Chen Yi also arrived at the scene using high-speed movement and first helped Kingpin who was lying on the ground up. Then Chen Yi first used his new ability, magnetism, to control all the magnetic objects around him. They flew towards Mrs. Gao like arrows and wrapped her tightly. Mrs. Gao looked at all this in horror and said, "Impossible, how can you have this ability? This is not Wan." Her eyes were full of despair. But Chen Yi did not answer, but just looked at her coldly. Then, he tightened the surrounding magnetic force. Mrs. Gao's screams stopped abruptly, and her life was ruthlessly taken away. Then Chen Yi turned to Fisk, who was standing next to Vanessa, and asked, "Mr. Kingpin from another parallel universe, what are you doing in our universe?" Chapter 31. The world is full of love. Parallel universe. Jin Bing, who was standing aside, looked at Fisk, who was older and more experienced than him, with a complicated expression and said to himself. Fisk ignored Jin Bing's doubts. He slowly turned around, squatted down, and looked at the terrified Vanessa and Richard gently. His eyes were full of tenderness and care, as if they were his relatives. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. I finally see you, Vanessa." Fisk's voice was trembling with excitement. In order to find Vanessa and Richard, he went through countless hardships. He spent countless manpower and financial resources, and even built a collider at all costs, just to bring Vanessa and Richard back to him. Fisk tried to hug Vanessa, but this move immediately aroused Kingpin's dissatisfaction. He quickly rushed forward and punched Fisk. However, because Kingpin was seriously injured, the power of this punch was greatly reduced. Fisk easily dodged sideways, and then quickly counterattacked, kicking Kingpin out with one foot. Kingpin's body drew an arc in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. How can you, a weak guy, protect Vanessa? Fisk said coldly, this world is really unfair. Why can you, who is so weak, still have Vanessa, while my Vanessa has passed away? His expression became ferocious, and there was a crazy light in his eyes. Chen Yi's eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger. He really couldn't stand Fisk's arrogance. He waved his hands gently, and a strong magnetic force surged from his fingertips, instantly attracting the surrounding steel bars. These steel bars seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, rushing towards Fisk and binding him tightly. Then he signaled with his eyes for Jin Bing to send the mother and child out. Although Jin Bing was extremely surprised and confused about this parallel universe that suddenly appeared, he knew in his heart that the safety of Vanessa and the child was the most important thing now. Thank you, child. Thanks to you today. Jin Bing, the gangster boss who used to be arrogant and domineering, showed sincere gratitude on his face. Vanessa and Richard standing beside him also looked at Chen Yi with grateful eyes. So, with complicated emotions, he hugged Vanessa and the child tightly and quickly left this dangerous place. On the way out, Jin Bing's heart was turbulent. He looked at his wife and children in his arms and felt extremely distressed and guilty. He had been trying to protect them, but this time, he almost put them in a desperate situation. He couldn't imagine how he would react if Vanessa and Richard met with an accident due to his negligence. Perhaps the Kingpin in that parallel universe had also felt this way. He may have experienced the pain of losing his loved ones and tasted the bitterness of failure. Vanessa, Vanessa, let me go quickly, I want to find Vanessa. Fisk was like a madman, and even if he was tied up, he only cared about Vanessa. Chen Yi looked at the Kingpin in the parallel universe in front of him, and knew that he had traveled through countless time and space in order to find Vanessa. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, without him, Kingpin's wife and children would definitely be killed. Tell me, which parallel universe are you from? Chen Yi asked uncertainly despite his guesses in his heart. Fisk slowly regained his sanity and began to observe Chen Yi carefully. His eyes were full of doubts and vigilance. Obviously, he didn't remember having such a master around him. Who are you? I don't remember having a master like you around me. It seems that you have a good relationship with Kingpin here. Fisk asked. I am his godson. Chen Yi replied. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that someone like me would be a godchild. Kill me. Fisk suddenly laughed after hearing this answer. His laughter was full of ridicule and self-mockery, as if he didn't believe Chen Yi's words at all. Chen Yi did not answer immediately. He began to observe Fisk's expression and reaction carefully. He noticed that Fisk's eyes revealed a complex emotion, which made him curious and asked, are you really willing to die? You haven't found Vanessa yet. After hearing Vanessa's name, Fisk's eyes were filled with a trace of tenderness and grief flashed across his face immediately. He lowered his head and was silent for a while, then looked up at Chen Yi and smiled bitterly. I am Kingpin, do you think I will beg for mercy? If I beg for mercy again, will you let me go? I should have died a long time ago, but I didn't expect to see Vanessa before I died. I am satisfied. The Vanessa here has her own Kingpin. I should also go find my Vanessa. Let's do it. Didn't the Kingpin here teach you to root out the grass? Chen Yi stared at Fisk in front of him. He had already seen the determination to die in the other's eyes. He stopped wasting words and clenched his right hand. The steel bars tied to Fisk seemed to sense his will and clasped their hands together, turning into a steel cage. Fisk's vitality gradually disappeared, his eyes became empty, and the whole person was like a statue without a soul. Chen Yi did not relax his vigilance. His eyes scanned the surroundings, looking for possible prey like a cheetah. You hid well, but you should come out after watching for so long. Chen Yi said coldly, his voice echoed in the empty field, but no one responded. Do you think you can avoid my detection by being invisible? Chen Yi's mouth curled up slightly, with disdain in his tone. Do you want me to ask you to come out? Then Chen Yi cast a chaos magic at an empty wall. No, 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 I have no ill intentions, please don't attack, said a voice that sounded quite young. As the voice fell, the seemingly ordinary wall suddenly rippled, as if a stone was thrown into the lake, and the waves spread. Then, a figure slowly emerged from it. I saw a figure in a black Spider-Man costume appeared in front of Chen-Yi. He made a stop gesture, which obviously meant surrender. When Chen-Yi saw this black Spider-Man, he already knew which parallel universe it was. Little Black Spider, take off the hood, Chen-Yi ordered. The black Spider-Man hesitated for a moment, obviously not wanting to take off the hood. He muttered quietly, "Sir, this is not good. I need to hide my identity." Chen-Yi replied unhappily, "Stop pretending, Miles. There are not many people who can be invisible and wear a black Spider-Man costume. You have been exposed long ago." Chen-Yi saw at a glance that the black Spider-Man in front of him was the protagonist of the animated film in his previous life. After all, he was the only black Spider-Man Miles in the multiverse. The two of them were very close. "Sir, how do you know me?" Miles was so surprised when he heard Chen-Yi call out his name that he took off his hood immediately. He thought that no one in this universe would know him, but the mysterious person in front of him called out his name easily and knew that he was not from this universe, which surprised him. Miles is an 18-year-old young man who has just entered society and has not experienced much. He was not too wary of Chen-Yi, but was very curious and wanted to know how the other party knew his true identity. Chen-Yi looked at Miles with a smile in his eyes. He did not answer Miles' question directly, but asked back, "You don't need to know how I know. Are you here to hunt down Kingpin? Is there another Spider-Man named Peter Parker in your world?" Miles was stunned by Chen-Yi's question, but he quickly reacted. He nodded and replied, "Yes, sir. According to the plan, I would first send the Spider-Mons of each world back to their respective universes and then destroy the collider. But in the end, something unexpected happened. Kingpin and I didn't know why we were both sent to this parallel universe by the collider, and then I followed Kingpin all the way here." Miles scratched his head and seemed a little confused. He was obviously puzzled as to why he appeared in this strange parallel universe. "As for our world, there was originally a Spider-Man named Peter Parker. But he has been killed by Kingpin," Miles said, with anger in his tone. He stared at Kingpin's body on the ground, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Spider-Man team, so many Spider-Mons have gone to your time and space." Chen-Yi wanted to make sure whether it was the same as the version he thought. Miles was immediately interested when he heard this question. He answered happily, "Not many, just 5 Spider-Mons." He counted on his fingers. "The first one I know is Peter B. Parker from the future universe. He is my master and taught me a lot. The second one is Gwen Spider-Man. She is very cool and agile. The third one is Penny Spider-Man from 2033. She has a unique black and white style and is very mysterious. There is also a Spider-Ham who is not a human. He is very interesting and always brings us laughter." Miles turned his head and looked at Chen-Yi, and asked with some expectation, "I wonder what your name is, sir?" After listening to Miles' introduction, Chen-Yi had a rough idea in his mind. This should be the plot of Spider-Man's parallel universe, but it is slightly different. The original ending was that Miles completed the task perfectly and stayed in his own universe. But now, due to unknown reasons, the space-time cracks created by the collider brought him and Kingpin to this universe together. This means that the ending of that universe may not be as perfect as the original. Chen-Yi carefully observed Miles, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Peter Parker in that time and space was really the most successful one among many parallel universes. He had wealth, a happy family and a lovely daughter. However, fate was so cruel to him. He was eventually brutally killed by Kingpin. He had a chance to escape, but in order to protect Miles in front of him, he chose to sacrifice himself. "My name is Chen-Yi, and Kingpin in this universe is my godfather," Chen-Yi replied. Miles became alert immediately after hearing the news. He stared at Chen-Yi closely, his whole body tense, ready for defense. In his opinion, Chen-Yi had a close relationship with Kingpin in this universe, which made him have to guard against potential dangers. Chen-Yi looked at Miles' reaction and laughed in his heart. He said calmly, "Don't worry, little Blackie." Chen-Yi also knew that he had said something wrong, and quickly explained, "I just said it casually, it was a slip of the tongue." Don't worry, little black spider. Didn't you see that I have killed the Kingpin of your universe? If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago, right? What are your plans now? Can you return to your universe by yourself? Chen Yi asked curiously. After all, as far as Chen Yi knows, their space-time does not have a collider, and they do not have the ability to travel through parallel universes. Miles scratched his head after hearing this, and looked at Chen Yi's eyes. Full of expectations. Mr. Chen Yi, since you know that I am from a parallel universe, there should be a way for me to go back. In Miles's opinion, Mr. Chen Yi, who is knowledgeable and experienced, should be able to take him back. I know the way, but I don't have the ability, or I can't find them. Chen Yi is telling the truth. Master Ji Yu Yi, Miss America, and Doctor Strange all have this ability. The problem is that Miss America may not be in this time and space yet, and Chen Yi really doesn't want to find Ji Yu Yi. Now Doctor Strange in their universe is still working as a doctor in the hospital. Where is your spider squad? Can't they take you back? Chen Yi said as he looked at Miles, who turned into a mosaic from time to time. But at the same time, he also knew that Miles couldn't stay in this universe for too long, otherwise his life would be in danger. Chen Yi remembered that if Miles didn't have the special bracelet, he wouldn't be able to live too long in the parallel universe. But this special bracelet seemed to be given to him later. Chen Yi also wanted to find an opportunity to see Spider-Man's base camp, where there are at least 1,000 Spider-Mons from different parallel universes. It would be so cool to make friends there. But it seems that only Spider-Man can enter that place, so we have to think of a way. When Miles heard this answer, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. They all returned to their respective universes through the collider. Unless there is a collider in this universe, I don't know how to go back. He patted Miles on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't be too sad, there will always be a solution to the problem. Miles raised his head, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Really? Do you have any solution? Then why don't you stay here first? I have a lot of empty rooms in my house. You probably have nowhere to go. Chen Yi invited Miles. As long as Miles is there, he will definitely wait for other Spider-Mons to come to rescue, and then there will be a way to go to other universes together. Miles nodded gratefully. He knew Chen Yi was thinking about him. After all, he is now homeless and doesn't know anyone in this universe. Chen Yi in front of him is his only hope. Let's go, follow me back first. Chen Yi turned and left, followed by Miles. The system screen also had a new prompt. Congratulations to the host, Miles Morales has been successfully added as a friend. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the attribute, invisibility. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 friend points. Host, do you want to merge now? Merge immediately. The reward was a big one, but it was not enough. Chen Yi frowned as he looked at the reward, his heart full of doubts and dissatisfaction. This randomness actually gave him a skill he didn't need, invisibility. For him, this skill was useless. Was it for peeking at others? Chen Yi shook his head, trying to get rid of this idea from his mind. He thought he was not an upright person, but he really disdained to do such a mean thing. Moreover, if he wanted to see, with his observation hockey, he could see through everything. Chen Yi mainly wanted the spider sense, so that he could pretend to be Spider-Man and go into the Spider-Verse to meet a bunch of Spider-Mons. In a short while, Chen Yi returned to the restaurant with Miles. At this moment, the Good Luck restaurant was surrounded by Jin Bing's bodyguards, all of whom had serious expressions, as if they were facing a great enemy. Bullseye was also standing among them. He stood at the door, guarding the restaurant door tightly, and not allowing anyone to approach easily. As soon as Bullseye saw Chen Yi coming, he immediately showed an expression of help on his face. He seemed a little helpless and a little embarrassed, like a trapped child seeing a savior. Chen Yi looked at Bullseye's appearance and couldn't help but joked, "Are you punished to stand?" Standing at the door is a security guard. This sentence seemed to touch Bullseye's heart. He stepped forward, grabbed Chen Yi's shoulders tightly, and said excitedly, "Brother, I'm so miserable. I was obviously arranged to another battlefield by the boss. I wanted to say that I had completed the task perfectly and I didn't ask for any benefits. I didn't expect that the Mrs. Gao would make a feint to the east and attack in the west. If something happens to the boss's wife, you won't see my brother today. You must help me beg for mercy later." Chen Yi comforted him and said, okay, stop complaining. If Uncle Jin Bing really wanted to punish you, you would be a corpse. Come in with me. Then he turned around and said to Miles behind him, Miles, follow me. Miles nodded and followed them silently. At this time, Bullseye saw the little black spider Miles behind him. Bullseye's pupils were shocked. He pointed at Miles and then looked at Chen Yi. Brother, you are not the most annoying one. I am just a child and I didn't do anything wrong. Besides, I am still useful. Chen Yi glanced at Bullseye indifferently, knowing what Bullseye wanted to say. Chen Yi hated black people, but Chen Yi was not the kind of person who hated all black people without distinction. What he hated were those black people who were self-indulgent and reckless, excluding the underage and innocent Miles. There were many black orphans in Hell's Kitchen, and Chen Yan adopted them. If they dared to commit a crime, there would be no light or heavy crimes in Chen Yi's place, all of which were capital crimes. Chen Yi did not hate all black people. For example, a certain deceased basketball superstar, Chen Yi admired him very much. Besides, the little black spider was a unique existence in the entire multiverse, and it must be kept. Of course, if the little guy behind was disobedient, then don't blame Chen Yi for taking action. The three of them passed through surrounded by bodyguards. He entered the restaurant. Target looked at Chen Yi with gratitude and trust in his eyes. He knew Chen Yi would plead for him. In the restaurant, only Kingpin was sitting alone on the sofa, smoking a cigar and thinking. Wanda was gently comforting the panicked Vanessa, her hand gently patting the girl's back, trying to calm her fear. On the other side, Pietro was concentrating on playing video games with Richard. After all, children are easily attracted by games and instantly forget the fear just now. When Chen Yi and his group walked into the restaurant, all eyes were on him. Wanda immediately walked up to Chen Yi with a concerned look on her face. You are not injured, what's the matter? I heard there is another Uncle Kingpin. What is the multiverse? Although Kingpin did not speak, his eyes were filled with questions. He sat upright on the sofa, his hands folded in front of his chest, staring at Chen Yi, as if waiting for his explanation. Chen Yi was overwhelmed by so many questions, and then pulled Miles from the back. Then he introduced to everyone in surprise. This is Miles, the Spider-Man from the same parallel universe as the other Kingpin. Let him answer your questions next. Miles was a little nervous when being stared at by so many eyes. At a loss, especially seeing the identical Kingpin, the familiar face made him a little stunned. Chen Yi gently patted Miles on the shoulder, signaling him to rest assured. Miles took a deep breath, as if adjusting his emotions. Then, he began to explain this incredible news to everyone. Half an hour later, everyone finally digested the information Miles said. This story was so shocking that they felt like they had opened the door to another world. I didn't expect there to be a parallel universe. If so, are there many of me? Quicksilver asked doubtfully, revealing a strong interest in this new concept in his eyes. Kingpin, who was standing aside, looked at his wife and children with a face full of affection, with mixed feelings in his heart. When he thought of Vanessa's fate in the ordinary universe, he couldn't help but be afraid. Kingpin understood himself in the parallel universe very well. If it were him, he would probably make the same choice. But now, this decision was destroyed by the little black spider in front of him. Kingpin couldn't help but be furious and stared at Miles. Boy, do you know who killed my wife and children in the parallel universe? Jin Bing asked Miles in his deep voice, with a threatening and murderous tone. If it was Miles in front of him who killed them, then Jin didn't mind avenging himself in the parallel universe. Miles was frightened by Jin Bing's sudden momentum. Uncle Jin Bing, don't scare the children. He didn't kill them. It was all an accident. Chen Yi came to the rescue. He knew Jin Bing's anger and pain at the moment, but he also knew that it was not Miles' fault. After listening, Jin Bing took a deep breath and retracted the fierce killing intent. His eyes became a little complicated, staring at Chen Yi, as if waiting for his explanation. Seeing Jin Bing's obvious desire to get to the bottom of it, Chen Yi sighed helplessly and decided to tell the truth. The Kingpin of that parallel universe told me that his wife and children died in a car accident. As for the reason, Chen Yi would not tell him that it was because the Kingpin of that universe was fighting with Spider-Man Peter Parker, and then Vanessa couldn't bear it and drove away with her son and was hit by a car and died. When he said this, the doubt in Kingpin's eyes became stronger. He could see that Chen-Yi was holding back and didn't tell the whole truth. Miles on the side looked at Chen-Yi in confusion. He was also there at the time, so why didn't he hear the Kingpin of the parallel universe say this? Chen-Yi quickly said to Pietro, "Pietro, go to my room to get the key and take this little guy upstairs." Pietro wanted to refuse, but after seeing the eyes of Chen-Yi and Wanda, he could only agree obediently. He knew in his heart that it would be better not to disobey their wishes at this time. When leaving, Pietro was still muttering, "Obviously my sister could take the baby." But no one paid any attention to him. Seeing that it was getting late, Jin Bing patted his thighs with both hands, as if preparing for the important speech. "Then we'll leave first, after all, Vanessa is exhausted tonight." Then he told Bullseye to drive outside and wait. Before leaving, Jin Bing took a deep look at Chen-Yi, his eyes full of complexity and relief. He said earnestly, "Child, the future of Hell's Kitchen is in your hands. You have grown into an outstanding leader, and I believe you have the ability to lead this place to a better future." After this incident and after hearing about his own experience in the parallel universe, Kingpin decided to retire and accompany Vanessa and Richard. After all, Chen-Yi is indeed more capable and better than him. After hearing what Kingpin said, Chen-Yi said, "No, I just want to be a landlord in my restaurant quietly." Chen-Yi smiled bitterly helplessly. The twists and turns during this period made him feel exhausted, and he only longed for an ordinary life. However, Kingpin said in an unquestionable tone, "This is an order, you must accept it. Wanda will help you manage the affairs here, and I believe she is capable enough for this position. I will send someone to notify the people in the underground world later, and I will introduce them to the new leader." Quote, "Child, I am old. There is no place for me in the new era, it's your turn." Then without saying anything to Chen-Yi, he took Vanessa and Richard away. Just as Chen-Yi was about to struggle, the system sounded another prompt. "Congratulations to the host, Wilson Grant Fisk's favorability has been raised to full stars. Congratulations to the host, Wilson Grant Fisk has become your family member. Congratulations on getting a point of family member. Congratulations to the host, Richard Fisk's favorability has been raised to full stars. Congratulations to the host, Vanessa's favorability has been raised to full stars. Congratulations. Congratulations to the host, currently there are 9/10 family members. Please keep up the good work. Only one more point is left to unlock the exclusive skill." Quote. After reading the system prompt, Chen-Yi understood Jin Bing's idea. So he didn't say anything more. Then, Chen-Yi's mood became a little heavy. He looked at the system interface and sighed helplessly. He still needed a family member's favorability to unlock the exclusive skills, which made him feel a little melancholy. Just as he was lost in thought, the system prompted again. A new line of text appeared in front of Chen-Yi. Congratulations to the host, Wanda Django Maximoff's favorability has been raised to full stars. Congratulations to the host, Wanda Django Maximoff has become your family member. Congratulations to the host, you now have 10 out of 10 family members. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the family warrior, LV3. Congratulations to the host, unlock the exclusive skill, LV1 on your right. Chen-Yi opened his mouth in surprise when he saw this series of prompts. He couldn't believe his eyes, and hurriedly looked up and looked around, trying to find Wanda. Wanda was sitting quietly by the side, smiling at him. There was a satisfied and reassuring expression on her face, as if she had found her true home. The two looked at each other for a while, and Chen-Yi seemed to understand something instantly. Chen-Yi looked at Wanda, and a warm current surged in his heart. He understood that Wanda had been silently supporting and caring for him. "Not leaving?" Chen-Yi asked softly, with a hint of tenderness and reluctance in his tone. "Not leaving," Wanda replied with a smile. "I have found my biological father and understood my life experience. There is nothing to regret. This is my home, my family is here, why should I leave?" Wanda looked at Chen-Yi and replied. Then, Wanda stood up and left the restaurant. She glanced at Chen-Yi and said with a smile, "It's getting late, go to bed early. You've worked hard all day today." Chen-Yi watched Wanda leave, then he turned off the lights in the restaurant and went up to his room on the second floor. In the spacious room on the second floor, Chen-Yi sat in a comfortable chair and finally had time to carefully study his newly acquired titles and skills. He opened the system interface and read every piece of information carefully. Family Man LV3. When there is a family member on the field, the host's combat power increases by 20%, and the host's family's combat power increases by 15%. Exclusive skill. LV1 on your right. When the host uses this skill, no matter where he is, can actively choose to summon a family member to the right of the host. Cooling time. 24 hours. 10/15 before the next upgrade. The name of this system skill is too careless. It actually uses the expression, on your right. Shouldn't it be more poetic or shocking? Besides, isn't this plagiarism? This is not completely plagiarizing Captain America's, on your left, in Avengers 4. However, the effect of the skill made him brighten up. System, so this skill can be upgraded, right? Chen-Yi asked the system. Yes, after the skill is upgraded, the family members that can be summoned will also be upgraded. The system replied. After listening, Chen-Yi raised another question again. Does this anywhere refer to this universe? Or, yes, no matter which universe you are in, you can summon your family members regardless of restrictions. Chen-Yi instantly understood that this skill is quite invincible, and this time the skill is still actively selected for summoning, not random summoning. If he summons a powerless ordinary person like Vanessa, he will just send her away. However, if he can actively choose the object to summon, then at the critical moment, he can summon the most suitable person to help him. Then Chen-Yi can call for people at any time when he goes to other parallel universes, such as the Spider-Man universe. Host, you currently have 5 family points. Do you need to draw a lottery? The system asked. Chen-Yi thought for a while, then replied, not for the time being. He knew that what happened tonight would definitely be heard by everyone in Hell's Kitchen tomorrow. At that time, he will get a lot of friend points. With these friend points, he can make a 10 draw. After all, Chen-Yi was brainwashed by the game company in his previous life, and always felt that there would be a guarantee for 10 draw. In addition, too many things happened today, and Chen-Yi felt a little tired. He wanted to have a good rest for a night to recover his energy. Tomorrow, when he is refreshed, it will be more effective to draw a lottery. So, Chen-Yi decided to rest first. He lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to fall asleep. In his dream, he dreamed that he used his skills to summon various powerful family members, fighting side by side with them to fight against those powerful enemies together. On the other side, the news of Jin Bing's abdication and Chen-Yi's succession spread like wildfire. The handover of power by this big boss who once controlled the entire Hell's Kitchen attracted widespread attention from both inside and outside the community. The next morning, the residents of Hell's Kitchen knew what happened yesterday. They talked excitedly and were happy for Chen-Yi's victory. The whole Hell's Kitchen was immersed in a joyful atmosphere, as if a victory had changed their fate. At the same time, shops in Hell's Kitchen also offered discounts to celebrate Chen-Yi's victory. Whether it was restaurants, supermarkets or street vendors, they all hoped to attract more customers to patronize by taking advantage of this festive atmosphere. People flocked into shops to buy their favorite products, and the business activities of the entire Hell's Kitchen became unusually active. Some people even took photos of Chen-Yi and began to parade in Hell's Kitchen. They held up photos and shouted Chen-Yi's name, expressing their respect and gratitude for this hero. The parade was getting longer and longer, and more people joined in, sharing the joy and pride. Among the parade crowd, there was an old man who was once a victim of the Hell's Kitchen gang. He held Chen-Yi's photo tightly, with tears in his eyes. He said, "I finally see hope for our Hell's Kitchen. Chen-Yi is our real hero." Although his voice was hoarse, it was full of strength and determination. As time went by, more and more people joined the parade. They may have had doubts about Chen-Yi, but at this moment, they were all willing to believe in him and follow him to a better future. They shouted, "Chen-Yi is the Lord of Hell," and this slogan seemed to have a kind of magic, attracting more and more people to gather together. At this time, the system prompts were also increasing. Congratulations to the host. Hell's Kitchen resident E added the host as a friend. Quote. Congratulations to the host. Matthew Michael Murdoch added the host as a friend. And Chen Yi had no idea what was happening outside, and had just woken up from a dream. Chen Yi was still immersed in the dream. He had just had a very strange dream, dreaming that a large group of Deadpools were chasing them frantically in Hell's Kitchen, as if they wanted to kill them all. This dream made Chen Yi feel scared, and he even felt his heartbeat accelerated after waking up. He went to the bathroom and washed his face with cold water to wake up. Then he opened the system panel to understand the current situation. However, he was stunned by everything in front of him. The system panel was densely packed with friend prompts. Is there an incredible guy sneaking in here? Chen Yi looked at one of the familiar names and said to himself. Why did this Daredevil add a friend? Chen Yi decided to find a time to talk to Daredevil. After all, Hell's Kitchen is still short of staff. Daredevil happened to be a lawyer, and he was also a rare talent in Hell's Kitchen. The exciting part is here again. System, how many friend points do I have now? Chen Yi rubbed his hands and asked nervously. The system prompt sounded again. You now have 552 friend points. Do you want to exchange them for family points? This number made Chen Yi feel ecstatic, as expected. Finally, it was enough for 10 consecutive draws. Exchange now, Chen Yi said hurriedly. Exchange successful, there are currently 10 family points. Do you want to draw a lottery? Let's draw 10 consecutive draws, Chen Yi said domineeringly. As his words fell, the roulette wheel began to turn slowly, and every turn pulled Chen Yi's heartstrings. He stared at the roulette wheel closely, as if looking for something. Congratulations to the host, you got the Vongola template card. Congratulations to the host, you got the Sky Ring. Congratulations to the host, you got the Storm Ring. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host, you got the Koyot Stark template card. Congratulations to the horse spell. Chen Yi's mood was like a roller coaster at the moment, flying in the sky for a while, and then suddenly diving down. The result of this lottery is really love-hate. System, can't you draw all the rings at once? You have to draw them one by one, and waste my 7 lottery opportunities. Chen Yi complained. Chen Yi looked at the 7 rings in front of him, and couldn't help feeling annoyed. However, the system didn't seem to hear his complaints, and was still silent as always. Chen Yi shook his head helplessly and began to carefully count these. The reward. First of all, the template of Vongola is definitely for Chen Yi's best friend Vongola. Chen Yi even suspects that the system's lottery is not random. As for the 7 rings, they just correspond to the 7 guardians of the Vongola family. This wave, the Vongola family is epically strengthened. As for the template card of Koyot Stark, Chen Yi was a little confused at first. Could it be that he drew Tony's relative? After reading the introduction, I found out that it was one of the 10 blades in death, the guy ranked first. Chen Yi was very satisfied with this template. After all, this guy's ability is pretty good. He can split himself into many wolves. The last horse spell can cure all diseases and restore damaged items to their original state. Chen Yi can just match it with the previous Senzu beans and let Deadpool try to see if he can restore his face. Then Chen Yi said to the system, System, give me these 2 templates. Automatically find family members with high matching degree with the template card for the host. Matching successful. Detected that the host has a family member, Vongola, and the matching rate with the template card is as high as 99%. Does the host use the Vongola template card? Matching successful. Detected that the host has a family member, John Wick, and the matching rate with the template card is as high as 75%. Does the host use the Koyot Stark template card? The system voice said in Chen Yi's mind. Use. Chen Yi replied with a little surprise. Chen Yi was not surprised by Vongola, but he did not expect that John Wick actually had a matching degree of 75% with this 10 blades. Congratulations to the system for successful use. Vongola and John Wick have successfully merged the template card. The host has been successfully synchronized. System, open my panel. Chen Yi just wanted to see the new changes in the panel. Name, Chen Yi. Race, human. Title, Family Hero LV3, Lord of Hell LV1. Skills, Gravity Fruit, Magnetic Field Control, Death Flame, Invisibility, Self-Healing Ability, High-Speed Movement, Chaos Magic, Observation Hockey, Hollow, Return to Blade, Hollow Flash. Talent, a person cursed by knowledge, Son of Luck. Items, senzu beans, horse charm, eternal spirit blade, lost drive, eternal memory, new elemental blueprint, 7 Vongola rings. Friends: Pietro Maximoff family, Kane family, John Wick family, Winston family, Marcus family, Wanda Django Maximoff family, Wilson Fisk family, Vongola I family. Wade Wilson 4 stars, Wade Winston Wilson 3 stars, Tony Stark 3 stars, Ethan 3 stars, Stephen Strange 2 stars. Matthew Michael Murdoch 1 star, Miles 1 star. Exclusive skills. LV1 on your right. Chen Yi looked at his new title curiously and asked, "System, what's the matter with the title of Lord of Hell? This title is given to you by the public, just like the titles of Captain America and Iron Man." Chen Yi was confused. He didn't expect to get a new title just after getting out of bed. However, the title of Lord of Hell is not bad, at least it is much better than Spider-Man and Deadpool. Chen Yi stopped thinking about it and was proud of his current panel. This panel is not only luxurious in appearance, but also fully functional. It can be said to have long range, defense and speed. It is simply a hexagonal warrior. Afterwards, Chen Yi couldn't wait to go downstairs to find Deadpool to try the effect of the horse spell and see if he could restore his face. The old man was very happy. As soon as Chen Yi walked downstairs, Deadpool came over in a hurry. While dancing and shouting excitedly, he said, "Chen Yi, you guys were so exciting yesterday, but you didn't call me. Parallel universe, I really want to see what I look like in another universe, whether I am more handsome than me." Chen Yi shook his head helplessly. "Please, blame me if you want to make money. As for whether there is you, go ask Miles yourself." Chen Yi certainly knew that there was not only one Deadpool in the parallel universe, but also many weird and colorful Deadpools. He remembered that there seemed to be a universe where the Deadpool was a handsome guy without disfigurement, but he couldn't remember which universe it was. Hearing the word, making money, Deadpool immediately became energetic and put his arm around Chen Yi's shoulders with a playful smile. "Hey, brother, this time thanks to you. I made a full $20 million yesterday. I can go pick up girls again. Chen Yi, when are we going to have an adventure in a parallel universe?" Deadpool asked curiously. "We have to find a way to go to a parallel universe." "Don't bother, here you go. Eat it, this thing can heal your face." Chen Yi looked at Deadpool in front of him and threw a magic bean to him helplessly. Deadpool caught the magic bean and looked at it with suspicion. "This little thing can heal my face. This can't be poison." Chen Yi rolled his eyes. "Poison can't kill you, a swordsman. As long as you eat it, I guarantee that you will be back to normal." Deadpool looked at Chen Yi with a loving expression. "As long as you give it, I will eat poison." After that, he swallowed the magic bean in one gulp. The next second, the magic beans began to work their magic, and the pits on Deadpool's face began to gradually flatten, and his skin became smooth and delicate. Deadpool jumped around happily, looking in the mirror from time to time, and posing from time to time. He couldn't wait to run to the street and ask the residents on the roadside, "Am I handsome?" As a result, he was mistaken for a pervert by the residents and they punched and kicked him. After a while, Deadpool finally came back, looking satisfied. He said to Chen Yi gratefully, "Brother, thank you." Before Chen Yi could respond, his face suddenly became ugly. He found that Deadpool's face began to slowly become pitted again. He guessed that this was because Deadpool's self-healing factor and cancer cells repelled each other again, resulting in side effects. The magic beans can only heal one-time injuries, not continuous healing. Deadpool also realized his condition, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. "Brother, I know I may become ugly again, but at least I am happy now." There was a hint of bitterness in his voice, a kind of pain that could not be concealed. Deadpool, the man who had conquered countless people with his handsome face and charming charm, would actually worry about his appearance. However, he still maintained that unruly smile. After saying that, he wanted to leave. Chen Yi saw it and quickly stopped Deadpool, and then said, "Don't go, I still have a way, this should be able to solve your problem." His voice was full of firmness and determination, as if telling Deadpool that he would never give up easily. Deadpool suppressed his frustration and continued to play tricks. "Great Lord Deadpool, even if it is like this, it is still the most handsome. After all, it has been so many years, and I am used to it. Don't worry, you don't have to comfort me. He tried to use humor to cover up his uneasiness, but his eyes revealed his true feelings. He thought Chen Yi just told a lie to comfort him, so he still maintained his usual mean style to prove that he was fine. Chen Yi took out the horse charm and handed it to Deadpool. Deadpool curiously played with the horse charm in his hand and asked curiously, how to use this thing. Chen Yi explained, why don't you sneeze and try it? This thing can remove cancer cells from your body. This thing can cure all diseases. The premise is that you have to carry it with you all the time. Hearing this explanation, Deadpool couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at the horse charm in his hand, his eyes full of confusion and surprise. Is this true? Can he really get rid of this devilish disease? Then the horse charm shot out a beam of light, and a few seconds later, Deadpool returned to his original appearance, and there were no more pits on his face. There was no cancer cell invasion in his body, and he turned back to the handsome man. Deadpool didn't jump up and down like before, but stood quietly in front of the mirror, carefully observing his change. His heart was full of anxiety and expectation, fearing that all this beauty was just a dream, fearing that his face would change back in a while. Chen Yi also sat aside, watching all this silently. He knew Deadpool's mood at the moment, and understood his worries. He said nothing, just sat there quietly, accompanying Deadpool through this important moment. Time seemed to become unusually slow, and every minute seemed like an endless torture. Half an hour later, Deadpool finally breathed a sigh of relief. He found that his face had not changed back, and there was no discomfort in his body. He finally got rid of the torture of the disease and found his handsome self again. At this moment, Deadpool's mood was complicated. He felt ecstatic, but more grateful. This thing must be very precious. Deadpool looked at the horse charm in his hand. After all, he had looked for countless ways, but he couldn't solve the problem on his body. The charm in front of him could make him recover so easily. It's okay, keep it for yourself, there is only one in the world. This thing is not as precious as my family. Chen Yi waved his hand. Thank you, brother, Deadpool said in a trembling voice. My life will be yours from now on. This is his promise from the heart, and it is also an expression of his deep gratitude to Chen Yi. Unexpectedly, Chen Yi gave him such a precious thing casually. This made Deadpool extremely grateful. Deadpool has always been a laughing and joking person, always using humor and jokes to cover up the pain and sadness in his heart. However, at this moment, he rarely played tricks, but expressed his gratitude in the most sincere way. Now everything has changed. He finally got rid of the shackles of the disease and found his handsome self again. He felt a kind of ease and freedom that he had never had before. Congratulations to the host. Wade Winston Wilson's favorability has been raised to 4 stars. Congratulations to the host, Wade Winston Wilson. Congratulations to the host, Wade Winston Wilson's favorability has been raised to full stars. Chen Yi was sincerely happy for Deadpool. After all, this was not a movie plot, but a living reality. He couldn't imagine that if he had to live with Deadpool's previous face, he might choose to end his life early, and the point was that he couldn't die. Deadpool's life before was really worse than death. After Deadpool became a family member, if Chen Yi really went to a parallel universe, he could also take this Deadpool with him. After all, Deadpool, this social bull, is still quite useful. Just at this time, the little black spider Miles also came down. Chen Yi, do you want to go with me to pick up girls tonight? To thank you, I'll treat you tonight. Deadpool returned to his frivolous appearance in the past, and Chen Yi's newly emerged touch instantly disappeared. Chen Yi was just moved by Deadpool, but the next second Chen Yi just wanted Deadpool to get out. Then Chen Yi ignored Deadpool and turned to Miles, who had just come downstairs, and said, hurry up and have breakfast. I will take you to see someone today. Maybe he can find a way to get you back. Miles seemed a little curious and asked, who is it? A playboy. Chen Yi's answer was concise and clear, without even looking at Miles. The two of them were in a mess. On the other side, Hawkeye and Natasha had already withdrawn from Hell's Kitchen, and they knocked on the door of Nick Fury's office. Then Nick Fury was giving Coulson a task. When Hawkeye and Natasha came in, Nick Fury and Coulson stopped talking. Coulson left the office tactfully, leaving Hawkeye, Natasha and Nick Fury to discuss things. Hawkeye and Natasha reported all the information and details in Hell's Kitchen. including Chen Yi's performance and his transformation into Kamen Rider Eternity. After listening to this, Nick Fury rubbed his temples, and then slowly said, even Magneto can't do anything to Chen Yi. And what about that Kamen Rider Eternity? Why Chen Yi controls this technology, we really don't know anything. Haven't you been monitoring Chen Yi? Didn't you find out who he has contacted? You know, such a complex mecha cannot be designed by Chen Yi alone. He asked a series of questions, trying to uncover the mystery behind Chen Yi. Chen Yi's threat became more and more threatening to him, like an invisible ghost, making Nick Fury feel an uncontrollable sense of frustration. Nick Fury really hates this feeling of being out of control. In response to the director's question, Natasha thought for a moment and said, we have been monitoring Chen Yi, and we have not found any suspicious people in contact with Chen Yi. The only suspicious thing is that Chen Yi brought a little boy back yesterday. Unless we can send someone to infiltrate Chen Yi's core team, we may be able to get access to these secrets. But Hawkeye, Chen Yi and I all know each other. And ordinary agents can't get into Chen Yi's team. Chen Yi seems to have the ability to see through people's hearts. Chen Yi has too many abilities. Natasha said with a serious face. Have you found out the identity of that little boy? Black Egg asked. I have found out. His name is Miles. He is a little boy from a poor family. I guess Chen Yi took him in for a day because he felt sorry for him. Hawkeye on the side replied hurriedly. Hawkeye would never have thought that he was investigating Miles in this universe. Black Egg knocked heavily on the table, and then took out a copy of today's latest report for Natasha and Hawkeye to see. Take a look, what do you think? Black Egg's eyes shuttled back and forth between the two of them, with a hint of seriousness in his tone. Hawkeye picked up the report and quickly scanned it. When he saw the name, Chen Yi, the Lord of Hell, a joking smile appeared on his lips. Chen Yi, the Lord of Hell, this name is quite domineering. It is much more domineering than my title Hawkeye. He tried to ease the atmosphere, but he found that this joke did not have the desired effect. He looked left and right, but no one responded to him. The only one who responded to him was the one eye of Director Black Egg, who stared at him. Hawkeye's heart trembled, and he quickly said seriously, Director, I think this is a good thing. Chen Yi's replacement of Jin Bing can further stabilize the unstable place of Hell's Kitchen. And, I think Chen Yi hates illegal things such as drug trafficking. He also pays for his children to go to school at his own expense. Hawkeye really thought so in his heart. However, just as he finished speaking, Black Braised Egg beside him slammed the table and stood up. You are all too naive. Black Braised Egg's voice was filled with anger. Chen Yi's threat is much greater than Kingpin's. Kingpin was just an ordinary person before. The reason we didn't get rid of him was because he was useful and we could control him. Now let Chen Yi take over Hell's Kitchen. Is there anyone who can control him? At that time, Hell's Kitchen is his, Chen Yi's territory, or the territory of the federal government. But what Chen Yi did was indeed for the good of those ordinary people. Besides, if Chen Yi really wanted to do something, we don't seem to have the strength to stop him. Natasha tried to refute. After all, Natasha had witnessed Chen Yi's endless means with her own eyes. From the beginning, she thought Chen Yi had only a little strength, to the endless means later, maybe Chen Yi had more means that he had not used. He does his own thing according to his own will. Look at how many people died in Hell's Kitchen yesterday. Black Sauce Egg continued, his tone full of accusations and dissatisfaction. If Chen Yi really thinks these people are wrong, he should come to federal government, not by himself. Quote, he doesn't take the federal government seriously at all. The cold voice of Black Egg echoed in the air, with strong hostility and dissatisfaction. So our S.H.I.E.L.D. must have enough power to fight against people like Chen Yi. After saying that, Black Egg turned on the screen, and saw the 5 big words, Avengers, written on the screen. Avengers, Hawkeye and Natasha said in surprise. Then, Black Egg showed pictures of superheroes, including the big green guy, Tony who had just become Iron Man, Professor X in a wheelchair, a man with an arm that could stretch, and Captain America. These superheroes each have powerful abilities, and their existence is undoubtedly an important force to fight crime and chaos. Even Natasha and Hawkeye saw their own photos. Black Egg looked at Natasha and Hawkeye and said, yes, you two are also part of the plan. You are one of the most experienced and capable agents in the world. I need you to lobby these superheroes to join our alliance. Quote. Hawkeye looked at the photo of Captain America, his eyes full of shock. He pointed at the photo, with an unbelievable doubt in his tone. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Captain America, isn't he dead? How did he join this plan? Does S.H.I.E.L.D. already have the technology to resurrect the dead? Or find someone else to be Captain America? Hawkeye couldn't believe that the director would include a dead person in the plan. The story of Captain America is well known to everyone. Every citizen of the Federation knows this person, so everyone knows that he died in the end. Nick Fury showed a mysterious smile. Don't worry about this. During the time you were monitoring Chen, we fished out the frozen Captain America in a place in the Arctic. He is currently recovering. I will take you to see it later. Nick Fury continued, with a hint of pride in his tone. Hearing the news, Hawkeye showed an expression of disbelief on his face. He opened his mouth wide and couldn't speak for a long time. This is simply incredible. Captain America is resurrected. This is simply unbelievable. So the most urgent task is to gather these people, Nick Fury said seriously. Got it. Hawkeye and Black Widow answered in unison, and left without stopping. Looking at the two people leaving, Nick Fury stood in the office, looking at the scene outside the window, but his thoughts drifted away and muttered to himself, I hope I don't have to call Danvers back. Quote. The two of them were beaten by Chen Yi's men before they even saw Chen Yi. Even this man was blind. Pierce's voice was deep and powerful, revealing a kind of aura of majesty without anger. His face was ashen, his eyes were cold, and he looked directly at the document, as if he wanted to see the truth between the lines. Crossbones, who was standing opposite his desk, bowed his head and replied, That's true. We underestimated the strength of Chen Yi and his gang. To be honest, if that blind man didn't use his superpowers, he couldn't beat me. There was a hint of helplessness and confusion in his voice. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with this failure. Pierce didn't look at Crossbones, but asked the secretary beside him, Haven't you found out the power behind Chen Yi yet? What kind of power can have so many mutants, and even mecha warriors that can transform? The secretary beside him bowed his head and said, Minister, the hand, which was originally going to join us, was completely destroyed by Chen Yi. At present, neither our own channels nor the channels in S.H.I.E.L.D. have found out the power behind Chen Yi. Pierce closed his eyes and thought. The hand was just an insignificant force to Hydra. Pierce didn't feel distressed. After a while, he opened his eyes and slowly said, Are you sure you can win over Chen Yi? Obviously, Pierce was very interested in the strength shown by Chen Yi. Whether it was his mysterious superpowers or his cross-era mecha, they could not be ignored. The secretary recalled the information about Chen Yi in her hand, and combined with his style, she slowly said, Minister, from the information, Chen Yi does not seem to be willing to be inferior to others. But the information shows that he has had conflicts with Nick Fury's people, and it is estimated that they can cooperate. And with his current identity, he is backed by a mysterious organization, and it is estimated that it will cost a lot to win him over. Crossbones Yi on the side took over the topic. I don't think Chen Yi's men have killed us. It is obvious that he still has some respect for the federal government. I think there is a chance to win him over. Pierce's eyes flashed with a deep light, and he was obviously having an inner debate. He flipped through Chen Yi's information, and his voice revealed a firmness. Chen Yi, the Lord of Hell. Then, the responsibility he has to bear is also quite heavy. Find a time to send someone to talk to Chen Yi. Just you, Crossbones. As for the bargaining chip, I think their Hell's Kitchen hospital should be renovated, we will help him renovate it. And the government promised to help him recruit professors and doctors. And will give some federal subsidies. See if he is willing to cooperate with us. For Pierce, negotiating with someone like Chen Yi is not a big deal. After all, if Chen Yi wants to do a good job in Hell's Kitchen, he can't do without the support of the federal high level. And Hydra's resources in this regard are undoubtedly quite rich. On the contrary, if Chen Yi has no scruples and no worries, that would be a real headache. That kind of person, barefoot, is not afraid of those wearing shoes, and can do anything. Of course, we have to be prepared and notify the people at the base to release the Winter Soldier. If Chen Yi doesn't accept it, let the Winter Soldier kill Chen Yi. Pierce still made preparations for both situations. After hearing this, Crossbones couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Winter Soldier's ability may not be enough to fight Chen. In his opinion, Winter Soldier might have been easily subdued or even killed by Chen's men before he even approached Chen. Pierce smiled mysteriously, with a sly look in his eyes. What we want is for Chen to kill Winter Soldier. Don't forget who the Winter Soldier's friend is. I remember Nick Fury seems to be working on some Superboy plan. Pierce stopped there. After hearing this, Crossbones suddenly realized that what Pierce wanted was for Chen to kill Winter Soldier. Then pass the news of Winter Soldier's death to Captain America, so that a conflict between Captain America and Chen can be triggered. Once Captain America learns that Winter Soldier has suffered misfortune at the hands of Chen, he will definitely settle accounts with Chen. In this way, Nick Fury behind Captain America could not sit idly by and start a superhero war. No matter who wins or loses in the end, Hydra will be the winner. And Hydra only lost the Winter Soldier as a chess piece. Then Crossbones gave Pierce a thumbs up and said, "Smart, really smart, you are the minister." Pierce laughed when he heard such praise. His ambition and confidence were evident. He knew that S.H.I.E.L.D would be his sooner or later. On the other side, Chen, who was being plotted, was still driving his broken car with Miles to Tony's villa. When Chen arrived at Tony's villa, it was already night. "Finally we're here. This broken car, it actually stalled halfway, and we have to find someone to repair it." Chen complained. It took them 10 hours to get to the vicinity of Tony's manor. Just as Chen drove to the gate of the manor, a Maybach just came out of Tony's manor. Chen looked at the people in the car carefully and muttered to himself, "I seem to have seen this bald guy somewhere before. Forget it, let's go find Tony." The person in the Maybach was Tony's uncle Obadiah Stani, and Obadiah also saw Chen's broken car. He raised his mouth slightly and showed a sneer. "Now any broken car can come here, it's really cheap. But there is no need to come to this place again in the future." Obadiah felt much more comfortable when he thought of this. Chen didn't care too much, and then drove in the manor for a full 10 minutes before reaching the villa area. After Chen parked the car, the two finally got out of the car. Miles complained, "Mr. Chen, why don't we just use our abilities to get here? Why do we have to drive this car? People with superpowers like us should keep a low profile. Only in this way can we integrate into this society. Don't rely too much on your abilities." Chen said awkwardly, and then made up his mind to change the car quickly. After all, Miles had just met Chen. Although he was puzzled, he could only nod in agreement. After all, Chen was someone he knew in this parallel universe. Afterwards, Chen walked quickly to the gate of the villa. He gently knocked on the gate and shouted loudly, "Tony, Tony. I'm Chen, I'm here to see you." His voice echoed in the night sky, but no one responded. Time passed by minute, and 5 minutes passed, but the gate was still closed, and no one came to open it. Miles was watching from the side. He frowned and said to Chen, "Maybe Mr. Tony is not at home. Why don't you call and ask?" Chen stared at the villa intently. He found that the lights in the villa were on, which meant that there must be someone inside. He took out his mobile phone and called Tony, but the line was always busy. Chen's heart began to sink. He recalled the bald man he had just seen on the road, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. He slammed the door hard and shouted loudly, "Tony, open the door. I'm Chen." But still no one responded. Chen instantly realized that something had happened to Tony. He felt more and more uneasy, so he took a deep breath and kicked the door hard. Seeing this, Miles wanted to step forward to stop him. He felt that this behavior was not appropriate, but it was too late. The door was kicked open by Chen, and the door of the room was staggering open. Chen rushed into the villa, and the scene in front of him stunned him instantly. Tony's face turned pale, and the small reactor on his chest was gone. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Looking at Tony, who had fallen to the ground, Chen quickly took out the senzu beans and stuffed them into Tony's mouth. Miles watched from the side, with a panicked look on his face. He looked at Tony at a loss, and couldn't help but wonder whether he should call the police. "Sir, should we call the police?" Miles' voice trembled a little, and he was obviously frightened by the situation. Chen didn't answer him, his eyes were fixed on Tony. The next second, Tony, who had eaten the senzu beans, suddenly moved his body, his face suddenly improved, and the hole in his chest was also restored by the senzu beans. Seeing this situation, Chen-Yi was still worried that if he recovered without the small arc, this Tony in front of him could still become Iron Man. Tony, who had just recovered, shouted, "Pepper, where's Pepper?" Tony didn't care about his physical condition or why Chen-Yi came in. He only cared about whether Pepper was in danger. He was afraid that his uncle would kill Pepper. Chen-Yi knew what was going on and quickly called Pepper. After a few seconds, Pepper's phone was connected. "Ms. Pepper, hello, I'm Chen-Yi." Tony snatched the phone away from Chen-Yi before he finished speaking. "Pepper, are you okay?" Tony asked directly. Pepper on the other end of the phone heard Tony's voice and said excitedly, "Tony, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm on my way to arrest Obadiah with the agents. I found evidence of him framing you in his computer this morning." Tony learned that Pepper was going to catch Obadiah on the other end of the phone, and said excitedly, "Don't go, you are not his opponent, go back quickly." Tony knew that Obadiah had completed his war mecha at this time, and ordinary people were no match for him. "But we are already downstairs," Pepper said, a little confused. After all, in her opinion, Obadiah is just an ordinary person, and the presence of federal agents is enough to ensure her safety. "Anyway, listen to me, leave quickly, I'll go to you right now." Tony hung up the phone and stood up and rushed out. Tony now just wants to rush to Pepper's side to ensure her safety. Only Chen-Yi and Miles were left looking at each other. Miles really had a lot of suffering today, and he didn't know the situation all the time, so he could only follow Chen-Yi all the way. Chen-Yi had no choice but to follow. He didn't expect that when he came to talk to Tony, Tony happened to be robbed of the small arc reactor by his uncle to make his iron lump. If Chen-Yi guessed correctly, it should be Iron Man versus Iron Lump in a while. "I say, are you so ignoring your savior?" Chen-Yi complained in the car. But Chen-Yi also understood that Tony was eager to save his wife at this time. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry to find Pepper now," Tony said perfunctorily while driving fast. He drove the car with full concentration and sped along the road. His heart was full of worry and tension. He couldn't let Pepper take risks. He had to get to her as soon as possible. "I know, marry Pepper earlier. Really, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come today, and I wasted a fairy bean," Chen-Yi said helplessly. Miles, who had been in the back seat, was speechless. He had basically stayed in the car all day today. The point was that she really had something urgent to do, so he could only wait until the matter was over before talking about her. Seemingly seeing Miles' helplessness in the back seat, Chen-Yi hurriedly comforted him, "It's okay, I'll tell Tony after I finish this matter." Tony seemed to see that the two of them obviously had something to ask him, but he couldn't take care of it now, and just wanted to get to Pepper quickly. "Why did you drive over there? Wouldn't it be faster if you didn't put on a mech and flew over there?" Chen-Yi asked curiously. This is different from the plot he remembered. Didn't Tony fly over wearing Iron Man at this time? "You think I don't want to? You think I didn't pay attention to the wound on my chest? How can I use the small arc reactor? I have to make another one," Tony said helplessly. Tony also wanted to get his mech at this time, but now the wound on his chest has been healed. He can only wait until the matter is over and go back to upgrade the mech. And when this is over, I must ask Chen-Yi what magical thing he used. Since it can make him heal, this guy Chen-Yi can always come up with something shocking. "Then you don't. How can you beat your uncle with a mecha?" Chen-Yi frowned and continued to ask. Tony didn't say anything and looked at Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi was panicked and shouted, "Don't look at me, just drive carefully ahead." Chen-Yi understood Tony's idea instantly. "So I work for you for free, not only saving your life, but also solving your problems. Do you know how expensive the senzu beans I fed you are? There are only 4 in the world and you ate 1. I owe you a favor," Tony said solemnly. Chen-Yi didn't say anything after listening. After all, Chen-Yi also needed Tony's help. In the deepest part of the laboratory on the other side, Obadiah was carrying the small arc reactor snatched from Tony, with a glimmer of ambition in his eyes. He slowly walked towards his war machine and carefully installed this precious small arc reactor in the core part of the war machine. At the same time, Pepper and a team of agents also rushed to Obadiah's laboratory building. Originally, Pepper wanted to listen to Tony's advice and wait for his arrival before taking action. But those anxious agents couldn't wait, they went straight to the laboratory. The agents used small explosives to blow open the security door of the laboratory, and the huge explosion startled Obadiah in the laboratory. He peeked through the crack in the door and found someone breaking in, and immediately began to put on his mecha equipment. This conflict seemed inevitable. Obadiah started his war machine, and the roar of the machine's engine echoed in the empty laboratory. He watched the intruder through the screen of the mecha, his eyes full of coldness and determination. Pepper and the agents walked into the laboratory carefully, and then saw a pile of experimental drawings and the mecha that had disappeared. He may have left, Pepper whispered. Pepper finally understood Tony's reminder now, and could only secretly beg that Obadiah had left. The agents searched every corner of the laboratory with weapons in hand, trying to find clues left by Obadiah. They looked nervous, and the weapons in their hands seemed to be their only support. The air in the laboratory was filled with an invisible sense of oppression, as if danger would come at any time. Suddenly, a huge figure fell from the sky and landed near Pepper. Pepper widened her eyes in horror, and only had time to scream, then turned around and ran away in high heels. Her heart was beating like a drum, and every step was trembling. The battle in the laboratory broke out immediately. The agents' bullets and explosives left scars on the machine, but Obadiah's war machine was unscathed, as if those attacks had no effect on it at all. Under the iron fist of the mecha, the agents fell one by one, and blood and broken limbs were scattered all over the ground. Only Pepper escaped outside the building. Just when Pepper thought she was safe and was about to call Tony, a mecha broke out of the ground behind Pepper. Pepper turned around and saw the mecha, screaming in fear and retreating. Obadiah controlled the mecha and raised his right hand to Pepper and said coldly, "You are useless." Quote. Pepper's heart sank instantly, and she realized that she had nowhere to escape. Facing the war machine controlled by Obadiah, she felt like a tiny ant that could be crushed at any time. At this moment, she regretted not listening to Tony's advice, and she didn't know if Tony would be sad for her if she died. At this moment of despair, a voice came from the sky, "Stan." Quote. Obadiah looked up and saw that it was Chen who used magnetism to drag Tony and his car into the sky. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the car to arrive. Chen first parked the car steadily on the ground, and then turned his attention to the huge Obadiah mecha. Then he controlled Obadiah's mecha with one hand. As soon as Tony got out of the car, he immediately rushed to Pepper. His eyes were full of worry, and he hugged Pepper, as if he wanted to protect her tightly under his wings. Tony was terrified. If he was a step later, Pepper would die. Tony couldn't imagine what his life would be like without Pepper. Pepper also hugged him back tightly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. There was still a trace of panic in her eyes, and she couldn't believe that she was safe. If she hadn't felt Tony's body temperature and heartbeat, she wouldn't have believed that all this was true. Hey, why don't you just get married right here? Why are you still showing off your affection in this situation? Chen walked over, with a hint of teasing in his eyes, but more of a focus on the mecha in front of him. Should I solve this, or do you solve it yourself? Chen asked Tony while looking at the big mecha. Tony also temporarily let go of his love affair, and then questioned Obadiah with anger in his eyes. Why do you want to do this? I can't believe you would do this to me. Obadiah said coldly in the mecha, I've had enough of you. Why should this company be mine? It's all your fault, my mutant friend. Otherwise, I would have succeeded long ago. Since you can't let me get what I want, let's die together. Obadiah shouted at the top of his lungs, activating the mecha's self-destruct device. He intended to die with the group of people who were destroying his plan. Seeing this, Chen immediately lifted the mecha with magnetic force and let it float in the air. He stared at the mecha that was gradually turning red, knowing that it was about to self-destruct. So, he pushed the magnetic tray hard and led the mecha into the air. Just then, a deafening explosion broke through the night sky. Flames shot up to the sky and heat waves rolled. The entire city was shrouded in the aftermath of the explosion. Residents ran out of their homes and looked up at the gorgeous fireball in the sky. After Chen solved it, he also landed gracefully. After the explosion subsided, Chen landed gracefully. He looked at the gradually dissipating smoke and said lightly, In fact, without me, your plan would not succeed. Quote. Obviously, this was said to Obadiah, who could no longer hear. Miles, who stayed where he was, watched Chen-Yi fly freely in the sky, solving the mecha crisis with an extremely elegant posture, and his heart was full of envy. He has always longed to have such superb abilities and solve problems so elegantly. He silently vowed that he must learn from Chen-Yi in the future, constantly improve his abilities, and become a person as outstanding as him. At the same time, Tony looked at the exploding mecha in the sky, and his heart was mixed. Although there were some contradictions between him and Obadiah, they were partners after all. Now that Obadiah has passed away, he can't help but feel a lot of emotions. Okay, we should go back too. I have something else to ask you. Chen-Yi saw that the matter was resolved, and it was time to talk about business. Tony first stepped forward to Chen-Yi. Thanks, buddy. Thanks to you today. By the way, can you give me another pill of your magical medicine? I'll go back and study it. Quote. Obviously, Tony was very interested in Chen-Yi's magic beans. Let's talk business first, Tony. I guess you are more interested in this story. Chen-Yi pulled Miles, who was in a daze, over. Tony looked Miles up and down, but he couldn't see any outstanding features of Miles in front of him. Tony frowned and said, then let's talk in the car. We can't talk here. I have to send Pepper back first. Just as the four were about to get in the car, the federal government's support arrived, led by Tony's good friend Rhodes. Rhodes walked quickly to Tony, grabbed Tony's shoulders, and looked him up and down. Rhodes walked quickly to Tony, grabbed Tony's shoulders, and looked him up and down. It seems that you are fine. I was worried all the way. Quote. Ever since receiving Pepper's call for help, Rhodes has been concerned about Tony's safety. He rushed to Tony's house but found that he was not there, so he tracked him all the way here. Seeing that Tony was safe, he finally let go of his worries. However, you still have to hold a press conference tomorrow. This explosion caused. The residents have paid much attention to this event. Rhodes then reminded Tony. Tony could not help but frown at this news. He always hated this kind of press conference, not to mention explaining the cause of this incident. But Rhodes was right, this was his responsibility and obligation. Pepper on the side also obviously saw the irritability in Tony's heart, and quickly restored his secretary's nature. No problem, I will ask the people below to prepare for tomorrow's press conference, and Tony will be there on time tomorrow. Pepper said quickly. Tony looked at her, and his irritability was slightly relieved. He knew that with Pepper there, everything would be arranged in an orderly manner. If there is nothing else, we will go back first. Tony looked at Chen-Yi and then said to Rhodes. Then Rhodes and Chen-Yi looked at each other, nodded and said hello, and then stayed with the agents to clean up the mess. Along the way, Chen-Yi asked Miles to tell Tony the story of his travel through the parallel universe. Pepper next to him was almost unbelievable. After all, it was too unbelievable for ordinary people. On the other hand, Tony listened with relish, his eyes revealing the light of wisdom. So this kid traveled to the parallel time and space because of the time and space cracks created by the collider. I really want to have a good talk with the doctor who created the collider. It's a genius idea, Tony praised. So do you have a way to get this little guy back? Chen-Yi asked. I can't guarantee this. I have to go back and study it. If there is information about the collider, maybe I can make one for you. Tony looked at Miles and replied. As long as he is given some time, he believes he can create it. But if there are no relevant drawings, it will take some time. However, Tony believes that with his genius wisdom, others can create it, and he can also create it. Miles on the side heard it and could only answer helplessly, I don't have the drawings. He was fighting Kingpin at the time, how could he have thought that he was transported to this parallel universe? Chen-Yi saw that Miles was in a low mood and comforted him quickly. It's okay, this Tony is one of the smartest people I know, give him some time and he will find a way to send you back. Miles looked up at Chen-Yi, a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes, but he did not speak, just nodded silently. Hearing Chen-Yi's praise for himself, Tony smiled and nodded. Don't worry, you will hear good news soon, Tony said confidently. When Miles heard Tony's words, a warm current surged in his heart. He felt that he was not alone in this strange universe, because he had friends like Chen-Yi and Tony around him. Finally, Chen-Yi sent Pepper and Tony back to the villa. Before leaving, Chen-Yi took out a blueprint and threw it to Tony, which showed the latest elements. Tony took a quick look and looked at Chen-Yi in astonishment. He didn't expect Chen-Yi to have this thing. The things on the blueprint were not even researched by himself at present. Chen-Yi smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. This thing was invented by your father. Don't ask me, I won't tell you." Then Chen-Yi drove his broken car back with Miles without looking back. Tony looked at Chen-Yi's back, hesitant to speak, wanted to say thank you but couldn't say it. After all, Tony had his own self-esteem. But Chen-Yi did help him a lot today, and finally he could only say in a low voice, "Thank you." Quote. Finally, he turned around and returned to his villa. What he didn't know was that Chen-Yi's mouth curled up slightly behind him. The system prompts began to prompt. "Congratulations to the host, Tony Stark." Quote. "Congratulations to the host, Tony Stark's favorability has reached full stars." Quote. The next morning, Pepper arrived at the press conference. She quickly set up the scene, busy while greeting the reporters who came one after another. The time of the press conference was about to arrive, but Tony did not show up. Rhodes on the side also noticed this situation. He came over and asked in his low voice, "Why hasn't Tony arrived yet? Do you want to call him to urge him?" Pepper frowned. She had called Tony several times, but the other party didn't answer. She tried to stay calm and said to Rhodes, "Don't worry, Tony will definitely come if he agrees. I have called several times, but Tony has not answered. Don't worry, Tony will definitely come if he agrees," Pepper said with a frown. However, she herself was unsure. After all, Tony often missed press conferences without reason. Will he let everyone down again this time? If Tony doesn't come, how will the press conference proceed? These questions kept echoing in Pepper's mind. Time passed by minute, and the atmosphere at the press conference became more and more tense. Many reporters were in place, and they were all waiting for the arrival of the protagonist Tony. The lenses of cameras and video cameras were all aimed at the entrance, and the press conference could start as soon as Tony appeared. However, as time went by, Tony still did not appear. The reporters at the scene began to whisper, talking to each other, and guessing various possibilities. There was confusion and disappointment in their eyes, because they were all looking forward to Tony's appearance. Pepper felt her heartbeat quicken. She had never felt such great pressure before. She knew that she had to find a way to solve this problem. Just when Pepper was about to go on stage to host the press conference in person, there was a sudden roar of machinery in the sky, and everyone looked up. A red mecha fell from the sky and landed on the main seat of the press conference. The appearance of this Iron Man surprised and excited the reporters on the scene. They picked up the microphone and rushed to Iron Man. A reporter asked, "Excuse me, are you the Iron Man who came recently?" Iron Man did not answer, but just stood there quietly. He was wearing a red mecha, and the reactor on his chest was shining, which looked very cool. His appearance made the atmosphere on the scene boil up all of a sudden. "Excuse me, Iron Man, what is your relationship with Stark Industries? Excuse me, do you know Mr. Tony Stark? Are you here to attend the press conference on behalf of Mr. Tony Stark?" Pepper in the audience clearly recognized this Iron Man and was relieved. She knew that this was Tony's masterpiece. He did not forget about the press conference, but appeared in front of everyone in an unexpected way. Rhodes, on the other hand, walked to the front of the stage very nervously. "Everyone, please be quiet," he shouted loudly, with unquestionable authority in his voice, "we will give you an explanation later." Then he wanted to pull Tony away, but Tony was wearing an iron suit, and Rhodes found embarrassed that he could not pull Tony. It seemed that Tony did not want to talk to him. Rhodes, who was standing by, could only cover Tony's ears and whisper, "Don't reveal your identity as Iron Man. If you reveal your identity as Iron Man, the military and the federal leaders will come to you for trouble." It is obvious that Rhodes is thinking about Tony. Once Iron Man reveals his identity, the military and the federal leaders will definitely ask Tony to hand over the mecha blueprints. It is okay if the federal government does not know Tony's true identity. If they know, they will try their best to take him for themselves. But before Rhodes heard Tony's reply, the reporter below obviously couldn't hold back his heart and continued to ask. After a while, Tony's helmet automatically faded, revealing the face known to the world. There was a hint of unruly smile on his face, and the light of wisdom flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he was not only a billionaire and philanthropist, but also the superhero admired by countless people, Iron Man. He looked down at the reporters below, with a hint of teasing and confidence in his eyes. Then, he raised his lips slightly, and said in his unique, slightly arrogant tone the famous words that everyone in the Marvel Universe knows, "I am Iron Man." Iron Man. Quote. As soon as these words came out, there was silence at the scene. Then, as if they were electrocuted, the reporters began to write furiously to record this historic moment. They knew that once this headline was released, it would surely cause a global sensation. After Tony finished his famous words, he put on his helmet again. The familiar red and gold armor covered his body again, as if he was born for this armor. He straightened his chest and looked forward firmly. With a roar, Tony turned into a golden light and broke through the clouds. Only Pepper, who looked confused, and Rhodes, who was terrified, were left alone to face the questions of reporters. Watching the man in armor falling from the sky in the news report, facing the camera, and then saying the classic saying, "I am Iron Man." Chen smiled. Only Tony, the arrogant and coquettish guy, could make such an appearance. It can only be said that he is worthy of being Tony Stark. He knew that the gears of fate began to turn, and a big event in the Marvel Universe was about to happen. He also had to seize the time to make friends and expand his power and strength. Chen had an idea in his mind, that is, to form a team that could rival the Avengers, a superhero team unique to Hell's Kitchen. Deadpool on the side watched Tony's handsome appearance on the news and imitated him. He took off his red mask, then posed in a posture that he thought was handsome and said in a low voice, "I am Deadpool." "How about it, am I handsome?" Deadpool asked Pietro and Wanda. Pietro looked at him with disgust. Wanda simply ignored him and ignored Deadpool. Chen looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel funny. In the void, a bald wizard was confronting a magenta knight. "Outsider, this is not the place you should come to," Ancient One said calmly. The magenta knight whispered, "The strength of this universe is a bit high. Next time, I'll call the old man Fengmo over." The magenta knight obviously felt that there were many auras in this universe that were stronger than the bald wizard in front of him, so he should call someone over next time. Then the magenta knight summoned a silver space wall with his right hand and walked straight into it, disappearing in this universe. After watching the strange pink knight leave, Master Ancient One said, "There are a lot of outsiders on Earth recently, so I still have to go and take a look." Quote. The old man was very happy, and the old man was very happy. Hell's Kitchen, good luck restaurant. Next, everything will be handed over to Wanda. Wanda's orders are equal to my orders. Chen glanced at the crowd and said seriously, "Dismiss." Chen issued instructions to a group of fierce people. They looked like gangsters, and each of them had a fierce look on their faces. These were Uncle Jin Bing's men. Uncle Jin Bing's men left the restaurant one after another, leaving Wanda standing there alone. Chen walked up to Wanda and said to her gently, "Wanda, your task now is to take over Uncle Jin Bing's affairs. Don't be too stressed. You know, this is a brand new challenge for you, but I believe you are capable of it. Try to abandon all illegal affairs, so that we can get the company on the right track and not violate our original intention. Then don't have too much pressure. Our family doesn't lack this little money." Chen added. "I have no problem," Wanda answered with a firm look in her eyes, and then turned and left for Fisk building. Wanda silently encouraged herself in her heart. She had to work hard to manage it well, firstly to live up to Chen's trust, and secondly to be Chen's best backing, so that she could stay by Chen's side. "Thank you for your hard work," Chen looked at Wanda distressed-edly. After all, Wanda is just a 20-year-old girl, and she has to take over such a big company at this age. But there is really no one around Chen either 5 a 60-year-old killer, or someone like Deadpool. The only good Winston has been sent to manage the Continental Hotel. Chen really couldn't imagine what would happen if Deadpool was allowed to manage the company. He would probably use all the company's liquid funds to pick up girls. Just as Chen was thinking, a golden halo suddenly appeared in the restaurant. The halo was rotating and had strange runes. Chen saw the golden halo and had a guess in his mind. The next second, Chen Yi found that the space around the restaurant was a change, just like glass breaking, but not long after, everything returned to normal. Chen Yi saw that even the mirror space was used. There was only one person with such a big card, and that was the Ancient One who was killed by the plot because the special effects were too expensive. The figure of the Ancient One slowly walked out of the golden light circle. She was wearing a gorgeous robe, and her bald head was particularly dazzling under the light. At this time, her eyes were calm and deep, as if she saw through everything in the world. You don't seem surprised at all, as if you knew I would come to you. Mr. Chen Yi. Master Ji Yuyi said, her voice was calm and steady. Chen Yi's calm and composed attitude made Master Ji Yuyi puzzled. Could it be that the man in front of him had the ability to predict the future? Or was he absolutely confident in his own strength? Whichever it was, Master Ji Yuyi became interested. Master Ji Yuyi had some sense of the future, and she could observe everyone's life trajectory, whether in the past or in the future. But she found that only in Chen Yi, she could not see through his future. But Ji Yuyi was very sure that the person in front of him was indeed from this universe. Master Ji Yuyi, I have heard of your name for a long time. Chen Yi did not continue to pretend that he did not know Master Ji Yuyi's identity. He took the initiative to speak to show his sincerity. Because he believed that Master Ji Yuyi had already known who Chen Yi was before he came. I have been observing you for a long time. Everything you have done recently is different from the future I saw. But you did do better. Hell's Kitchen has a better future because of you. Master Ji Yuyi praised. Thank you for the compliment. I wonder what Master Ji Yuyi came here for today. Chen Yi really didn't know the purpose of Ji Yuyi's visit. It seemed that Chen Yi didn't do anything to harm the earth. Today I came to tell you that recently a knight from another universe wanted to come to the earth, and I stopped him in time. You should be careful, Master Ji Yuyi explained. She saw that the knight looked very similar to the knight that Chen Yi had transformed into some time ago. He should be here to cause trouble for Chen Yi. Secondly, it is to send a guest from another universe to his original universe. That guest is here with you. Master Ji Yuyi looked at Chen Yi and continued to add. After listening to Master Ji Yuyi's words, Chen Yi hurriedly asked, Excuse me, Master Ji Yuyi. Master, what color is that knight? Quote, Ji Yuyi thought about it and said slowly, pink. After hearing this, Chen Yi had a headache. That knight was the destroyer of the world, Brother Xiao Ming. Fortunately, he was stopped by Ji Yuyi, otherwise he would not know what would happen if he came in. As for the second point, Chen Yi was not surprised. Chen Yi also wanted to ask Ji Yuyi for help, but he did not have the ability. Thank you for reminding me, then I will call Miles out now and let you take him back. Chen Yi said slowly. Don't worry, I have something to tell you. Do you know the origin of your guest? Master Ji Yuyi asked seriously. This time, Chen Yi's guest brought a great impact to the multiverse, and the Spider-Man in each universe has changed to some extent. Chen Yi looked at Ji Yuyi's serious expression and was thinking seriously about the impact of Miles. Suddenly, an idea flashed. You mean that Miles, who should not have become Spider-Man, is an anomaly, which led to things that should not have happened in other parallel universes. After all, according to Miles' life trajectory, he should have become a wanderer, not Spider-Man. Ji Yuyi said seriously. Yes, there can only be one Spider-Man in a universe, and every Spider-Man will experience the pain of bereavement. This is Spider-Man's fate. And the spider he got the spider possession of did not belong to his universe, but to the spider of Earth 44 universe. Ji Yuyi explained, Peter Parker in this parallel universe died accidentally because he did not become Spider-Man, which led to the destruction of this parallel universe. There is a problem in our two adjacent Spider-Man universes. I can't leave the Earth for the time being, so I need you to solve it. Ancient One said slowly. Ancient One really can't leave now. There are too many variables now. Ancient One must ensure that the birth of the next Supreme Master is foolproof. So he has to keep an eye on the Earth all the time, because he doesn't have much time left. And finding Chen Yi is because Chen Yi has infinite possibilities. But, the destruction of the other two parallel universes will not affect our universe, right? Why should I go there? Chen Yi asked puzzledly. Chen Yi really doesn't care about the lives of people in other universes, and doesn't want to take on this job. Because it is an adjacent universe, when the universe is destroyed, there will be a crack in time and space, and some people will come to this universe, just like your guests. These people will bring great trouble to our universe. Ancient One explained calmly. Ancient One has another sentence that he didn't say. In the worst case, our universe may be wiped out. If the sky falls, you are still there, Master Ancient One. Besides, I can't travel through parallel universes. Chen-Yi really doesn't want to get involved in these things, he just wants to stay quietly in Hell's Kitchen. Looking at Chen-Yi, who was unmoved, Master Ji Yuyi was still very calm, as if she had guessed Chen-Yi's thoughts. Then she threw a hanging ring to Chen-Yi. As a reward, I will teach you how to teleport. The more you fight, the more you will be rewarded. Chen-Yi took the ring and looked at it carefully. He was delighted. He didn't expect that the portal skill was so easy to cheat. I'm not the kind of person who cares about rewards. For the peace of the universe, I have no choice but to do it. Always be prepared to fight for the peace of the universe, Chen-Yi said passionately, almost slipping his tongue. This made Master Ji Yuyi's calm expression show a hint of helplessness. Is it really right to give such an important task to the guy in front of him? But, I remember that the portal can't directly teleport me to the parallel universe. Chen-Yi asked seriously. He had no memory of the portal being able to teleport to the parallel universe. Many people thought that Tobey Spider-Man and Garfield Spider-Man in the three-worm frame were pulled out by the Fat Man using the portal, but it wasn't. They were all summoned by the space-time rift. The Ancient One wizard nodded after listening. Yes, I didn't say that the portal can teleport you to the parallel universe, but because it is an adjacent universe, I can find the space-time rift and send you there. Ancient One has a way to send Chen-Yi there. After all, Ancient One has lived in this world for so long, and basically learned all the magic that should be seen and not seen. There is no magic that she doesn't know, the only difference is whether she wants to use it or not. After listening, Chen-Yi suddenly realized that it was really the old ginger that was spicy. He really wanted to become a family with her and get all her magic for free. At this moment, Master Ji Yuyi suddenly asked, Chen-Yi, do you know why there are space-time cracks in this universe? Chen-Yi was stunned. He had never thought about this question. Hearing Master Ji Yuyi mention it, he couldn't help but feel curious. There are countless parallel universes in this universe. They are adjacent to each other, but they do not interfere with each other. However, there are exceptions, such as this time. When there is a variable, a butterfly effect will occur, and space-time cracks will form between these parallel universes, connecting them together. Master Ji Yuyi explained. Chen-Yi seemed to understand after listening. According to Chen-Yi's understanding in his previous life, Marvel simply wanted to make money, but was lazy, so they simply created a whole parallel universe. Okay, Master Ji Yuyi. Then I want to ask how to return if I complete the task. Chen-Yi still cares more about his own safety. Master Ji Yuyi seemed to have guessed that Chen-Yi would ask this question a long time ago, and slowly said, I have cast a magic on your hanging ring. You can come back as long as you use it to activate this hanging ring. But it can only be used once. When you go next time, find me and I will add it to your list. Quote. Ji Yuyi used this method to get Chen-Yi to report his progress. Okay, no problem. I will definitely help you. The main thing is that I want to make a friend with Master Ji Yuyi. It is normal for friends to help each other. Master Ji Yuyi, you should not mind making me your friend. Chen-Yi suddenly became sincere. After hearing what Chen-Yi said, Master Ji Yuyi smiled on his calm face. After so many years, he did not expect that someone would propose to be friends with him. You are very interesting. Master Ji Yuyi did not answer directly, but used a more implicit sentence to express his opinion. But Chen-Yi had already got the answer from the system prompt. Congratulations to the host. The host successfully added Ji Yuyi as a friend. Congratulations to the host. Get the attribute, portal. Do you want to merge immediately? Merge immediately, Chen-Yi muttered in his heart. Instantly, a wave of knowledge and experience about the portal flooded into Chen-Yi's mind like a tide, and Chen-Yi felt as if he had mastered the skills of using the portal. Chen-Yi instantly felt that he had practiced his portal for 2.5 years. Chen-Yi did not expect the system to be so considerate. Chen-Yi was still thinking about how long it would take to learn the portal. Now with the help of the system, he can already use the portal skillfully. Just when Chen Yi was communicating with the system, Master Ji Yuyi had already removed the mirror space. Now, you can ask the guest from the parallel universe to come down, and I should send him back. Ji Yuyi said slowly. After listening to Ji Yuyi's words, Chen Yi hurried upstairs to find Miles. After all, this kid didn't know how to go back to his own universe. A few minutes later, Chen Yi walked down the stairs with Miles, who was confused, and walked in front of Ji Yuyi. Then he turned to Miles and introduced, "This is Master Ji Yuyi who will send you home." Quote. Miles nodded to Master Ji Yuyi to show respect. "Hello, Master Ji Yuyi, my name is Miles." Miles' mood at this time is very complicated. His experience in the strange world these days makes him feel emotional. He once thought that he would never return to his own universe and would never see his parents. However, now Chen Yi suddenly appeared and told him that someone could take him home, which made Miles excited and worried. He was afraid that he would return disappointed again this time, but his heart was full of expectations and excitement. "Child, you are very brave. Don't worry, you will be able to go home soon." Ji Yuyi looked at Miles with a kind look. After all, he stopped the cosmic crisis at such a young age. Ji Yuyi knew that the child in front of him was a hero who should not exist, and there would be many disasters in the future. "Child, do you know how special you are?" Ji Yuyi finally gave a soft-hearted hint. Miles looked at Ji Yuyi with a puzzled look, and thought for a moment, "Maybe I am black." Ji Yuyi shook his head. "Child, you know, basically there is only one Spider-Man in each universe, and every Spider-Man will basically experience the pain of losing his loved ones, and your parents are still alive now, you know. This is an inevitable result." Chen Yi on the side nodded unconsciously after listening. God knows how many times Uncle Ben has died. It is estimated that the tombs of Uncle Ben in the multiverse can circle the Earth. After listening to Ji Yuyi's words, Miles thought for a while, "So, my parents will be in danger." Ji Yuyi continued to shake his head. "Your parents will be fine, but you have to be careful. Okay, you should go home." Ji Yuyi seemed to see Miles' future, but some things are inevitable results as she said. Then, Master Ji Yuyi waved gently, and a mysterious force surged from her palm and enveloped Miles. Miles' body began to undergo wonderful changes, and his skin gradually became transparent, as if blending into the surrounding air. Miles felt the changes in his body and waved goodbye to Chen Yi. "Thank you, Chen Yi. If you have a chance, you must come to my universe. I will treat you to a meal." "Thank you, Master Ancient One." As his words fell, Miles' figure gradually disappeared, and finally turned into a beam of light and dissipated into the air. When Miles completely disappeared, Chen Yi curiously asked Master Ancient One, "What if Peter Parker didn't become Spider-Man?" After a long time, the two of them were still young. Ji Yuyi, who was about to leave, also found Chen Yi's question interesting. I saw that Master Ji Yuyi gently closed her eyes, as if she was listening to the melody of time, and the time gem on her neck was slightly glowing purple. Chen Yi guessed that Master Ji Yuyi should be observing the future and observing various future possibilities. Chen Yi saw that Ji Yuyi seemed unable to wake up for a while. So he walked aside, picked up 2 bottles of ice-cold Happy Fat House water on the table, and drank them up. Just after Chen Yi drank the second bottle of Fat House water, Master Ji Yuyi finally opened her eyes. There was a gleam of wisdom in her eyes, as if she had seen through all the possibilities of the future. "It seems that Master Ji Yuyi has the answer. I wonder if you can tell me." Chen Yi is indeed very curious about what would happen if Peter Parker did not become Spider-Man. Master Ji Yuyi glanced at him lightly, with a flash of thought in her eyes. What she saw was Peter Parker in countless timelines. Their life trajectories were different. Some were scientists, some were businessmen, and some even became villains. However, no matter what kind of people they became in which world line, the ending was not good. Some were killed by evil forces, some died in accidents, and some even died alone. Of course, some became superheroes other than Spider-Man. Why don't you take a look yourself? Ji Yuyi waved his hand casually. Chen Yi saw that the space around him changed again. Chen Yi seemed to have entered the long river of time, with countless light curtains around him. "Maybe you should go and see it yourself," Master Ji Yuyi said lightly. She waved her hand lightly, and the space around her began to distort and deform, as if entering a mysterious world. Chen-Yi only felt that the space around him seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, blurry, and countless light screens appeared in front of him, as if it was the stage of the universe. Each light screen represents a different universe, and each universe records the life of a man named Peter Parker. He saw the first half of Peter Parker's life, which was no different from other ordinary people. He saw Peter Parker's childhood, his mischief at school, his love story with Mary Jane, and the death of Uncle Ben. But the turning point was that some Peter Parkers were bitten by spiders and became Spider-Man. Some Peters were not bitten by spiders, and then they either died in an accident, and then the entire universe was wiped out. Some Peters became other superheroes through various means. Chen-Yi saw Peter in the light screen, some became a member of the new Fantastic Four, some became the Human Torch, some became the Hulk, and the most outrageous was the Captain America. Some Peter Parkers became villains, some became the Green Goblin, some became the Plague of the Four Horsemen of Apocalypse, and some became the Lizard Man. However, Chen-Yi discovered an amazing fact. No matter which superhero Peter Parker became, no matter how amazing and wonderful his life was, the universe he existed in could not escape the fate of destruction. It seems that there is only one right way, that is to become Spider-Man and take the responsibility of fighting against evil. After reading the information given to him by Master Ji Yi, Chen-Yi closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. He began to think about whether he was just a character in someone else's script like Peter Parker. Master Ji Yi had been observing Chen-Yi's reaction, and seeing his nervous look, he couldn't help but nod secretly in his heart. She took so much effort to show Chen-Yi these things just to warn Chen-Yi not to change other people's lives. Especially her future disciple, Chen-Yi's college classmate Stephen Strange. Master Ji Yi could not let Chen-Yi interfere with Stephen Strange's life trajectory in any way. That's why they went to such great lengths to throw Chen-Yi into other universes. It is estimated that when Chen-Yi completes the task, Strange should be in Kamartaj if nothing unexpected happens. At this time, Chen-Yi opened his eyes, looked at the Ancient One, and suddenly smiled. "Thank you, I understand." Chen-Yi has understood the good intentions of the Ancient One. In fact, he is not an exception. The Ancient One means that I must work hard to change the tragedy of the people around me. What Chen-Yi can do is to change the tragedy of his friends around him, and Strange happens to be Chen-Yi's college roommate. Although Strange has a bad temper and is a little arrogant. But after all, they have been together for so long. In the future, if Strange has any problems, Chen-Yi will probably help. After all, if Strange's girlfriend dies, the universe will be destroyed by him. If Master Ji Yi knew that Chen-Yi misunderstood his meaning, he would probably regret coming to see Chen-Yi today. Then a golden halo slowly emerged behind Master Ji Yi, and the halo was rotating. Behind the halo was Kamartaj. Master Ji Yi said to Chen-Yi, "Let's go, follow me to learn about the portal." But Chen-Yi did not intend to follow Master Ji Yi to leave. Ji Yi asked in confusion, "Don't you want to learn about the portal?" Chen-Yi smiled slightly, put on the ring on his right hand, and then drew a circle in the air. A golden halo also appeared in the air instantly, and the halo showed Kamartaj. "Master Ancient One, I have learned it. There are still things I need to deal with here. When I finish, I will visit you in person and then go to other parallel universes." Chen-Yi replied calmly. Ancient One's calm eyes suddenly widened, and it was obvious that he was shocked by Chen-Yi's move. "Did you learn it just by watching it once? Or have you already learned it?" Ancient One had originally prepared that Chen-Yi would need to learn for several months before he could learn the portal. After all, the portal is not an ordinary magic. Even a genius student like the one in Kamartaj would need at least a month to learn it. Ancient One couldn't help but wonder if the self in other parallel universes had taught Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi's performance in front of him was really too shocking. "How about you come to Kamartaj to practice for a while? I will give you the Supreme Sorcerer," Ancient One said. Ancient One had reason to believe that as long as Chen-Yi was given some time, Chen-Yi's speed would have reason to become the strongest Supreme Sorcerer in history. As for who Strange was, Ancient One said that he was not familiar with him. Chen-Yi refused and said, "This kind of good thing should be left to Strange." Chen-Yi knew how much he was capable of. If he didn't rely on the system, he didn't know how much time he would have to waste to learn magic. It was estimated that by the time he came out of the mountain, the purple potato spirit would have finished snapping his fingers. Then why bother learning anything? It would be faster to make more friends. Seeing this, Ji Yuyi didn't try to persuade him to stay. He walked directly into the aperture and returned to Kamar Taj. As for Chen Yi, he needed to explain the matter of Hell's Kitchen, and then go to the Spider-Man parallel universe. Chen Yi was also very curious about which version of Spider-Man he would meet. At noon, Chen Yi called the whole family to have lunch together, and explained the matter of leaving. Chen Yi was wearing an apron and frying fragrant fried rice in the back kitchen. His technique was extremely skillful and looked very powerful. Deadpool watched Chen Yi frying rice with his eyes wide open, flipping the spoon, flipping the pot, and throwing the pot. The smooth operation made Deadpool completely stunned. Chen Yi, how can I live without you? Can you take me with you? I want to eat the food you cook every day. Deadpool hugged Chen Yi's legs and cried there, thinking about what would happen after Chen Yi left. Deadpool was about to eat the food made by Wanda, and his body couldn't help but tremble. The taste was really worse than asking Deadpool to jump off the building. Chen Yi kicked Deadpool away and said helplessly, "Get lost, take the dishes out quickly. Don't worry, when I go to other parallel universes, I will definitely bring you along." A few minutes later, the fried rice was served. Chen Yi walked out of the kitchen with the fried rice. The table of dishes looked delicious, which made the whole family hungry. "Come on, everyone, eat quickly." Chen Yi called everyone. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and started eating. "Why did you call us all here today?" Wanda asked first, because she was busy sorting out the property left by Uncle Jin Bing yesterday, and Wanda didn't know that Chen Yi was going to a parallel universe. John Wick, Master Yi and Winston also looked at Chen Yi curiously. They didn't know the purpose of calling them here today, but they knew their status very well. Although they were curious, they didn't ask. Now seeing that the lady spoke first, they looked at Chen Yi curiously. Yes, in the eyes of John Wick and other latecomers, Ms. Wanda is their boss lady. Currently, there are only two people who know that Chen Yi is going to a parallel universe, Pietro and Deadpool. Pietro and Deadpool looked at each other, and then Pietro buried his head in eating again, as if he wanted to use food to cover up his guilty conscience. Deadpool was still as calm as ever. He ate the food by himself, looked at Chen Yi from time to time, and said, "Chen Yi is going to a parallel universe. Don't forget to take me with you when the time comes." Deadpool added. Everyone was shocked when they heard Deadpool's words. They didn't expect Chen Yi to go to the parallel universe so soon. "Yes, I will go to the parallel universe in the next 2 days. As for how long I will be there, I don't know. So I have to explain everything before I leave." Chen Yi nodded, and seeing the obvious reluctance on Wanda's face, he felt a little sorry. Wanda was obviously unhappy. She had just come back and wanted to stay with Chen Yi for a while. Unexpectedly, Chen Yi had to go away again in just a few days. And he was going to another universe. She couldn't help but frown, and there was a hint of resentment in her eyes when she looked at Chen Yi. "I want to go too." Wanda hesitated for a while, but still mustered up the courage to say to Chen Yi. Wanda just wanted to spend more time with Chen Yi, and her strength could also help Chen Yi. After all, the parallel universe is not her territory, and one more person means one more person to take care of. However, Wanda's words made Chen Yi stunned. He didn't expect Wanda to follow him to the parallel universe. This surprised Chen Yi a little. After all, the parallel universe is not their universe, and he is not very clear about what unknown dangers exist. If something unexpected happens, it will be bad to take Wanda into the parallel universe. Chen Yi looked at Wanda's stubborn eyes and tried to calm the dispute with comforting words. He said, "You still have to stay and deal with Uncle Jin Bing's affairs for me. I will be back soon, don't worry." Other people at the table were obviously avoiding the fight between the boss and the boss's wife. They all lowered their heads to eat silently, with an attitude of, "It's none of my business, don't worry." Except for a few people. "Don't argue, Chen Yi will take me with him." "Wanda, give up this idea," Deadpool shouted. Deadpool didn't think so much. He only wanted to go to the parallel universe and didn't care who Wanda was. No one could kill him anyway. Wanda obviously didn't expect Deadpool to argue with her. For a moment, her chaos magic was stimulated, her hair flew, her eyes turned red, and she glared at Deadpool. Seeing that Wanda was about to lose control, Pietro quickly grabbed her, fearing that Wanda would lose control and destroy the restaurant. Seeing this, Deadpool quickly ran behind Chen-Yi and said in a mean way, "Brother Chen-Yi, look at how fierce Sister Wanda is. I'm afraid of her." At this time, Master Yi and others had already picked up their bowls and sat at another table. Okay, all of you stay here. There are still a lot of things in Hell's Kitchen that need you to deal with. I only trust you. Chen-Yi quickly ended the farce and said helplessly. At this moment, the door of the restaurant was suddenly pushed open, and a young woman in her 30s with a charming boy in her teens appeared at the door of the restaurant. Although this young woman was a little older, she still maintained a good figure, and her face did not show too many signs of aging, and she still looked charming. She asked cautiously, "Excuse me, are you hiring waiters here?" When the young woman saw Wanda's red hair and eyes and the man in the weird costume of Deadpool, she said embarrassedly, "It seems that I have come to the wrong place. Excuse me." Then she quickly pulled the little boy away, thinking that the people in Hell's Kitchen are dangerous, and the old lady had deceived her before. It is said that the safest place in Hell's Kitchen is this restaurant. As long as the restaurant owner protects you, you can live safely in Hell's Kitchen. But it seems that this restaurant is the scariest place in Hell's Kitchen. Noticing that an outsider has entered the restaurant, Wanda quickly returned to her normal appearance. Chen-Yi quickly explained, "Ma'am, that's right. We are hiring people here. They were just acting just now. Don't be afraid." Noticing that an outsider has entered the restaurant, Wanda first stared at Chen-Yi and Deadpool fiercely, and then returned to her normal appearance. She walked up to the young woman and the little boy, smiled and asked, "Excuse me, what are your names?" Trying to restore her image just now, the young woman looked at Wanda, and it was hard to imagine that the woman in front of her was the oppressive red-haired girl just now. "This lady's acting skills are really good," she replied. "My name is May Parker. This is my nephew Peter Parker. Are you hiring waiters here?" Chen-Yi smiled and nodded, explaining, "Yes, I am the boss here, Chen-Yi, and we are indeed hiring waiters." Chen-Yi never expected that he had just sent away the Spider-Man of the parallel universe yesterday, and today he was sent the Spider-Man of their universe. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next meal. Aunt May looked at Chen-Yi in front of her and felt that he was the most normal person in the restaurant. Aunt May was about to ask Chen-Yi about his work. Unexpectedly, Peter Parker asked curiously, "Excuse me, are you superheroes? It's so cool." As soon as Peter Parker entered the door, he saw Deadpool's strange dress and Wanda's red eyes, but he was not scared. Instead, he was curious about these things. Everyone was stunned when they heard Peter Parker's question. They didn't expect that this child would ask such a question. Aunt May quickly covered Parker's mouth, and then smiled awkwardly at Chen-Yi and others. "Children are ignorant, and it's really embarrassing to ask such questions." Deadpool suddenly stood up from his seat, walked to Peter Parker, and posed handsomely. "That's right, I didn't expect you to have such a good vision." "That's right, I am the strongest superhero here, Deadpool." Deadpool was obviously very satisfied with Parker in front of him, and said confidently. Chen-Yi directly took Deadpool away, and then said to Parker, "We are not superheroes, we are just ordinary people." Chen-Yi didn't want to be a superhero. Generally, superheroes mean that they will encounter a lot of super troubles. Parker looked at Chen-Yi, who looked like an ordinary person in front of him, and didn't understand why Chen-Yi, an ordinary person, was the boss here. The boss was not the handsome superhero Deadpool in front of him. Chen-Yi looked at the little Parker who had not yet become Spider-Man, smiled, and his eyes revealed an indescribable depth. The life of a superhero is not as beautiful as people imagine. Sometimes, being an ordinary person and living an ordinary life is actually a kind of happiness. Chen-Yi's words instantly made little Parker's favorability towards him plummet. Little Parker disagreed with what Chen-Yi said. After all, every little boy has a dream of becoming a superhero. He straightened his chest and said firmly, "I don't want to live this kind of ordinary life. I must become a superhero." Wanda looked at the little Parker in front of her with interesting eyes, thinking of the parallel universe. Could it be that this person in front of her is the Spider-Man of this universe? Chen Yi shook his head. Little Parker was still too young, but this universe probably didn't have to sacrifice Uncle Ben, so it seemed that he could only sacrifice Aunt May. He looked at Aunt May on the side, with a bit of pity in his eyes. Deadpool noticed this scene and took the initiative to come over and patted Parker on the shoulder. His eyes flashed with a playful light. Boy, I'm optimistic about you. As long as you are willing, I can teach you how to become a real superhero at any time. Then he took out a bouquet of roses and turned to Aunt May, who looked embarrassed, and said, I don't know if this Ms. May is single. It doesn't matter if she is not. As long as you are willing, I am willing to train this boy with you. Deadpool is still a little handsome after being cured by the horse spell. Aunt May blushed when she saw Deadpool's courtship in front of her. As soon as Deadpool finished speaking, Parker, who originally admired superheroes like Deadpool, instantly blocked Aunt May. His voice was full of anger and disappointment. Let's go, Aunt May. The people here are not good people. Parker wanted to pull Aunt May away after he finished speaking. Chen Yi saw that the waiter of his restaurant was in hand, but it was about to be ruined by Deadpool again. He immediately kicked Deadpool away and said to Aunt May, we provide food and accommodation for waiters here. Then he quickly pulled over the more normal Lao Ma and John Wick, pointed at them and said, these two are our tenants and employees. Most of us are ordinary people like me. The guy just now was just an accident. Aunt May stopped immediately after hearing Chen Yi's condition of providing food and accommodation. After all, this condition is really tempting. Besides, she came to Hell's Kitchen because she had no money. However, Aunt May still looked at Chen Yi with doubts and vigilance. Free food and accommodation, a waiter has such a good treatment. After all, Aunt May asked herself that she was still a little pretty. Did this man like her? Wanda, who was beside her, couldn't help but feel jealous when she heard this. She looked down at herself, then at Aunt May, and suddenly realized the gap between herself and Aunt May. Then her eyes turned to Chen Yi again, and she began to wonder if she had seen Chen wrongly. Yi's motive. Chen Yi saw the look in Aunt May and Wanda's eyes, and immediately felt that he was misunderstood, and hurriedly explained. We are indeed short of waiters here now. After all, our people often need to go out, and it is impossible to guard the store all the time. Our employees here are provided with food and accommodation, and I think it is not easy for you, a woman with a child. Don't worry, I am not the kind of person you think. I guess you came to Hell's Kitchen because of the school here. Aunt May nodded after hearing Chen Yi's explanation, and replied, yes, I heard that the school here is about to open, and it is free. So I want to send Parker in. Chen Yi smiled and said, I am the founder of this school, so don't worry. Besides, this place is not far from the school, you can also visit little Parker when you are free. Hearing this, Aunt May's expression was a little surprised. She never thought that Chen Yi was the founder of this school. I'm willing to stay. Aunt May had no worries after hearing what Chen Yi said. After all, Chen Yi had the ability to open a school and could have any woman he wanted. He would not be interested in an old woman like her. Chen Yi nodded and then told Pietro, take them upstairs to pick a room, and then tell him what he needs to do on a daily basis. Then Chen Yi watched Pietro, Aunt May, and the vigilant little Parker walk to the elevator, and of course, a courteous Deadpool followed behind. Okay, we've just been delayed for some time. During this time I'm gone, you all have to do your own things well. Chen Yi began to explain things to everyone. An hour later, Chen Yi explained everything and hurried upstairs to pack up and prepare to leave. Everyone left the restaurant one after another, but Wanda was still not leaving. She looked at Chen Yi's busy figure, feeling worried and helpless. When Chen Yi prepared his things and went downstairs to leave, he saw that Wanda had not left, and he knew what Wanda was thinking. When Chen Yi prepared his things and went downstairs to leave, he saw Wanda still standing there, and he knew what she was thinking. He walked up to Wanda, patted her shoulder gently, and comforted her, I will be back soon, don't worry. I'll leave Hell's Kitchen to you. Wanda looked at him, her eyes full of worry and reluctance. She knew that Chen Yi's departure this time might mean danger and challenge, but she also knew that he had to do it. She nodded silently, without saying anything else, just watching him leave silently. Then, a huge golden halo suddenly appeared behind Chen Yi, instantly covering everything around him. Wanda looked at all this in amazement, and then saw Chen-Yi pass through the halo and disappear from her sight. The old man was so confused that he was not able to finish the task. So how can I complete the task? Master Gu-Yi, the riddle man. Chen-Yi muttered helplessly while sitting in a cafe outside the Columbia University Museum. Chen-Yi recalled the meeting with Master Gu-Yi 2 days ago, and asked what it would take to complete the task. Gu-Yi just said lightly, "You will know when the time comes." Then he threw the confused Chen-Yi into the crack of time and space. I don't know whether Master Gu-Yi trusts Chen-Yi's ability or simply wants to retaliate against Chen-Yi's pretentious behavior 2 days ago. Chen-Yi has been in this parallel universe for 2 days. Looking at this similar place, it is also the Big Apple City, with the same tall buildings. The difference is that there is no Stark Industries building here, but there is an Osborn Industries building. Rather than saying this is a parallel universe, it is better to say that this is a parallel universe dedicated to Spider-Man. There is no Iron Man, no S.H.I.E.L.D, and no Kamar Taj here. It seems that Spider-Man has not been born yet, because Chen-Yi did not see a man publicly complaining about Spider-Man in the Daily Bugle. Chen-Yi is still not sure which Spider-Man's parallel universe this is. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be confirmed today. Chen-Yi learned through various channels that people from a university will visit the Spider Museum today. So Chen-Yi dressed up as a tourist early and waited in the cafe in Columbia University. If nothing unexpected happens today, Chen-Yi should be able to see Peter Parker here. On the other side, "Hey, stop the car for me." A man wearing glasses and a striped shirt was seen slapping the window of the school bus and shouting there. "Please stop the bus." The man ran after the school bus and begged it to stop. This cowardly man was exactly the person Chen-Yi needed to find, the Peter Parker of this parallel universe. When the driver of the school bus saw this scene, he not only did not stop the bus, but also accelerated the speed of the bus while laughing. "Call a taxi, Parker." Other classmates also laughed at the man while watching the show, and had no intention of asking the driver to stop. Finally, a red-haired woman who was being intimate with her boyfriend couldn't stand it anymore. This person was Mary Jane Watson, Peter Parker's neighbor. Maybe it was because of kindness, or because Parker was her neighbor. She quickly stepped forward and tilted her head and shouted to the bus driver, "Stop the car." He started chasing from Woodham Street. Perhaps the bus driver was afraid of being complained, so he could only stop the car unwillingly. Poor Parker chased for more than 10 minutes and finally got on the bus. He panted and apologized to the driver, "Thank you, sorry. I'm late." As soon as Peter finished speaking, he attracted all kinds of ridicule and sarcasm from his classmates. They also threw small notes one after another, as if to make him feel more embarrassed in this way. Peter was used to this kind of treatment, and he just wanted to find a seat and sit down as soon as possible. But when he saw an empty seat, the classmate next to him quickly occupied it with both hands, obviously not wanting Peter to sit down. He said to Peter Parker with disdain, "Don't even think about it, you idiot, Parker." Peter could only continue to move forward helplessly, and all the places where there were empty seats were rejected by his classmates. Peter felt very disappointed. He cowardly did not sit down shamelessly, but kept walking to the end of the bus. When passing by his neighbor Mary, Peter looked at her with a smile. But Mary was hugged by her boyfriend at this time, and her eyes were dodging, and it was obvious that she didn't want to have too much contact with Peter. Just when Peter's eyes were fixed on Mary, a gangster student beside him suddenly stretched out his foot and tripped Peter. Peter Parker didn't notice and fell to the ground, and his glasses were gone. Seeing Peter embarrassed, the bus laughed again. This seemed to have become their entertainment. The bus continued to move forward amidst the laughter and arrived at the destination. However, Parker fell into deep loss. After waiting for 2 hours, Chen-Yi also saw Peter Parker in the school tour group. Chen-Yi left the cafe and walked towards Peter Parker. At this time, Peter was still greeting her neighbors, but Mary was just with her best friend. Just a greeting. Just when Peter was embarrassed, he suddenly heard a voice that shocked his heart. "Brother, if you like her, go after her. You won't be able to pick up girls if you're a licker like this." The voice came from a man who stood behind Peter and looked at him with a smile. Peter was a little confused because he didn't know this man. At this time, Chen Yi had confirmed that the world in front of him was Toby's version of Spider-Man, and also the most real and cowardly Spider-Man. However, Chen Yi did look a little friendly, because the man in front of him was the first superhero movie he had seen in his previous life. He may not have the personal heroism of Iron Man and Captain America, but he is indeed the most real superhero. Peter Parker looked at the familiar man in confusion and asked, "Do we know each other?" "My name is Chen Yi. I know you, Peter Parker, right? I was your former classmate. Don't you recognize me?" Chen Yi explained innocently. Peter Parker heard Chen Yi's words and thought for a while. He didn't seem to have any Chinese classmates, but the man in front of him knew his name. Could it be that he was really my former classmate? Peter couldn't help thinking. "You really don't remember. You are the Peter who is often bullied. I was also bullied because of my Asian identity before, so I have an impression of you." Chen Yi quickly made up a story, but Asians being bullied in this free country is not a fabrication. Chen Yi's words surprised Peter a little. He didn't expect that he and this man had the same experience. He began to have a good impression of this man and took the initiative to reach out and shake Chen Yi's hand. "Hurry up, classmates behind." Just when Peter wanted to continue asking Chen Yi, he was urged by the tour guide. Peter could only look at Chen Yi with an apologetic face. "Sorry, I have to go to visit first. We will find a chance to talk later." Peter rarely met a classmate who was friendly to him, and wanted to talk to Chen Yi for a while. Chen Yi waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. But Chen Yi followed him. After all, Chen Yi still wanted to witness the famous scene of Spider-Man's birth. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.